1, Chapter 1 of Ancestors, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. Part 1, 1904. Chapter 1. Miss Thangue, who had never seen her friend's hand tremble among the teacups before, felt an edge on her mental appetite, stimulating after 2 monotonous years abroad. It was several minutes, however, before she made any effort to relieve her curiosity, for of all her patron friends, Victoria Gwynne required the most delicate touch. Flora had learned to be audacious without taking a liberty, which, indeed, was one secret of her success. But although she prided herself upon her reading of this enigma, whom even the ancestral dames of ℍ𝔬╗ looked down upon inspectively, she was never quite sure of her ground. She particularly wished to avoid mistakes upon the renewal of an intimacy kept alive by a fitful correspondence during her sojourn on the Continent. Quite apart from self–interest, she liked no one as well, and her curiosity was tempered by a warm sympathy and a genuine interest. It was this capacity for friendship, and her unlimited good nature, that had saved her, penniless as she was, from the ignominious footing of the social parasite. The daughter of a clergyman in a Yorkshire village, and the playmate in childhood of the little girls of the castle near by, she had realized early in life that although pretty and well–bred, she was not yet sufficiently dowered by either nature or fortune to hope for a brilliant marriage, and she detested poverty. Upon her father's death she must earn her bread, and reasoning that self–support was merely the marketing of one's essential commodity, and as her plump and indolent body was disinclined to privations of any sort, she elected the rôle of useful friend to fashionable and luxurious women. It was not an exalted niche to fill in life, but at least she had learned to fill it to perfection, and her ambitions were modest. Moreover, a certain integrity of character and girlish enthusiasm had saved her from the more corrosive properties of her anomalous position, and she was not only clever enough to be frankly useful without servility, but she had become so indispensable to certain of her friends, that although still blooming in her early 40s, she would no more have deserted them for a mere husband, than she would have renounced her comfortable and varied existence for the no less varied uncertainties of matrimony. It was not often that a kindly fate had overlooked her for so long a period as 2 years, and when she had accepted the invitation of one of the old castle playmates to visit her in Florence, it had been with a lively anticipation that made dismay the more poignant in the face of hypochondria. Nevertheless, realizing her debt to this first of her patrons, and with much of her old affection revived, she wandered from one capital and specialist to the next, until death gave her liberty. She was not unrewarded, but the legacy inspired her with no desire for an establishment beyond her room at the club in Dover Street, the companionship of friends not too exacting, the agreeable sense of indispensableness, and a certain splendour of environment, which gave a warmth and colour to life, and which she could not have commanded had she set up in middle years as an independent spinster of limited income. She had received many impatient letters while abroad, to which she had replied with fluent affection and picturesque gossip, never losing touch for a moment. When release came she had hastened home to book herself for the house–parties, and with Victoria Gwynne, although one of the least opulent of her friends, first on the list. She had had several correspondents as ardent as herself, and there was little gossip of the more intimate sort that had not reached her sooner or later, but she found subtle changes in Victoria for which she could not as yet account. She had now been at ℍ𝔬╗ and alone with her friend for 3 days, but there had been a stress of duties for both, and the hostess had never been more silent. To day, as she seemed even less inclined to conversation, although manifestly nervous, Miss Thangue merely drank her tea with an air of being too comfortable and happy in England and Capheaton for intellectual effort, and patiently waited for a cue or an inspiration. But although she too kept silence, memory and imagination held rendezvous in her circumspect brain, and she stole more than one furtive glance at her companion. Lady Victoria Gwynne, one of the tallest women of her time, and still one of the handsomest, had been extolled all her life for that fusion of the romantic and the aristocratic ideals that so rarely find each other in the same shell, and loved by a few. Her round, slender figure, supple with exercise and ignorant of disease, her black hair and eyes, the utter absence of colour in her smooth, orientally white skin, the mouth, full at the middle and curving sharply upward at the corners, and the irregular yet delicate nose that seemed presented as an afterthought to save that brilliant and subtle face from classic severity, made her look, for the most part, as if fashioned for the picture gallery or the poem, rather than for the commonplaces of life. Always one of those Englishwomen that let their energy be felt rather than expressed, for she made no effort in conversation whatever, her once mobile face had of late years, without aging, composed itself into a sort of illuminated mask. As far as possible removed from that other ideal, the British matron, and still suggesting an untamed something in the complex centres of her character, she yet looked so aloof, so monumental, that she had recently been painted by a great artist for a world exhibition, as an illustration of what centuries of breeding and selection had done for the noblewoman of England. Some years before, a subtle Frenchman had expressed her in such a fashion that while many vowed he had given to the world an epitome of romantic youth, others remarked cynically that his handsome subject looked as if about to seat herself on the corner of the table and smoke a cigarette. The American artist, although habitually cruel to his patrons, had, after triumphantly transferring the type to the canvas, drawn to the surface only so much of the soul of the woman as all that ran might admire. If there was a hint of bitterness in the lower part of the face, from the eyes there looked an indomitable courage and much sweetness. Only in the carnage of the head, the tilt of the chin, was the insolence expressed that had made her many enemies. Some of the wildest stories of the past 30 years had been current about her, and rejected or believed according to the mental habit or personal bias of those that tinker with reputations. The late Queen, it was well known, had detested her, and made no secret of her resentment that through the short–sighted loyalty of one of the first members of her household, the dangerous creature had been named after her. But whatever her secrets, open scandal Lady Victoria had avoided. Imperturbably, without even an additional shade of insolence, never apologizing nor explaining. Wherein, no doubt, lay one secret of her strength. And then her eminently respectable husband, Arthur Gwynne, second son of the Marquis of Strathland–and–Zeal, had always fondly alluded to her as "the missus," and lauded her as a repository of all the unfashionable virtues. To day, presiding at the tea–table in her son's country house, an eager light in her eyes, she looked like neither of her portraits. More nearly approached, perhaps, poor Arthur Gwynne's ideal of her, not in the least the frozen stoic of the past 3 days. When she finally made an uncontrollable movement that half overturned the cream–jug, Flora Thangue's curiosity overcame her, and she murmured, tentatively, "If I have ever seen you nervous before, Vicky—" "I am not nervous, but allowances are to be made for maternal anxiety." "Oh!" Miss Thangue drew a deep breath. She continued, vaguely, "Oh, the maternal rôle." "Have I ever failed as a mother?" asked Lady Victoria, dispassionately. "No, but you are so many other things too. Somehow, when I am away from you, I see you in almost every other capacity." Jack is 30 and I am 49." "You look 30," replied Flora, with equal candour. "I am thankful that my age is in Lodge. I can never be tempted to enroll myself with the millions that were married when just 16." "Oh, you never could make a fool of yourself," murmured her friend. Then, as Victoria showed signs of relapsing into silence, she plunged in recklessly. "Jack is bound to be elected. When has he ever failed to get what he wanted? But you, Vicky dear, is there anything wrong? You had a bulky letter from California the day I arrived. I do hope that tiresome property is not giving you trouble. What a pity it is such a long way off." "The San Francisco lease runs out shortly. Half of that and the southern ranch are my only independent sources of income. The northern ranch belongs to Jack. All three are getting less and less easy to let in their entirety, my agents write me, and I feel half a pauper already." "That is not so bad," murmured Flora. "Strathland would bundle me out in 10 minutes if anything happened to Jack." "It would be a pity. It suits you." She was not referring to the hall, which was somewhat too light and small for the heroic mould of its chatelaine, but to the noble proportions of the old house itself, and the treasures that had accumulated since the first foundations were laid in the reign of Henry VI. There were rooms hung with ugly brocades and velvets never duplicated, state bedchambers and boudoirs sacred to the memory of personages whose dust lay half forgotten in their marbles, but above all, Capheaton was famous for its pictures. Not only was there an unusually large number of portraits by masters scattered about the 20 rooms that lay behind and on either side of the hall, but many hundreds of those portraits, and landscapes from the brushes of artists fashionable in their day, are known in the annals of art, but seeming to emit a faint scent of lavender and rose leaves from the walls of England's old manor houses and castles. In the dining room there was a full length portrait of Mary Tudor, black but for the yellow face and hands and ruff; and another, the scarlet coat and robust complexion still fresh, of the 4th George, handsome, gay, devil may care, both painted to commemorate visits to Capheaton, historically hospitable in the past. But Lord Strathland, besides having been presented with 6 daughters, and an heir as extravagant as tradition demanded, was poor as peers go, and had more than once succumbed to the titillating delights of speculation, less cheering in the retrospect. Having a still larger estate to keep up, he had been glad to lend Capheaton to his second son, who, being an excellent manager and assisted by his wife's income, had lived very comfortably upon its yield. Upon his death, Elton Gwynne had assumed possession as a matter of course, and a handsome allowance from his doting grandfather supplementing his inheritance, the mind of the haughty and promising young gentleman was free of sordid anxieties. Lady Victoria's satirical gaze swept the simpering portraits of her son's great aunts and grandmothers, with which the hall was promiscuously hung. "Of course I am as English as if the strain had never been crossed, if you mean that. But I'd rather like to get away for a while. I really ought to visit my California estates, and I have always wanted to see that part of America. I started for it once, but never even reached the western boundaries of New York. One of us should spend a year there, at least, and of course it is out of the question for Jack to leave England again." "You would not spend 6 months out of Curzon Street. You are the most confirmed Londoner I know." "Do you think so?" Miss Thangue replied, impulsively, "I have often wondered if you numbered satiety among your complexities." This was as far as she had ever adventured into the mysterious backwaters of Victoria's soul, and she dropped her eyelids lest a deprecating glance meet the contempt it deserved, both with a due regard for the limit imposed by good taste, despised the faint heart. "I hate the sight of London." Her tone had changed so suddenly that Flora winked. "If it were not for Jack, I would leave, get out. I am sick of the whole game." "Oh, be on your guard!" cried her friend, sharply. "That sort of thing means the end of youth." "Youth after 50 depends upon your doctor. your masseuse, and your dressmaker. I do not say that my present state of mind is sown with evergreens and immortelles, but the fact remains that for the present I have come to the end of myself, and am interested in no one on earth but Jack." Miss Thangs stared into her teacup, recalling the gossip of a year ago, although she had given it little heed at the time. Victoria had been transiently interested so often, but all the world knew that when Arthur Gwynne was killed Sir ■ had been off his head about Victoria, and that when obvious restrictions vanished into the family vault, he had left abruptly for Rhodesia to develop his mines, and had not found time to return since. Sir Cadge was about the same age as the famous beauty, and rose quite 2 inches above her lofty head. People had grown accustomed to the fine appearance they made when together. Artie was ruddy and stout, and although Victoria reinforced her enemies, for Vanneck was one of the most agreeable and accomplished men in London, the artistic sense of that lenient world was tickled at their congruities, and took their future mating for granted. Arthur Gwynne was sure to meet his death on the hunting field, for he was far too heavy for a horse and rode vilely. When he fulfilled his destiny and Vanneck fled, the world was as much annoyed as amused. But they were amused, and Flora Thangs knew that this gall must have bitten deeper than the loss of Vanneck, who may or may not have made an impression on this woman too proud and too spoiled to accept homage in public otherwise than passively, whatever may have been the unwritten tale of her secret hours. The excuses hazarded by Vanneck's friends were neither humorous nor sentimental, but no one denied that they were eminently sensible. His first wife had died childless, his estates were large, his title was one of the oldest in England; but although no one pitied Victoria Gwynne, many were annoyed at having their mental attitude disarranged, and this no doubt had kept the gossip alive, and been a constant source of irritation to a woman whose sense of humour was as deep as her pride. Flora replied at random, "Jack couldn't very well get on without you." His mother's eyes flashed. "I flatter myself he could not at present. If Julia Kaye would only marry him." "She won't," replied Flora, relieved at the change of tone. "And why do you wish it? She is 2 years older, of quite dreadful origin, and well, I don't like her. Perhaps my opinion is a little biased." "She is immensely rich, one of the ablest political women in London, and Jack is desperately in love with her." "I cannot picture Jack in extremities about any one, although I don't deny that he has his sentimental seizures. He even made love to me when he was cutting his teeth. But he doesn't need a lot of money. You rank higher than she among the political women, and well, I believe her to be bad-tempered, and more selfish than any woman I have ever known." "He loves her. He wants her. He would dominate any woman he married. He is such a dear that no woman who lived with him could help loving him. Moreover, she is inordinately ambitious, and Jack's career is the most promising in England." "Jack is far too good for her, and I am glad that he will not get her. I happen to know that she has made up her mind to marry Lord Brathland." "Bratty is a donkey." "She would be the last to deny it, but he is certain to be a duke if he lives, and she would marry a man that had to be led round with a string for the sake of being called 'your Grace' by the servants. She'll never be anything but a third–rate duchess, and people that tolerate her now will snub her the moment she gives herself airs. But I suppose she thinks a duchess is a duchess." "Money goes pretty far with us," said Lady Victoria, dryly. "Doesn't it? Nevertheless, you know it as well as I do, among the people that really count other things go further, and duchesses have been put in their place before this. You have done it yourself. Julia Kaye has kept her head so far because she has been hunting for strawberry leaves, and there is no denying she's clever. But once she is in the upper air, well, I have seen her as rude as she dares be, and if she became a duchess she would cultivate rudeness as part of the rôle." "We can be rude enough." "Yes, and know how to be. A parvenue never does." "She is astonishingly clever." Duchesses are born, even the American ones. Julia Kaye has never succeeded in being quite natural. She has always the effect of rehearsing the part of the great lady for amateur theatricals. Poor Gussie Kaye might have coached her better. The moment she mounts she'll become wholly artificial, she'll patronize, she'll give herself no end of ridiculous airs, she won't move without sending a paragraph to the Morning Post. The back of her head will be quite in line with her charming little bust, and I for one shall walk round and laugh in her face. She is the only person that could inspire me to such a vicious speech. But I am human, and as she so ingenuously snubs me as a person of no consequence, my undazzled eyes see her as she is." Lady Victoria, instead of responding with the faint, absent, somewhat irritating smile which she commonly vouchsafed those that sought to amuse her, lit another cigarette and leaned back among the cushions of the sofa behind the tea–table. She drew her eyelids together, a rare sign of perturbation. The only stigma of time on her face was a certain sharpness of outline and leanness of throat. But the throat was always covered, and her wardrobe reflected the most fleeting of the fashions, assuring her position as a contemporary, if driving her dressmaker to the verge of bankruptcy. When her bright, black, often laughing eyes were in play, she passed with the casual public, and abroad, as a woman of 30, but with her lids down. The sharpness of the lower part of the face arrested the lover of detail. "Are you sure of that?" she asked, in a moment. "Quite." "I'm sorry. It will be a great blow to Jack. I hoped she would come round in time." "She will marry Brathland. I saw Cecilia Spence in town. She was at Maundrell Abbey with them both last week. You may expect the announcement any day. She'll write it herself for the Morning Post. How on earth can Jack find time to think about women with the immense amount of work he gets through? And his really immodest ambitions. By the way, isn't this polling day? I wonder if he has won his seat. But as I said just now, I do not associate Jack with defeat. His trifling setbacks have merely served to throw his manifest destiny into higher relief." "The telegram should have come an hour ago. I have few doubts, and yet he has so many enemies. I wonder if we shall be born into a world, after we have been sufficiently chastened here, where one can get one's head above the multitude, without rousing some of the most hideous qualities in human nature. It is a great responsibility. But there has been no such speaker nor fighter for a quarter of a century." Her eyes glowed again. "And heaven knows I have worked for him." "What a pity he is not a Tory! He could have a dozen boroughs for the asking. I wish he were. The whole Liberal party makes me sick, and it is against every tradition of his family." "As if that mattered! Besides, he is a born fighter. He'd hate anything he could have for the asking. And he's far too modern, too progressive for the Conservative party, even if there were anything but blue mould left in it." "Well, you know I am not original, and my poor old dad brought us up on the soundest Tory principles. He never would even compromise on the word Conservative. But considering that Jack is as Liberal as if the taint were in the marrow of his bones, what a blessing that poor Artie did not happen to be the oldest son. Cecilia says they were all talking of it at Maundrell Abbey, where of course it is a peculiarly interesting topic. The ornamental and conscientious peer, Lord Barnstaple, has never ceased to regret his father's death, for reasons far removed from sentimental. He told Cecilia that Lord Strathland almost confessed to him that he would give his right eye to hand over his old shoes to Jack, not only because he detests Zeal, but because it would take the backbone out of his Liberalism." "And ruin his career. Thank heaven Zeal is engaged at last. They will marry in the spring, and then the only cloud on Jack's horizon will vanish." "What if there were no children?" "There are, so much more often than not. That is the least of my worries. He had 5 girls by his first wife. There is no reason why this splendid cow I have picked out should not produce a dozen boys. I never worked so hard over one of Jack's elections, not only to overcome Zeal's misogyny, which he calls scruples, but I had to fight Strathland every inch of the way. When I think of Jack's desperation if he were pitchforked up into the Peers! You do not know him as I do." "Well, he is safe for a time, I fancy. There has been consumption in the family before, and always the slowest sort." A footman entered with a yellow envelope on a tray. Lady Victoria opened it without haste or change of colour. "Jack is returned," she said. "How jolly!" replied the other, with equal indifference. CHAPTER II of Ancestors, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. This recording is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 2 "You look tired. I will take you up to your room. Vicky has so many on her hands." The American rose slowly, but with a flash of gratitude in her eyes. "I am tired, and I don't know a soul here. I almost wish Lady Victoria had not asked me down, although I have wanted all my life to visit one of the ancestral homes of England." "Oh, you'll get over that, and used to us," said Miss Thangue, smiling. "Your staircase is behind this door, and we can slip out without attracting attention. They are all gabbling over Jack's election." She opened a door in a corner of the hall where the newly arrived guests were gathered about Lady Victoria's tea table, and led the way up a wide, dark, and slippery stair. After the first landing the light was stronger, and the walls were, to an inch, covered with portraits and landscapes, the effect almost as careless as if the big open space were a lumber room. "Are they all old masters?" asked Miss Isabel Otis, politely, her eyes roving over the dark canvases. "Oh, no, the masters are downstairs. I'll show them to you to morrow. These are not bad, though." "What a lot of ancestors to have!" "Oh, you'll find them all over the house. These are not Gwynnes. This house came to Lord Strathland through the female line. It will be Jack's eventually, one way or another, and Jack must be more like the Eltons than the Gwynnes, unless, indeed, he is like his American ancestors." She turned her soft, non-committal eyes on the stranger. "You are his 31st cousin, are you not?" "Not quite so remote. But why do you call him Jack? He is known to fame as Elton Gwynne." "His name is John Elton Cecil Gwynne. We are given to the nickname these days, to the abbreviation in general." They were walking down a corridor, and Miss Thangue was peering through her lorgnette at the cards on the doors. "I know you are on this side. I wrote your name myself. But exactly where here it is." She opened the door of a square room with large roses on the white wall–paper, and fine old mahogany furniture. The sofa and chairs and windows were covered with a chintz in harmony with the walls. "It is cheerful, don't you think so?" asked Miss Thangue, drawing one of the straight curtains aside. "Vicky had all the rooms done over, and I chose the designs. She is quite intolerantly modern, and holds that when wall–paper and chintz can save an old house from looking like a sarcophagus, why not have them? That bell cord connects with your maid's room. I have no maid. I am not well off at all. I wonder Lady Victoria thought it worth while to ask me down." "Dear me, how odd! May I sit with you a little while? I never before saw a poor American girl." "I'll be only too grateful if you will stay with me as long as you can. I am not exactly poor. I have a ranch near Rosewater, some property, and an old house in San Francisco. All that makes me comfortable, but no more. And there are so many terribly rich American girls." "There are, indeed." Miss Thangue sat forward, with the frank curiosity of the Englishwoman when inspecting a foreign specimen. But her curiosity was kindly, for she was still a girl at heart, interested in other girls. Miss Otis, looking at her blonde, virginal face, took for granted that she was under 30, and owed her weight to a fondness for sweets and sauces. "How can you travel in Europe if you are not rich?" demanded Flora. "I never dare venture over except as the guest of some more fortunate friend." "Are you poor?" asked Miss Otis, her eye arrested by the smart little afternoon frock of lace and chiffon and crêpe de chine. "Oh, horribly! But then we all are over here. If it were not for the Jews and the Americans, we'd have to make our own clothes. The dressmakers never could afford to give us credit." They all looked very wealthy downstairs. Smart, rather. This happens to be a set that knows how to dress. Many don't. You know something of it yourself," she added, with a frank survey of the girl's well-cut travelling frock and small hat. "Lots of Americans don't, if you don't mind my saying so, for all their reputation. I went to a dinner at an American legation once, and 2 of your countrywomen came with their hats on. They had brought letters to the minister, and he hadn't taken the precaution of looking them over. He was terribly mortified, poor thing." She related the anecdote with philanthropic intention, but Miss Otis put her half–rejected doubts to flight by remarking lightly, "We don't do that even in Rosewater." "Where is Rosewater? What a jolly name!" "It is in northern California, not far from Lady Victoria's ranch and what is left of ours. I have spent most of my life in or near it. My father was a lawyer." "Do tell me about yourself." Like most amiable spinsters, she was as interested in the suggestive stranger as in a new novel. She sank with a sigh of comfort into the depths of the chair. "May I smoke? Are you shocked?" Then she coloured apprehensively, fearing that her doubt might be construed as an insult to Rosewater. But Miss Otis met it with her first smile. "Oh, no," she replied. "Will you give me one? Mine are in my trunk, and they haven't brought it up." She took a cigarette from the gaily tendered case, and smoked for a few moments in silence. "I don't know why you should be interested in my history," she said at last, in her slow, cold voice, so strikingly devoid of the natural animation. "It has been far too uneventful. I have an adopted sister, 6 years older than myself, who married 12 years ago. Her husband is an artist in San Francisco, rather a genius, so they are always poor. My mother died when I was little. After my sister married, I took care of my father until I was 21, when he died 4 years ago. There are very good schools in Rosewater, particularly the high school. My father also taught me languages. He had a very fine library. But I do not believe this interests you. Doubtless you want to know something of the life with which Lady Victoria is so remotely connected." "I am far more interested in you. Tell me whichever you like first. How are you related, by the way?" "Father used to draw our family tree whenever he had bronchitis in winter. One of the most famous of the Spanish Californians was Don José Argüello. We are descended from one of his sons, who had a ranch of 100,000 acres in the north. When the Americans came, long after, they robbed the Californians shamefully, but fortunately the son of the Argüello that owned the ranch at the time married an American girl, whose father bought up the mortgages. He left the property to his only grandchild, a girl, who married my great-grandfather, James Otis, a northern rancher born in Boston, and descended from old Sam Adams. He had 2 children, a boy and a girl, who inherited the northern and southern ranches in equal shares. The girl came over to England to visit an aunt who lived here, was presented at court, and straightway married a lord." "Then you are second cousin to Vicky and third to Jack. I had no idea the relationship was so close." "It has seemed very remote to me ever since I laid eyes on Lady Victoria downstairs. Father made me promise just before he died that if ever I visited Europe I would look her up. Somehow I hadn't thought of her except as Elton Gwynne's mother, so I wrote to her without a qualm. But I see that she is an individual." "Rather! How self–contained our great London is, after all! Vicky has been a beauty for over 30 years. To be sure her fame was at its height before you were old enough to be interested in such things. But I should have thought your father—" "He must have known all about her. It comes back to me that he was very proud of the connection for more than family reasons. But it made no impression on me at the time." "Proud?" "Yes, he was rather a snob. He was very clever, but he fell out of things, and being able to dwell on his English and Spanish connections meant a good deal to him. I can recite the family history backwards." "But if he was clever, why on earth did he live in Rosewater? Surely he could have practised in San Francisco." "He drank. When a man drinks he doesn't care much where he lives. My father had fads. but no ambition." "Great heaven!" exclaimed Miss Thangue, aghast at this toneless frankness. "You must have been glad to be rid of him." "I was fond of him, but his death was a great relief. He was a hard, steady, secret drinker. I nursed him through several attacks of delirium tremens, and was always in fear that he would get out and disgrace us. Sometimes he did, although when I saw the worst coming I generally managed to get him over to the ranch. Of course he tied me down. I rarely even visited my sister. My father hated San Francisco. He had practiced there in his youth, promised great things, had plenty of money. The time came—" She shrugged her shoulders, although without the slightest change of expression. "I never lived on my own until he died, but I have lived it ever since." "And the first thing you did with your liberty was to come to Europe," said Miss Thangue, with a sympathetic smile. "Of course. My father and uncle had got rid of most of their property long before they died. There isn't an acre left of our share in the southern estate, but my uncle died 6 years ago and willed me all that remained of the northern, as well as some land in the poorer quarter of San Francisco. I could not touch the principal during the lifetime of my father, but we lived on the ranch and I managed it and was entitled, by the terms of the will, to what I could make it yield. When I was finally mistress of my fortunes I left it in charge of an old servant, sold enough to pay off the mortgage on the property in San Francisco I inherited from my mother, and came to Europe with a personally conducted tour." Miss Thangue shuddered. The phrase unrolled a vista of commonness and attrition. Miss Otis continued calmly: "That is the way I should feel now, but it was my only chance then, or rather I had seen enough of business to avoid making mistakes when I could. In that way I learned the ropes. After we had been rushed about for 6 weeks, and I could not have told you whether the Pitti Palace was in Italy or France, and the celebrated frescoes were one vast pink smudge, the party returned and I wandered on by myself. I spent a winter in Paris and months in Brittany, Austria, Italy, Spain, Munich. It was here that her even tones left their register for a second. I studied the languages, the literatures, the peoples, music, pictures. In Munich," this time Flora's alert ear detected no vibration, "and also in Rome, I saw something of society. It was a life full of freedom, and I shall never cease to be grateful for it, but I must go home soon and look after my affairs. I left England to the last, like the best things of the banquet. I hope Lady Victoria—I shall never be able to call her cousin Victoria, as I remember father did—will be nice to me. I have seen a good deal of life, but have never had a real girl's time, and I should love it. Besides, I have a lot of new frocks." "I am sure Vicky will be nice to you. If she isn't, I'll find some one that will be. You might marry Jack if you have money enough. We are dying to get him married, and a California cousin, it would be too romantic. And you would hold your own anywhere." But Miss Otis expanded a fine nostril. "I have no desire to marry. I feel as if I had had enough of men to last until I am 40, what with those I have buried and others I have known at home and in Europe, to say nothing of the executors of my uncle's will, who did not approve of my coming abroad alone, and delayed the settlement of the estate as long as possible. And now I have had too much liberty. Besides, I have seen Jack's picture, 2 years ago in a magazine. I will confess I had some romantic notions about him. Imagined him very dashing, bold, handsome, insolent if you like, the traditional young aristocrat, glorified by genius. He looks like Uncle Hiram." "Is that who Jack looks like? We never could make it out. No, Jack is not much to look at, except when he wakes up. I have seen him quite transfigured on the platform. But he is as insolent as you could wish, and has a superb confidence in himself that his enemies call by the most offensive names. But he is a dear in spite of all, and I quite adore him." "Perhaps. But life, myself, so many mysteries and problems, upon which I have barely turned a dark lantern as yet, interests me far more than any man could, unless he were superlative. I have had my disillusions." She lit another cigarette and for a few moments looked silently out of the window at the darkening woods beyond the lawn. Flora Thangue regarded her with a swelling interest. It was a type of which she had no knowledge, evidently not a common type, even in the hypothetical land of the free. She had visited New York and Newport and known many Americans. True, she had never met the provincial type before, but she doubted if Rosewater had produced a crop of Isabel Otises. What was at the source of that cold–blooded frankness, so different from the English fashion of alternately speaking out and knowing nothing? Was she merely an egoist? It ran in the family. Or did it conceal much that she had no intention of revealing? Her very beauty was of a type rarely seen in the America of to–day, prevalent as it may have been 100 years ago. She looked like a feminine edition of the first group of American statesmen, although black Spanish hair was pulled carelessly over the high forehead, a heavy coil encircling the head in a long upward sweep, and the half–dreaming, half–penetrating regard of the light–blue eyes was softened by a heavy growth of lash. The eyebrows were low and thick, the upper lip was sensitive, quivering sometimes as she talked, but the lower was firm and full. It was the brow, the profile, the strength of character expressed, the general seriousness of the fine face and head, that made her look like a reversion to the type that gave birth to a nation. But Miss Thangue had seen too much of the world to judge any one by his inherited shell. She had observed many Americans with fine heads and bulging brows, concealing practically nothing, insignificant German heads whose intellects had terrified her, the romantic Spanish eyes of the most unromantic people in Europe, English pride, and an icy mask of breeding guarding from the casual eye the most lawless and ribald instincts. Therefore had she no intention of taking this new specimen on trust, much as she liked her, and she speculated upon her possibilities in the friendly silence that had fallen between them. Life is composed of individuals and their choruses, and Flora, humorously admitting the fact, was far more interested in others than in herself. Only in the dense silky masses of her black hair, and the almost stolid absence of gesture, did the American betray her Spanish ancestry. But how much of the Spaniard, subtle, patient, vengeful, treacherous, mighty in passive resistance and cunning, lay behind those deep, fearless blue eyes of her New England ancestors? Or was she not Spanish at all, but merely a higher type of American, or wholly herself? Would Jack, susceptible and passionate, a worshipper of beauty down among the roots of his abnormal cleverness and egoism, fall in love with her? And what then? The girl, with her strong, stern profile against the shadows, her low, brooding brows, might wield a power far more dangerous than that of the average fascinating woman, if her will marshalled the rest of her faculties, and drove them in a straight line, although the luminous skin as polished as ivory, the low full curves and slow graceful movements of her figure added a potency that Flora, always an amused observer of men, would have been the last to ignore. Victoria, high–bred, fastidious, mocking, yet unmistakably passionate and possibly insurgent, was of that mint of woman about whom men had gone mad since the world began. But this girl, who might be as cold as the moon, or not, looked, in any case, capable of clasping a man's throat with her strong little hand, and gently turning his head from east to west. At this point Miss Thangue rose impatiently and rang a bell. Jack's career was almost at the flood. No woman could submerge his intellect and stupendous interests for more than a moment. "Order lights and have your trunks brought up," she said. "I will send one of the housemaids to help you dress. My room is over on the other side of the house. Go through that door opposite, and down a corridor until you come to another long hall and staircase like the one on this side. You will find my name on the door. Knock at about 8:15, and I will go down with you. Vicky may be in an angelic humour, and she may not. It depends mainly upon whether Jack condescends to turn up. I suppose you know all about him. It would hardly do for you to face him and his mother if you didn't. He has travelled quite exhaustively in the colonies, and given us some of the most informing literature on that subject that we have. He was out in Africa when the Boer War broke out, and once before in India when there was fighting, volunteered both times and did brilliant service. He has no end of medals with clasps. Then he suddenly went in for politics, and announced himself an uncompromising Liberal. It nearly killed his grandfather, Lord Strathland, for Jack is the one person on earth that he loves as much as himself. And it has alienated many of his relatives on both sides, which gave him one more chance to win against terrific odds. He enjoys that sort of thing. He had been in but 2 years when there was a general election, and he has only just got back. He contested 3 divisions before he won his seat this time, and he had almost as hard a fight before. Vicky, who hates the Gwynnes, with the exception of Lord Zeal, the heir, besides believing in Jack as you would in Solomon, has steadily upheld him, and she is a powerful ally, not only one of the most distinguished of the political women, but still turns heads when she chooses, and her game is generally in the cabinet preserves, when it is not in the diplomatic. I must run. Put on your most fetching gown. Julia Kaye, a detestable little parvenu, is here. Jack is in love with her, and she has chosen another. It will be a cousinly duty to console him. Then you can turn him over to some one else. Ta-ta!" Her last words floated back from the depths of the corridor. A clock was striking, and she had pattered off hastily. Chapter 3 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. This recording is in the public domain. By Lynne Thompson. Chapter 3 The Jack, whose more distinguished patronymic was so gaily caracoling down the road to posterity, had arrived, after dressing hastily, sought his mother. Her hair was done, her gown laced. She dismissed her maid at once, and while her eyes melted, in the fashion of mothers, she embraced her son with something more than maternal warmth. A curious suggestion of relief, of stepping out of her own personality, and leaving it like a heap of clothes on the floor. This attitude had occasionally puzzled her idol, but he was too masculine to analyze. She was his best friend, and a delightful person to have for a mother. Her soul might be her own possession undisturbed. He admired her almost as much as he did himself, and to-night he kissed her fondly, and told her gallantly that she was looking even more beautiful than usual. "It is all this white after the dead black," said Lady Victoria, smiling appreciatively. "I am thankful that prolonged mourning is out of date. It made a fright of me, and was getting on my nerves." She wore no jewels save a high diamond dog-collar, and a few sparkling combs in her hair, but she made a superb appearance with the long white sweep of shoulders and bust, her brilliant eyes and smart-tailed gown of black chiffon and Irish lace. Her arms, no longer rounded as when artists have thought to paint her, were but half revealed under floating sleeves, and her fair tapering hands were even younger than her face. She opened a large black fan and moved it slowly, while looking intently at her son's bent profile. "Something has gone wrong," she said. "Have you seen Julia Kaye again?" "No. I was invited to Maundrell Abbey last week, but couldn't manage it, of course, and I knew she was to be here. Nothing has gone wrong, but I had rather a shock this morning. I met Zeal at the club. He looks like a death's head. He vowed he was taking even better care of himself than usual, but his chest is bad again. He talked about going to Davos. The very word makes me sick. In the next breath he said he might go out to Africa. Can't you hurry on his marriage? Persuade Carry that it is in her duty to go with him." "I should have no difficulty persuading Carry. The rub is with him. Compulsory asceticism has bred misogyny, and misogyny scruples. He says that he has sins enough to his account without laying up a reckoning with posterity. If it were not for you, I should agree with him. I feel like a conspirator. There is no reason why his children should be consumptive. Carry's physique is Wagnerian, and she is just the woman to look after her children herself. Zeal's health was thrown to the dogs by a weak, indulgent, frivolous mother, and what she left him he disposed of later, when he made as great an ass of himself as might have been expected. He is a hypochondriac now, and would keep a close watch on his heir's health and habits, you may be sure of that. He ought not to be in London now, it is stifling. Went up for some business meeting or other, seemed to wish to avoid details. I hope to heaven he has not been relieving the monotony of his life by some rotten speculation. I begged him to come down here, but he wouldn't. Says that his hand is no longer steady enough to hold a gun. It's awful. Worse, because I'm not merely fond of him and regretting the possible loss of a good friend. I have felt like a beast all day, but I can't help it. For God's sake, write and persuade him to go to Davos at once, and picture the delights of a pretty and devoted nurse. I feel as if I had ashes in my mouth, and yesterday I was so happy," he burst out, with the petulance of a child. "I shall write to night," she said soothingly. "He has a very slow form of consumption. I have the assurance of his doctors. And at least he has committed himself with Carry, and announced his intention to marry as soon as a sojourn somewhere has made him feel fit again. You know how much better he always is when he comes back. Put it out of your mind to night. I want you to be as happy as I am. Everybody is talking of the brilliance of your campaign." "Much good brilliance will do me if I am to rot in the upper house." "Put it out of your mind. Don't let apprehension control you for a moment. Believe me, will power counts in life for more than everything else combined, and if it isn't watched, it weakens. All right, mummy, you are never so original as when you preach. So Julia Kaye came down this afternoon. Talk about will! Mine should be of pure steel. I have ordered her out of my consciousness these last weeks at the point of the bayonet. She has written me exactly 3 times. However, those letters were charming," he added, with the sudden smile that transfigured his face, routing the overbearing and contemptuous expression that had won him so many enemies. Friends and flatterers, and the happy circumstances of his life, had combined thoroughly to spoil him. "Do you maintain that will can win a woman?" he added sharply. She was the woman to laugh outright at such a suggestion. "No, nor that it can uproot love, although it can give it a good shaking and lock it in the dark room. I doubt if you love Julia Kaye, but you will find that out for yourself. You might bring her to terms by flirting a little with your American cousin." "My what?" He opened his eyes as widely as he had ever done when a schoolboy. "Of course, I forgot you know nothing of her. She wrote me from Ambleside. I infer she has been 'doing' England, and as her credentials were unimpeachable, I asked her down. She has inherited a part of the northern estate, and was brought up in the neighbouring town of Rosewater. The American names are too silly. She seems quite comme il faut, and is remarkably handsome. I detest Americans, as you know, but there certainly is something in blood. I liked her at once. She looks clever, and is quite off the type, none of the usual fluff. If she doesn't bore me, I shall keep her here for a while." "I wish you would adopt her," he said fondly. "I shouldn't be jealous, for I hate to think of you so much alone." He rose and kissed her lightly on the forehead, experience teaching him to avoid a stray hair from the carefully built coiffure. "I'll see if I can waylay Julia on the stairs. She is always late. Keep from 11 to 12 for me to morrow morning. I want to tell you about the campaign. It was a glorious fight." His eyes sparkled at the memory of it. "I felt as if every bit of me had never been alive at once before. My opponent was a splendid chap. It meant something to beat him. The other side was in a rage. More than once yelled for half an hour after I took the platform. When I finished, they yelled again for half an hour, to a different tune." His slight, thin, rather graceless figure seemed suddenly to expand, even to grow taller. Some hidden magnetism burst from him like an aura, and his cold, pasty face and light grey eyes flamed into positive beauty. "It was glorious, glorious! I was intoxicated. I could have reeled, little as they suspected it. I wouldn't part for a second with the certainty that I am the biggest figure in young England to day. I hate to sleep and forget it. If I cultivated modesty, I should renounce one for the exquisite pleasures of life. Humility is a superstition. The man who doesn't weed it out is an ass. To be young, well born, with money enough, a brain instead of a mere intelligence, an essential leader of men. Good God! Good God!" Then he subsided and blushed, jerked up his shoulders and laughed. "Well, I never let myself go to any one but you," he said, "and I won't inflict you any longer." Chapter 4 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. Recording is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 4 "I wish the old homes of England had electric lights," thought Miss Otis, with a sigh. There were 4 candles on the dressing table, 2 on the mantel shelf. Beyond the radius of their light the room was barely visible. She carried one of the candles over to the cheval glass, and held it above her head, close to her face, low on either side. "I feel as if I had been put together by some unpleasant mechanical process. It is well I am not inordinately vain, but when one puts on a new dress for the first time—" She shrugged her shoulders hopelessly, replaced the candle, and walked up and down the room, swinging the train, her first, of the charming gown of pale blue satin, patting the hair coiled softly about the entire head in a line eminently becoming to the profile, and prolonged by several little curls escaping to the neck. She felt happy and excited, her fine, almost severe face far more girlishly alive than when she had told her story, provocatively dry, to Flora Thangue. She directed an approving glance at the high heels of her slippers, which, with her lofty carriage, produced the effect of non–existing inches. She was barely 5 feet 5, but she ranked with tall women, her height as unchallenged as the chiselling of her profile. "What frauds we all are!" she thought, with a humour of which she had not vouchsafed Miss Thangue a hint. But what is a cunningly made slipper on a foot not so small, at the end of a body not quite long enough, but an encouraging example of the triumph of art over nature? Not the superiority, perhaps, but they are the best of working partners. She sat down and recalled the conversation with her new friend, giving an amused little shudder. She had heard much of, and in her travels come into contact with, the cold–blooded frankness of the English elect, with whom it was either an instinct or a pose to manifest their careless sense of impregnability. When pressed to give an account of herself, the dramatic possibilities of the method suddenly appealed to her, accompanied by a mischievous desire to outdo them at their own game and observe the effect. She had found herself as absorbed as an actress in a new and congenial rôle. "After all," she thought, "clever women make themselves over in great part, uprooting here, adopting there, and as we have so little chance to be anything, there is a good deal to be got out of it. If one cannot be a genius, one can at least be an artist. I have never had much cause to be as direct as stage lightning, but as I enjoyed it, I suppose I must infer that even brutal frankness is not foreign to my nature. Perhaps, like father, I am a snob at heart, and like the sensation of a sort of artistic alliance with the British aristocracy. Well, if I develop snobbery, I can root out that weed, or persuade myself that some other motive is at the base of a disposition to adopt any of the characteristics of this people. A woman can persuade herself of any sophistry she chooses. Not for anything would I be a man. Absolutely to accept the facts of life, even the ugly, unvarnished fact itself, and at the same time to invent one's own soul–tunes. That is to be a woman, and free. A printed square of cardboard on her writing–table had informed her that the dinner hour was 8:30. She looked at her watch. It was 5 minutes to the time. Once more she peered into the glass, shook out her skirts, then sought a door in a far and dusky corner. It opened upon a long dimly lit corridor which led into another at right angles, and Isabel presently found herself at the head of a staircase similar to the one on her side of the house. Here, too, the walls were hung with portraits and landscapes, and as far down as the eye could follow. But after glancing over them for a moment, with the recurring weariness of one who has seen too many pictures in the hard ways of European travel, her eyes lit and lingered on the figure of a young man who stood on the landing, his back to her, examining, with a certain tensity, a canvas on a level with his eyes. Uncle Hiram! John Elton Cecil Gwynne! What a likeness, and what a difference! The young Englishman's hair, pale in color and very smooth, was worn longer than the fashion, the ends lilting. As he turned slowly at the rustle of descending skirts, this eccentricity and his colorless skin made him look the pale student rather than the gallant soldier, the best fighter on the hustings that England had seen for 25 years. As Isabel walked carefully down the slippery stair, she veiled her eyes to hide the wonder in them. She had expected personality, magnetism, as a compensation for nature's external economies. His apparent lack of both made him almost repellent, awakened in Isabel a sensation of antagonism, and the cool speculation in his light gray eyes merely accentuated his general dearth of charm. True, he had height, although his carriage was unimposing. His head was large and well proportioned, his nose and chin salient, but the straight, heavy mouth was as contemptuous as a Prussian officer's, and in spite of his grooming he looked old-fashioned, absurdly like Uncle Hiram, who had been a country lawyer and farmer, and had always worn broadcloth in the hottest weather, except, to be sure, when he wore a linen duster, or sat on the veranda in his shirt–sleeves, his feet on the railing. However, she smiled, and he smiled politely in return, advancing a few steps to meet her. "I hope you have heard of me," she said. "Your mother is so busy. English people are so indifferent to details. I am your cousin, Isabel Otis. Of course my mother has spoken of you. I am very glad to see you in my house," he added, hospitably. "Shall I show you the way?" He made no further remark as they descended the darker section of the stair, and she could think of nothing to say to him. Nor did she particularly care to think of anything, the American in her resenting his lack of effort. But as they reached the door she paused abruptly. "I forgot. Miss Thangue asked me to knock at her door." "You take us too seriously," he said, with a slight sneer. "Flora has evidently forgotten you. She came down a quarter of an hour ago." Isabel lifted her head still higher, annoyed at the angry blood that leaped to her face. "I am afraid I am rather literal," she said, with more hauteur than the occasion demanded. "But perhaps you will tell me where to go. There seems to be a bewildering number of rooms. After 3 years of lodgings in Europe, to say nothing of the modest architecture of Rosewater, I feel as if astray in a maze." "You got that off as if you were a masquerading princess," he said, with a flicker of humour in his eyes. "Americans generally bluff the other way." He opened the door. "We meet here in the hall. There is my mother. You are not obliged to speak to her, you know. We are less formal in life than in novels." With this parting shot he left her abruptly, and joined a small dark woman with a plebeian face, a sensual mouth, and magnificent black eyes. The rude beast! Julia Kaye, of course. But Isabel forgot them both in the novelty of the scene. The square white hall was lit with wax candles and shaded lamps, and filled with a murmur of voices, beautiful gowns, the sparkle of jewels. Isabel dismissed the memory of early trials, the long years she had lived in the last 3, her philosophic resignation to the disillusions and disappointments with which her liberty had been pitted. It was her first appearance in the world of fashion, which she entered, after all, by a sort of divine right. Trepidation was undeveloped in her, and when she had stood for a moment, quite aware that her proud and singular beauty had won her instant recognition, she walked over to her hostess. No fresh demand was made on her courage. Lady Victoria's early mood of colossal indifference had been dissipated by her son's return. She greeted Isabel with a dazzling smile and a winning gesture. "Isn't Jack a darling? Isn't he a dear?" she commanded. "I have put you on his left, that you may be sure not to be bored. What hair! That is your legacy from Spain. I have the eyes, but I never had a foot of hair. I hope you are comfortable. I expect you to remain a week. I am so glad that Jack will be here. The place is intolerably dull without him." Isabel, warming to such maternal ardor in a beauty whose years were prematurely emphasized by a son as conspicuous as Elton Gwynne, summoned a few vague words of enthusiasm. She was reproached politely for wandering about England for 2 months before discovering herself to her relatives. Then, Lady Victoria's interest waning, she turned to a young man, handsome and Saxon and orthodox, and said casually, "Jimmy, you will take in Miss Otis." Dinner had already been announced. The twain, in complete ignorance of each other's identity, walked through a long line of rooms, almost unfurnished but for the scowling or smiling dead crowding the walls. Isabel decided that she would be as effortless as the English and see what came of it. The practised instinct of the American girl, added to the excessive hospitality of the Californian, would have led her to put her companion immediately at ease. But not only was she fond of experimenting with racial characteristics upon her own hidden possibilities, but she was intensely proud, and the English attitude had stung her more than once. "Why should I please them?" she thought contemptuously. "Let them please me." Her companion betrayed no eagerness to please her, and during the first 10 minutes at table he talked to Gwynne about the late elections. Evidently he too had emerged from the political fray triumphant. Isabel sat like a stately picture by Reynolds, and after her slow gaze had travelled over the dark full-length portraits of the kings and queens that had honored Capheaton, it dropped to the more animated faces in the foreground. The men were good-looking, with hardly an exception. Judging by their carriage, they might all have been army men. But as every word that floated to the head of the table was political, they possibly had followed their successful host's example, and adopted an equally intermittent career. One or two of the women were almost as handsome as Lady Victoria, with their superb figures, their complexions of claret and snow, that blending of high breeding and warm palpitating humanity one never sees outside of England. But others within Isabel's range were too haggard for beauty, although one had a Burne-Jones face, and her eyes gazed beyond the company with an expression that made her seem pure spirit. But she too looked tired, delicate, curiously overworked. Opposite Isabel was a tall, buxom young woman of the purest Saxon type, who was talking amiably with the man on her right, and occasionally shaking with deep and silent laughter. Her intimate, casual manner, her slight movements, her accentuation, manifestly bred in the bone. Suddenly it was borne in upon Isabel's always sensitive consciousness that she was the only haughty and reserved person present, and she felt provincial and laughed frankly at herself. The lady across the table claiming the attention of the host, she turned to her own partner. Her black eyelashes were long, and under their protecting shadow she swept a glance at the card above the young man's plate. It was inscribed Lord Hexam. She saw her opportunity, and asked ingenuously, "How can you be a member of the House of Commons?" He looked up from his fish, and replied, somewhat cuttingly, "By contesting a borough and getting elected." "But I thought a peer could not be in the House of Commons." "He can't." "Then how can you be?" "I'm not a peer." He looked very much annoyed. "But you are Lord Hexam." He answered sulkily, "I happen to be the son of a peer." "Are you irritated because I know nothing about you?" asked Isabel cruelly. "Do you suppose I have wasted my time in England reading Burke?" "No, there are too many sights," he replied, more cruelly still. "They are far more interesting than most of the people I have met." Then she changed her tactics and smiled upon him. and when she smiled she showed a dimple hardly larger than a pin's head at one corner of her flexible mouth. For the first time he looked under her eyelashes into the odd blue eyes, with their dilated pupils and black rim edging the light iris. He suddenly realized that she was beautiful, in spite of the 3 little black moles on her face (he detested moles), and smiled in return. "I am afraid I was rude, but I am really shy, and you quite took it out of me. I'm more afraid of the American girl than of anything on earth." "How did you know I was an American?" "By your accent," he laughed good naturedly. "Now I am even with you." "Well, you are. Californians pride themselves upon having no accent." "Oh, it's not nearly so bad as some, but it is there all the same. Not a twang nor a drawl, but well, every country has its unmistakable stamp." "Well, I have no desire to be taken for anything but an American," she said defiantly. "A Californian, that is. After all, we are quite different. But we do have an appealing variety of accents in the United States. I have lived abroad long enough to discover that. When I am an old maid I am going to mount the platform and preach the training of the voice in childhood. I have taken a violent dislike to more than one clever American man merely because he trailed his voice through his nose. I don't mind our vices being criticized as much as our crudities. I never before heard an American girl make a remark that indicated the least interest in her country, even when, pardon me, they brag. They generally give the impression that they don't even know who happens to be the president of the moment. Somehow you look as if you might." "I was brought up by a man, and my uncle was a great politician in a small way. That is to say, he was identified with country politics only. But he and my father were everlastingly discussing the national issues. Of course, you have only met girls from the great cities, where the men are too busy making money to take any interest in public affairs. The women rarely hear them mentioned, practically forget there are such affairs, except on the 4th of July, which they resent as a personal grievance. I have met scores of them in Europe. To know anything of politics they regard as the height of bad form. Sometimes I wish our women would let them alone for a while. That is my sister over there," indicating the lady with the Burne-Jones face. "She has worn herself to a shadow working for her husband, who is in the House, and she is heart and soul in politics, which she regards as a sort of divine mission. She is on several committees, is far more useful to her husband than his secretary, for she has the gift of style, and no one would accuse Rex of that. And during an election she never rests. Besides which, of course, she has her little family, the usual number of establishments to look after, and great social pressure. I always maintain that our women are of immense service to us, but many of them are physically unfit. I expect to see my sister go to pieces any day, and as she is little short of an angel, it worries me." "She does look angelic," said Isabel sympathetically. "Is that what is the matter with the rest of them, the thin ones, I mean?" "Generally speaking. The thinnest is my cousin. I went in for a cup of tea a week or two before the end of the last session. There were several of us about the tea table when a footman entered and muttered something to her, and with a vague word of apology she left the room and did not return for half an hour. I thought the baby must be dying, and was about to ring, when she reappeared and remarked that she had been sitting at the telephone listening to a paper her husband had just finished on one of the questions before the House. Some of them stand it better." He indicated a fair beautiful creature, with a determined profile and deep womanly figure. "There is Mrs. Sefton, for instance. She presides at committee meetings. She is great on colonial politics, for 3 or 4 hours at a time, and always sails out as fresh as a rose. But she has buried her husband, and entertains when and whom she chooses. Lady Cecilia, opposite, understands politics as well as any woman in England, but does not go in for them. Spence isn't in the house. That may account for it." "Your fashionable women do not in the least resemble ours," said Isabel meditatively. "They are far more like the women of our small towns." "What?" "It sounds paradoxical, but it is more than half true. Say 2/3. The other third is all in favour of your women, for obvious reasons. But those I speak of, the best women of every small town, are constantly active in civic affairs. Most of the sanitary improvements and the educational, all schemes for parks and better streets, come from them. There is no village too small to have its Woman's Improvement Club, and it is the women that have saved all the historical buildings in the country from destruction." "I thought they went in for Browning societies." "Doubtless you would scorn really to know anything of American humour. Perhaps our comic papers have never heard of the improvement clubs, or find nothing in them that is humorous. Not that I would decry the Browning clubs, nor any literary clubs, however crude. It is all in the line of progress. Culture is a tempting morsel for the joke–maker, but as an alternative for dull domesticity and the vulgar inanities of gossip, it is not to be despised." "By Jove, you are right," said Hexam, not without warmth. "Is my fair cousin converting you to something?" asked the host. His voice had been little heard, and he looked sulky. "Cousin?" "Yes, he is my cousin," said Isabel, with the accent of resignation. Hexam laughed. Gwynne looked as if the grace of humour had been left out of him. Isabel, innocent and impassive, turned her eyelashes upon her partner. "I was quite wild to meet my cousin," she went on, in a toneless voice that contrasted so effectively with her occasional extravagance of speech. "And now I find him the precise image of my uncle Hiram, who never spoke to me except to say, 'Little girls should be seen and not heard,' or 'Run off to bed now, little one.'" Without repitching her voice, she yet infused it with a patronizing masculinity that once more startled Hexam into laughter, and caused a silent convulsion in the massive frame of Lady Cecilia Spence. "She knows that was a bit of vengeance," thought Isabel. "But of course, manlike, he'll never suspect it." She turned her deep thoughtful gaze full upon her cousin. His eyes were glittering under their heavy lids. He replied suavely: "I hope you will find us more polite, if less picturesque. I cannot flatter myself that my likeness to your uncle Hiram extends that far. Precise image, is not that perhaps a bit of a national exaggeration?" "Well, I take that back," said Isabel, sweetly. "But you really might be his son instead of his second cousin." "Perhaps that accounts for a good many things," said Lady Cecilia. "You know, Jack, I have always said there was something exotic about you. You are much too energetic and progressive for this settled old country. If you had been born in America, I suppose you would have been president at the earliest moment the Constitution permitted." He hesitated a moment, then delivered himself of a bombshell. "I was born in America," he said. His eyes moved slowly from one stupefied face to another. "As I left at the age of 5 weeks, I can hardly claim that the incident left an indelible impress, but the fact remains that I should be eligible for the presidency if I chose to become an American citizen." Isabel looked at her relative with an accession of interest. He had suddenly ceased to be an alien, become in a measure a personal possession. "Come over and try it," she said impulsively. "There is a career worth while. A young country as full of promise as of faults. Think of the variousness of achievement. England's history is made. If you are all they claim, you might really make history in the United States. If I only had a brother—" Her eyes were flashing for the first time. "However, they say you love the fight. It is far more difficult to become a president of the United States than a prime minister of England, for with us family influence counts for nothing." "I am afraid I have not the qualities that do count. To be as frank as yourself, I don't think I could stand your politics." "But think of the excitement of really sounding your capacities." Impersonality was an achievement with Isabel, and she could always command it. "You can never do that here, no matter how brilliant your success. There must always be the question of how far you would have gone without your family and friends of equal power. The ugliest lesson in life is its snobbishness. Even when the herd can expect no return, a blind instinct, doubtless as inheritance from the days when there were but two classes, drives it to beat the drums for the socially elect. We have enough of that in America, heaven knows, but the best thing that can be said of American politics is that they are free of it. Besides, if our politics are bad, so much the better for you. You might do for the United States what your English great-grandfather helped to do for this country in 1832. You might be another great revolutioner, like your still more illustrious ancestor, Sam Adams. You'll never, never have such an opportunity to become a great historical figure over here, for English dissatisfaction hardly counts, and in the United States there are increasing millions that demand reform, a closer approach to the ideal republic promised by their ancestors, and the man for the hour." The angry glitter had left his eyes, and he was looking at her with interest and curiosity. He respected her courage and obvious power to rise above the personal attitude of her sex. "I dislike intensely many things in your country," he said slowly, "but I will confess that it interests me greatly. If it has failed in some of its original ideals, it has at least continued to be a republic for more than a century. And when one considers its enormous size and conflicting elements, for I suppose you will not claim that you are a homogeneous race, that is very inspiring. It makes one believe that fundamentally the country must be sound, that unswerving fidelity to an ideal. It is a great thing, a stupendous thing. I wish I knew that I should live to see England, all Europe, a republic. There is no other state fit for self-respecting men, that voice in the selection of their own rulers." "By Jove, Jack!" cried Lord Hexam, "I never heard you go as far as that before." "Possibly you never will again. I have no desire to rank with those brilliant failures that are born before their time, and no intention of wasting my energies on the unattainable. Moreover, radicals and socialists per se are merely a nuisance. The Liberal party is the only choice in England to day, and when I get it at my back, I can, at least, after I have led it to a stronger position, fight for the soundest of the extremist dogmas, as well as for the reorganization of the House of Peers. Hereditary legislation in the 20th century and the most civilized country in the world! Why not a hereditary army and navy? Russia has few greater anachronisms, and when one thinks of the careers it has ruined, look at Barnstaple." The two men plunged into discussion, and Isabel, her eyes expressing a polite interest, studied the face of her cousin. She appreciated for the first time something of its power. A brief illumination of his eyes had betrayed the soul of the idealist, a passion that in a less sound mind might result in fanaticism. He was talking with none of the fiery enthusiasm that made him so irresistible a public speaker, but his negative suggestion of vitality, of mature thought, his very lack of everyday magnetism, fascinated her. Not the woman, but the acute, receptive, and antagonistic intelligence. As he sat there talking, with hardly a change of expression in his voice, or on his cold face, faintly sneering, he seemed to be holding his powers in solution; to have resolved them for the time being into their elements, that they might rest and recuperate. While no doubt in first-rate physical condition, he looked as if he had not a red corpuscle in his body, and this very contrast to the warm full-blooded people surrounding him gave him a distinction of his own, the distinction of pure brain independent of those auxiliaries that few public men have been able to dispense with. It was obvious that he was too self–centred, too haughtily indifferent, or too spoilt, to make any effort in private life to charm or bewilder. When he vanquished from the platform, it was by the awakened rush of the forces within him, and this very indifference, this contemptuous knowledge of his mighty reserves, this serene faith in his star, invested his personal unattractiveness with a formidable significance. Isabel's imagination dilated him into a disembodied intellect surrounded by mere statues of human flesh. As she left the dining–room the illusion vanished. She liked him less than ever, nevertheless wished that he were her brother and the rising star in American politics. CHAPTER V Chapter 5 of Ancestors, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 5. As the women entered a large room on the opposite side of the central hall, where coffee was to be served, Flora Thangue laid her hand deprecatingly on Isabel's arm. "I was so sorry not to be able to wait for you," she said, "but I had a distracted note from Vicky at 8, asking me to dress as quickly as I could and see if the cards on the table were all right. The new butler is rather a muff, and such a martinet, the footmen dare not interfere. I was delighted to see that Jack had taken charge of you. What do you think of our infant prodigy?" "I have had little chance to think anything," said Isabel evasively. "Is he the typical Englishman? I mean apart from his peculiar gifts." "Only in certain qualities. You see, he has Celtic blood in him. Of course the Gwynnes had their origin in Wales, and then he is 1/4 American, isn't he? I can't say how far that inheritance has influenced his character, but there is no doubt about the Celtic. Outwardly, he is even more impassive than the usual Oxford product, and if he had been born a generation earlier he would have had all sorts of affectations. But affectation, thank heaven, is out of date. We wouldn't tolerate a grand court 5 minutes. Whom should you like to talk to? You will have enough of me." "I'm sure there is no one I shall like half so well," said Isabel truthfully, and Flora loved her for not being gracious. "I think I should like to know Mrs. Kaye." "If you ever do, please give me the benefit of your investigations. There are as many opinions of her as there are of cats. Vicky believes in her, and I don't. Jack is in love with her, with certain of his Celtic instincts gone wrong." She led Isabel over to Mrs. Kaye, who sat alone on a small sofa, sipping her coffee and absently puffing at a cigarette. She was exquisitely dressed and jewelled, and her little figure was round and symmetrical, but nothing could obscure the ignoble modelling of her face. She might have been misunderstood for a housemaid masquerading, had it not been for an air of assured power, a repose as monumental as that of a Chinese joss. She had cultivated a still radiance of expression which, when she thought it worth her while, broke into a tender or brilliant smile, although even then her large ripe mouth retained a hint of the austerity her strong will had imposed upon it, to the more complete undoing of the masculine host. She smiled graciously as Miss Thangue murmured the introduction and moved away, but did not offer the other half of the sofa, and Isabel fetched a chair. "You are the American cousin, of course," she said, with a slight lisp. "We were all talking about you down at our end of the table, but I could not see you until just now. I long to go to America. Your novels interest me so much. But one is always so busy. One never gets time for the Atlantic. Lady Victoria says you come from that wonderful country, California, but of course you know New York and Newport still better. All Americans do." "I have never seen Newport, and passed exactly a week in New York before sailing." Mrs. Kaye's expressive eyes, which had dwelt on Isabel with flattering attention, fell to the tip of her cigarette. "No? I thought that all smart Americans came from that sacred precinct." "I am not in the least smart. I don't really know half a dozen people in America outside of the county in which I have spent the greater part of my life, not even in San Francisco, where I was born." Isabel held her cigarette poised in one slender hand, letting her eyes fall deliberately on the broad back and flat nails of the exquisitely kept section on Mrs. Kaye's lap. "So far, in my small social ventures, I have felt the necessity of little beyond good manners and a small independent income. This is my first excursion into the great world, and of course my cousin is too secure in her position to care whether I am smart or not. Miss Thangue, the only other woman I have talked with, is far too amiable and well bred. Am I to understand that I shall be tried by New York measurements and found wanting?" "Oh, no!" Mrs. Kaye's bright colour had darkened. "On the contrary, the English are always rather amused at American distinctions. It only happens that all my friends are New Yorkers." She was a very clever woman, for snobbery had blunted and demoralized only one small chamber of her brain, and she had as comprehensive a knowledge of the world as any woman in it. Nevertheless, as her powerful magnetic eyes met the ingenuous orbs opposite, she was unable to determine whether the barbed words, quivering in a sore spot, had been uttered in innocence or intent. "Of course one doesn't meet so many Americans after all. Naturally, the New Yorkers being the best letters." She paused a moment as if ruminating, then delivered herself of an epigram. "New York is the great American invention for separating the wheat from the tares." "Indeed!" Isabel was too surprised to strike back. "It is well known that it is one of the most exclusive social bodies in the world. You have far less difficulty over here." "That may be merely owing to the fear that affects all new social bodies. I have the honor to know the leader of society in St. Peter, a town of 10,000 inhabitants near my own, and she is frightfully exclusive. She is so afraid of knowing the wrong sort of people that she is barely on nodding terms with the several thousand new comers that have added to the wealth and importance of the town during the last 10 years. Consequently, her circle is as dull as an Anglo Saxon Sunday. I fancy the same may be said of New York, for its fashionable set is not large, and its interests are far from various. From all I have heard, London society alone is perennially interesting, and the reason is, that absolutely secure, it keeps itself from staleness by constantly refreshing its veins with new blood, exclusive only against offensiveness. Of course you are a daughter of a duke or something," she added wickedly. "Everybody here seems to be. Don't you feel that your ancestors have given you the right to know whom you please, instead of eternally plugging the holes in the dike?" In spite of her sharpened wits, Mrs. Kaye smiled radiantly into Isabel's guileless eyes. "I am not the daughter of a duke. I wish I were," she exclaimed, with a fair assumption of aristocratic frankness. "But your point is quite correct." Again she appeared to ruminate, then added, "The British aristocracy is to society what God is to the world, all sufficient, all merciful, all powerful." "And she would sacrifice him and all his archangels to an epigram," thought Isabel, who was somewhat shocked. "How fearfully clever you are!" she murmured. "Do you think in epigrams?" "Epigrams? Have I made one? I wish I could. They are immensely the fashion." "I should think you might have set it." She did not finish her sentence, for the ear to which it was addressed suddenly closed. Lady Cecilia Spence had sauntered up, and Mrs. Kaye hastily made room for her on the sofa, turning a shoulder upon Isabel. A faint change, as by the agitation of depths on the far surface of waters, rippled her features, and Isabel, summoning the impersonal attitude, watched her curiously. It was her first experience of the snob in a grandiose setting, but it was the type that had aroused her most impassioned inward protest all her life. The smallest circles have their snobs, and, like all the unchosen of Mammon, she had had her corroding experiences. But her high spirit resented the power of the baser influences, and, with her intellect, commanded her to accept the world with philosophy, and the unsheathed weapon of self-respect. In the present stage of the world's development, it was to be expected that the pettier characteristics of human nature would predominate, and perhaps the intellectually exclusive would not have it otherwise. Mrs. Kaye, polite tolerance giving place to the accent of intimacy, began, "Oh, Lady Cecilia, have you heard?" and plunged into a piece of gossip, no doubt of absorbing interest to those that knew the contributory circumstances and the surnames of the actors, but to the uninitiated as puzzling as success. Lady Cecilia's eyes twinkled appreciatively, and her wells of laughter bubbled close to the surface. Isabel, completely ignored, waited until the story was finished, and then made a deliberate move. "How interesting!" she exclaimed. "Won't you tell me the names of the people?" Mrs. Kaye, without turning her head, murmured something indistinctly, and lit another cigarette. "Won't you have a light, Lady Cecilia?" she asked. "Please give me one," said Isabel sweetly. She reached out and took the cigarette from Mrs. Kaye's faintly resisting hand. "Thank you. I am lazy about looking for matches. Do you smoke a lot?" But Mrs. Kaye, irritated, or having reached the conclusion that the newcomer was not in the very least worth while, said with soft fervour to her who was: "How delightful that dear Jack was returned! Of course you are as interested in his career as the rest of us." "I should be a good deal more so if his mother had turned him across her knee a little oftener, or if I could shake him myself occasionally." Isabel, satisfied, more amazed than ever at the infantile ingenuousness of the snob, rose and was about to turn away when she met Lady Cecilia's eyes. They were full of amusement, and there was no mistaking its purport. In a flash Isabel had responded with a challenge of appeal, which that accomplished dame was quick to understand. "Please don't go," she said. "I came over here to talk to you. We are all so interested in the idea that Vicky is half an American. We had quite forgotten it. Did you ever see any one look less as if she had American cousins than Vicky? She might easily have a whole tribe of Spanish ones." "Well, she has in a way," and in response to many questions Isabel found herself relating the story of Rezanov and Concha Argüello, while Mrs. Kaye, whatever may have been her sensations, rose with an absent smile, and composedly transferred herself to an equally distinguished neighbourhood. "I wonder if she has ever tried to condense rudeness into an epigram," said Isabel viciously, pausing in her narrative. Lady Cecilia shook expressively. "At least she has not made an art of it," she said. "They never do." Chapter 6 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. This recording is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 6 The next morning Isabel, after little sleep, rose early and went out for a walk. She had sat up until 11, listening to the puzzling jets of conversation, or watching the bridge players, and when she had finally reached her room, tired and excited, Flora Thangue had come in for a last cigarette and half an hour of chat. Her first evening in the new world had had its clouded moments, for it was impossible not to feel the alien, and the kindness of English people, no matter how deep, is casual in expression. But on the whole she had felt more girlishly happy and ebullient than since her sister had gone her own way and left a heavy burden for young shoulders behind her. In the freedom of a girl in Europe, no matter how prized, there is much of loneliness in idleness, a constant attitude of defence, moments of bitter wonder and disgust, and, to the analytical mind, an encroaching dread of a more normal future with a chronic canker of discontent. Isabel had by no means passed her European years in the procession that winds from the Tiber to the Seine, prostrating itself at each successive station of architecture or canvas, nor even devoted the major portion of her time to the investigation of the native, deeply as the varying types had interested her. Her intellectual ambition, as is often the case with the American provincial girl, had been even stronger than her desire for liberty and pleasure, and she had spent several months with the Archæological Society of Rome, read deeply in Italian history and art, attended lectures at the Sorbonne, and spent nearly a year in Berlin, Dresden, Munich, and Vienna, studying that modern stronghold of dramatic literature, the German theatre. It had been the living dream of long winter evenings, when she had not dared to join in the festivities of the other young folk, lest her father should stray beyond her control. He would, when the demon was quiescent, sit at home if she read to him, and she had learned to read and dream at the same time. It was only at the beginning of her third year of liberty, when, in spite of shifting scenes, the entire absence of daily cares and of heavy responsibilities involving another had given her longer hours for thought and introspection, that the poisonous doubt of the use of it all had begun to work in a mind that had lost something of the ardour of novelty. The eternal interrogations had obtruded themselves in her unfortunate girlhood, and she had questioned the voiceless infinite, but angrily, with youth's blind rebellion against the injustice of life. The anger and rebellion had been comatose in these years of freedom, but the maturer brain was the more uneasy, at times appalled. For what was she developing, perfecting herself? She had no talent, with its constant promises, its occasional triumphs, its stimulating rivalries, to give zest to life, and there were times when she envied the student girls in Munich with their absurd reform dress, their cigarettes and beer in cheap restaurants and theatres, their more than doubtful standards. Although she had her own private faith, and never hesitated to pray for anything she wanted, she was not of those that can make a career of religion. Her mind and temperament were both too complex, and she was unable to interest herself in creeds and theologies, and congregations. Now and again she had considered seriously the study of medicine, architecture, law, of perfecting herself for criticism of some sort, for she had spoken with a measure of truth when she had assured Flora that she had no wish to marry. In her depths she had been, romantic and given to dreaming, but the manifold weaknesses of her father, who had been one of the most brilliant and accomplished of men, a graduate of Harvard, and the possessor of many books, and the selfish and tyrannous exactions which had tempered his enthusiasm for all things feminine, the caustic tongue and overbearing masculinity of her uncle, who had been as weak in his way as her father, for he had lost the greater part of his patrimony on the stock market, and the charming inconsequence of her brother-in-law, who loved his family extravagantly, and treated them like poor relations, had not prepared her to idealize the young men she had met in Rosewater and Europe. She had been sought and attracted more than once during her years of liberty, but her prejudices, and the deep cold surface of temperament peculiar to American girls of the best class, lent a fatal clarity of vision, and although she had studied men as deeply as she dared, the result had but intensified the sombre threat of the future. It was quite true that she had half consciously believed that hope would live again, and justify itself in Elton Gwynne, and the disappointment at the first glimpse of his portrait was so crushing that she had buried her sex under an avalanche of scorn. But scorn is far more volcanic than glacial, and a poor barrier between sex and judgment. It needed more than that, and more than disillusions of the second class, no matter how inordinate, to give a girl the cool reality of poise that had stimulated the curiosity of Miss Thangue. And this Isabel had encountered during the most critical period of her inner life, in the beautiful city by the Isar. The experience had been so brief and tremendous, the incidents so crowding and tense, the climax so hideous, that she had been stunned for a time, then emerged into her present state of tranquil and not unpleasant philosophy, when the present moment, if it contained distraction, was something to be grateful for, otherwise to be borne with until the sure compensation arrived. The future had neither terror for her nor any surpassing concern, although all her old impersonal interest in life had revived, and she was still too young not to be very much like other girls when circumstances were propitious, and at last she had conceived, or evolved, a definite purpose. This morning she was living as eagerly as ever during her first deep months in Europe. The excitement of the evening still possessed her. She had held her own, received homage, lived a little chapter in an English novel. Above all, she was young, she was free, she was no longer unhappy, and she loved the early morning and swift walking. It was Sunday. The shooting would not begin until the morrow. Everybody except herself, apparently, still slept. The breakfast hour was 9:30. She walked down a long lane behind the lawns and entered the first of the coverts. There was a drowsy whir of wings, once, that was all. There was a glint of dancing water in the heavier shades, a rosy light beyond the farthest of the trees in the little wood where the delicate pendant leaves hung asleep in the sweet peace. There was not an expiring echo of her own wild forests here, not any likeness to the splendid royal preserves of Germany and Austria, with their ancient trees, their miles of garnished floor, the sudden glimpse of chamois or stag standing on a rocky ledge against the sky as if drilled for his part. These woods had a quality all their own, of nature in her last little strongholds, but smiling, serenely triumphant, of tempered heat without chill, above all, of perfect peace. Nothing in England had impressed Isabel like this atmosphere of peace that broods over its fields and lanes, its woods and fells, in the evening and early morning hours; the atmosphere that makes it seem to be set to the tune of Wordsworth's verses, and to keep it everlastingly old fashioned and out of all relation to its towns. As she left the wood she saw a big haystack, as firm and shapely of outline as a house, not a loose wisp anywhere. A girl, bareheaded, was driving a cow across a field. A narrow river moved as slowly as if the world had never awakened. The road turned to her right and led to an old stone village, with a winding, broken street, and several oak trees, a pump, and a long green bench. It might have been a deserted village, for the English rise far later than the southern races that have fallen so far behind them in importance and wealth. Beyond the village, on a rise of ground, was the church, its square grey tower crumbling down upon its ancient graves. In the distance were farms, coverts, another village, a grey spire against the blossoming red of the sky, and all over, peace. Peace. Had anything ever really disturbed it? Would there ever be any change? England had been devastated to the roots, would be again, no doubt, but unless it became one vast London, it would brood on into eternity, with the slight defiant smile of a beautiful woman in an enchanted sleep. "Are you, too, an early bird?" Isabel flew out of her reverie. Lady Victoria was approaching from a forking road. She wore a short skirt, leggings, and heavy boots, and she was bright, fresh, almost rosy from swift walking. "I have gone 5 miles already," she said, smiling, "but I believe you were sauntering." "Only just now, to absorb it all. I, too, can do my 5 miles an hour, although Californians are the laziest people in the world about walking." "Then if you are up to a sharp trot, we'll go to that farthest village. My land steward has been telling me a painful tale about one of my young women, and I intend to ask her some embarrassing questions while she is still too stupid with sleep to lie." "Your young women? Is all this your estate?" "It belongs to Strathland, but I have lived here since I married, and now the place is virtually Jack's. These people have been my particular charge for 30 years, and will continue to be until my son marries. There are only about 100 families on the estate altogether, but they keep one busy." "I can't imagine you in the working rôle of the Lady Bountiful. Last night, at least, if I had written to my friend Annabel Colton, I should have devoted pages to your more famous attributes, but I should never have thought of this." "Indeed, if one could languish through life in the shell of a mere beauty, that life would be a good deal simpler proposition than it is. Unfortunately, there are complications, and, agreeable or not, one accepts them as one does enemies, husbands, stupid servants, and all other mortal thorns. But I am not uninterested in my people here, not by any means, and they bore me less than going to court and visiting my father-in-law. I watch them from birth, see that they are properly clothed and fed, that they go to school as soon as they are old enough, later that they find a situation, here or elsewhere, those who have no work to do at home. My son gives the young men and women a complete wardrobe when they start out to win their way in life, and the details fall on me. It means correspondence, mothers' meetings, and all that sort of thing. Even during the London season I come down once a month. Of course it is a bore, but on the whole tradition is rather kind than otherwise in making life more or less of a routine." "Wouldn't you miss it if your son married?" Isabel wondered if this woman had really given her the real impression of tragic secrets, unlimited capacities for both licence and arrogance. In this early morning freshness there was hardly a suggestion of the woman of the world, barely of the great lady, and in the rich tones of her voice there was a genuine note of interest in her poor. "Oh, I should always keep an eye on them. Young wives have so many distractions. If I had to give them up, yes, of course it would mean a vacancy in my collection of habits. One side of me clings strongly to traditions and duty. The other well, I'd like to be a free lance in the world for a while. Although," she added, with a sharp intonation, "I don't suppose I should stay away from Jack very long. It is a great relief to have a vital interest in life outside one's self. You, of course, are not old enough to have discovered that, and indeed I am not always so sure that it is possible. Isabel did not ask her if she would not be jealous of the wife who must, if he loved her, take the greater part of all that her "Jack" had to give. She divined in this many-sided woman a quality in her attitude towards her son with which ordinary maternal affection had little in common. Her fine eyes flashed with pride at the mention of his name, and it was more than evident that he was her deep and abiding interest. But this keen and curious young student of life had never seen any one less maternal. Lady Victoria's attitude, indeed, might as reasonably be that of a proud sister or wife. When he was beside her she looked almost commonplace in her content. The moment he passed out of her sight some phase of individuality promptly lit its torch. Last night Isabel had seen her stand for half an hour as motionless as some ivory female colossus, only her eyes burning down with slow voluptuous fire upon an adoring little Frenchman. She had looked like a Messalina petrified with the complications and commonness of the modern world. Possibly with the burden of years, Isabel had added, in girlish intolerance of the wiles of which youth is independent. She had been far from falling under her spell, although not wholly repelled by the glimpse of this worst side of a woman far too complex to be judged off–hand. This morning she liked her suddenly and warmly, and with the lightning of instinct divined why she worshipped her son and still was willing to have him marry and swing aside into an orbit of his own. All she needed was a certain amount of his society, opportunities to work for him, the assurance of his success and happiness. He was a refuge from herself. In his imperious demands her memory slept, her depths were stagnant. But Isabel was still too young, in spite of her own experience, more than dimly to apprehend the older woman's attitude, and the innumerable and various acts and sufferings, disenchantments and contacts, that had led up to it. Victoria seemed to her the most rounded mortal she had ever met, and yet with an insistent terror in the depths of her riven and courageous soul, the terror of the complete, the final disillusion. Between that moment and her too exhaustive knowledge of life stood the magnetic figure of her son, safeguarding, almost hypnotizing her. She was as incapable of jealousy as of aching vanity in the fact of a son whom the world was never permitted to forget. She had done with little things, and Isabel, with young curiosity, wondered in what convulsion the last of them had gone down. Lady Victoria, unconscious of the analytical mind groping to conclusions beside her, was revolving the midnight comments of Flora Thangue, and her own impressions of this American relative whose sudden advent, taken in connection with her 18th–century beauty and undecipherable quality, wrought the impression of a symbolic figure swimming out of space. Lady Victoria was far too indifferent to analyze the problems of any woman's soul, but she was keenly alive to the vital suggestion of power in the girl, and of the strong will and intellect, the command over every faculty, evidenced in the strong line of the jaw, the stern, noble profile, the calm, searching gaze, so difficult to sustain. No one knew better than Victoria the value and rarity of a free and courageous soul. Such a woman must, when more fully developed, throw the whole weight of her character into the scales balancing for the few whom she recognized as equals and accepted as friends. If she had had some smashing love affair, as the more romantic Flora suggested, so much the better. She said, with a perfectly simulated impulsiveness, "Of course you understand that I meant what I said last evening. And not merely a week. You must pay us a long visit, if it won't bore you. But the house will rarely be empty now that the shooting has begun, and there is always something going on in the neighbourhood. Later comes the hunting, and I am sure you ride." "Oh, yes, I ride. I have spent about half my life on a horse. I want to stay more than I can tell you, but before long I must go home. The same safe old bank that has charge of your ranches looks after my small affairs, and I have a man on the farm that has been in the family for 40 years. Otherwise I should never have dared to leave my precious chickens. But Mr. Colton writes me that Mac is failing, and before the rainy season commences I must look into things myself." "Chickens?" said Lady Victoria, much amused. "Do you raise chickens?" "Rather, and not in the back yard, neither. I have about 1,000 of the most beautiful snow–white leghorns with blood–red combs you ever saw. And I have incubators, runs, colony–houses, and all the rest of it. They are raised on the strictest scientific principles, and yield me the greater part of my income. That is the reason I feel obliged to return. If Mac is no longer able or willing to get up at night, one must not neglect the chicks, the little ones. I doubt if real babies are more trouble. I don't mind telling you that I have resolved to make a fortune out of chickens, if only that I may be able to live as I should in San Francisco. But I must go back and do the greater part of the work myself." "Make a fortune out of chickens? How odd that sounds! Not in the least romantic, but rather the more interesting for that. But why don't you let your ranch for dairy and grazing purposes, as we do? They bring us in a very good income. Have done so far. There are about 19,000 acres in ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥, and some 40,000 in the southern ranch. I possess exactly 332, 45 of which are marsh. You have now nearly the whole of the original grants, for as my father and uncle sold or mortgaged portions, and could not pay, your agents bought in, you may remember." "There is seldom any correspondence. Mr. Colton has always had a free hand. Yes, I do recall vaguely. So I am profiting at your expense. I am afraid that must seem unjust to you." "Not in the least. I did not choose my paternal relatives, but I long since accepted them with philosophy. I am thankful to have anything. Why don't you go to California and look at your property? Live on it for a few years. You could make far more out of it if you ran it yourself. The lease of ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥 must expire very soon. I do wish you would come and pay me a visit, and Mr.—what on earth am I to call him?" "Jack, of course," said Lady Victoria, warmly, although she would have been swift to resent the liberty had the new relative been so indiscreet. "I could never manage Jack, never. I can't feel him, see him as Jack. I think cousin Elton will do." "Quite so. I shouldn't wonder at all if we went. Jack is rather keen on American politics. Knows his Bryce. I suppose 'tis in the blood. He even takes in an American Review. I have always rather wanted to visit California, and started for it once upon a time, on my wedding journey. But we were entertained so delightfully in New York and Washington, that before we realized what an American summer meant, it was too hot to cross the continent, and we accepted an invitation to the Adirondacks, intending to return to England in the course of a month. But Arthur broke his leg, and by the time he was well again it was not safe for me to travel. So we rented a place in Virginia, where there was good sport, and there Jack was born. Here we are. Rest under that tree while I interview the erring maiden." CHAPTER VII of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. Lynne Thompson. CHAPTER VII. Isabel sat on the bench under the ancient oak for half an hour or more, but took no note of the time. In rural America one always seems to hear the whir of distant machinery, and responds to its tensity in the depths of some nerve–centre. But in England's open, the tendency is to dream away the hours, the nerves as blunt as in the tropics; unless, indeed, one happens to be so astir within that one rebels in responding, and conceives of ultimate hatred for this incompassionate arrogant piece of England. Isabel had been roused from her mood of unreasoning content by her contact with the older woman, but for a few moments her thoughts waved to and fro in that large tranquillity like pendant moss in a gentle breeze. There was a stir of life in the little village. A window was thrown open. A man came out to the pump and filled a bucket with water. A child cried for its breakfast. The birds were singing in the trees. But they barely rippled the calm. Isabel's eyes dwelt absently upon a white line along a distant hill–top, made, no doubt, by Cæsar's troops, for she had heard that the mosaic floors of Roman houses had been discovered under one of the fields in the neighbourhood. This information, imparted by Lord Hexam's cousin, Mrs. Throfton, a lady interested in neither bridge nor gossip, had not excited her as it might have done before her archæological experience at headquarters. But she was glad to recall it now, for that white road, sharply insistent in the surrounding green, was one of the perceptible vincula of history. It was all old, 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 an illimitable backward vista, and she was as new, as out of tune with it as the motor car flashing like a lost and distracted comet along that hilltop in a cloud of historied dust. She with her problems, her egoisms, the fateful independence of the modern girl. In a fashion she was one of the chosen of earth, but she doubted if the women who had toiled in these villages, or in centuries past had lived their lives in the mansions of their indubious lords, had not had greater compensations than she. Unbroken monotony and a saving sense of the inevitable must in time create for the soul something of the illimitable horizon of the vast level spaces of the earth. And she? At 25 she had lost her old habit of staring with veiled eyes into some sweet ambiguous future, her girlish intensity of emotion. But her theories, in general, were sound, and she had ticketed even her minor experiences. She knew that character was the most significant of all individual forces, and that if developed in strict adjustment to the highest demands of society, dragging strength out of the powers of the universe, were it not inborn, the book of one's objective future at least need never be closed prematurely by those inexorable social forces which, whatever the weak spots on the surface of life, invariably place a man in the end, according to his deserts. She had seen her father, with all his advantages of birth and talents, and early importance in the community, gradually shunned, shelved, dismissed from the daily life of steadier if less gifted men, almost unknown to the young generation. He had clung to certain strict notions of honour through it all, however, and at his death the county had experienced a spasm of remorse and attended his funeral. The sermon had been eloquent with masterly omissions, and even the newspaper that had vilified him in days of political influence came out with an obituary, which, when included in some future county history, would give to posterity quite as good an impression of him as he deserved. And James Otis had had his virtues. One of his claims to redemption survived in his daughter. He had reared her in the strict principles and precepts of his New England ancestors, many of which are generally more useful in the life of a man. This early instillation, taken in connection with himself as a commanding illustration in sub-contraries, had given Isabel a directness of vision invaluable to a girl in no haste to place her life in stronger hands. Whatever her dissatisfactions and disillusions, her road lay along the upper reaches. The second rate, the failures from birth, the criminal classes, far below. Her start in life was indefectible, and she knew that did the necessity arise to morrow, she could support herself and ask no quarter. Perhaps, she mused, she would be happier in the necessity, for the problem of roof and bread is an abiding substitute for the problem of what to do with one's life. But she had never known an anxious moment regarding the bare necessities, and although there was something pleasantly stimulating in the prospect of making a fortune, and being able to live as she wished in the city of her birth, the only object for which she retained any passion in her affections, she smiled somewhat cynically at the modest outlook. Environments like the present were uplifting, almost de-individualizing, and there had been a time when she had known seconds in the face of nature's surprises that were distinct spiritual experiences. She believed they would return when she was in her own land once more, and Europe a book of fading memories. Her love of beauty, at least, was as keen as ever, and now that Europe was off her mind, leaving the proper sense of surfeit behind it, no doubt she would have a sense of actually beginning life when the time came to take an active part in it, and she assumed a position of some importance in her own community. She was far too sensible for ingratitude, and fully appreciated the gifts that life had so liberally dealt her, and she fully believed in work as the universal panacea. The mere thought of a busy future brought a glow to her heart. She rose with a smile as Lady Victoria emerged from the cottage at the upper end of the village. Lady Victoria was not smiling. Her brows were drawn, and she looked angry and contemptuous. "The little idiot!" she exclaimed, as they started briskly for home. "This is the first failure I have had in 10 years. That is one of my boasts, and I took particular pains with that girl. Now Jack will have the agreeable task of coercing the man into marrying her, for it appears that his ardour has cooled." Her brow cleared in a few moments, but she seemed to have had enough of conversation, and it was evident that words for words' sake, or as a flimsy chain between signposts of genuine interest, had no place in her social rubric. Isabel, who was equally indifferent, strode along beside her without so much as a comment, and so confirmed the good impression she had made on her mettlesome relative. As they approached the house, Lady Victoria turned to her with a smile that brought sweetness to her eyes rather than any one of her more dazzling qualities. "I am generally in my boudoir at 5," she said. "Come in this afternoon for a chat before tea, if you have nothing better to do. Now run and get ready for breakfast." Chapter 8 of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. This recording is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 8. Whether or not Mr. Gwynne had made up his mind to follow his mother's advice, and employ a new weapon in his siege of Mrs. Kaye, or whether, like common mortals, he was subject to the natural impulses of youth, the most novel of the guests of ℌ𝔶𝐻 found herself on his right in the informality of breakfast, and the object of his solicitude. He fetched her bacon and toast from the sideboard, and when he discovered that she did not like cream in her tea, carried her cup back to his mother and waited for the more pungent substitute. And then he actually made an effort to entertain her. There was a flicker of surprised amusement in the neighbourhood, but Isabel accepted his attentions as a matter of course, assuming that the young gentleman felt refreshed after a night's rest in his own bed, or had awakened to a sense of her importance as a member of his family. It was not until she caught sight of Mrs. Kaye's eye, and read a contemptuous power to retaliate, that she experienced a certain zest in the situation. With the magnetism of intelligent interest in her own eyes, she turned to Gwynne with a question that betrayed a flattering acquaintance with one of his less popular books, then hung upon the monologue of which he promptly delivered himself. It was characteristic that he either contributed little to the conversation or monopolized it, and he reflected, as he talked of the personal experience which led up to the episode of her interest, that he had never before gazed into eyes at once so lovely and so fine. He disliked American girls, partly because they had shown no disposition to join the ranks of those that lived to spoil him, partly because he believed them to be shallow and cold. Some of the married women had attracted him, but not before they had lived long enough to develop the stronger qualities of the older races. He had his ideals, and was not easily satisfied. He was deeply in love with Mrs. Kaye, for her brilliant subtle mind and powerful appeal to his passions had blinded him to her defects, and he was convinced that his heart had travelled to its predestined goal. Nevertheless, he decided that his new cousin, if as cold as the rest of her youthful compatriots, was worth cultivating for her intelligence and obvious talent for good comradeship. But in a moment a subject was started that entirely diverted his mind and upset the lively tenor of the breakfast-table. "Where is Lorcutt?" asked some one, abruptly, referring to a brother of Lord Brathland, who had lost heavily and cheerfully at bridge the night before. Isabel's eyes happened to have wandered to the face of the man opposite. To her surprise it became livid. He turned instantly to Gwynne, however, and said, "I should have told you. I quite forgot. He asked me to make his excuses. He got a telegram. Bad news. Bratty is dead." Involuntarily Isabel glanced at Mrs. Kaye. Flora had hinted to her of the lady's designs. That face for once was ghastly and unmasked, but the eyes were not glittering with grief. "Impossible!" she cried, sharply. "Lord Brathland! Why, I saw him only 2 days ago in London. He was as well as possible." The others barely noticed her. Their astonished eyes were fixed on the first speaker, Captain Ormond, who was sitting very erect, as if to receive the questions fired at him as a brave man faces the hiss of lead on the field. "I know little," he replied, "except that Brathland was suddenly attacked by appendicitis 2 nights ago, and that an operation was immediately performed." "Friday night!" cried Mrs. Kaye. "Why, he spent an hour with me that afternoon, and was to dine with Lord Zeal and Lord Raglan and half a dozen other men that night. They all came up to London to talk over one of Sir ℍ𝔌𝐿𝐼𝐻�'s mines. Why, I remember you were to be there. Surely Lord Brathland was well then?" "He was looking very seedy when he came in. I happened to sit next to him, told him he ought to go home. Finally he got so bad he decided that he would, and as he left the table he fainted. Several of us saw him to bed. He said he didn't want his family fidgeting him, and the surgeon said he would be all right in a few days. I thought he was out of danger when I came down last night, so I said nothing about it to Harold." "Was he taken home?" asked Gwynne, whose eyes had never left Ormond's face. "No, to Raglin's room upstairs. The dinner was at the club." "I cannot understand why his family was not summoned at the last," exclaimed Lady Victoria. "Well, there's only the old Duke and Harold, you see. Dick is out in Africa. I suppose they didn't want to agitate the Duke until the last moment, and couldn't find Harold until this morning. Besides, Raglin was with him, and he is a relative at least. It is awfully sudden. I have been upset ever since Harold woke me up this morning and told me, and hated to speak of it." "Who was the surgeon?" asked Gwynne. "Ballast." "Ballast? Who is he? Why not one of the big men, in heaven's name?" cried Mrs. Kaye. "Well, they were all out of town, naturally enough at this time of year. We had to take what we could get. No doubt Leicester or Marston was telegraphed for later. All of us, left the affair in Raglin's hands." The company broke into general comment, and under cover of the confusion Isabel distinctly heard Gwynne demand, "What's up your sleeve, Ormond?" And the response, "For God's sake, old chap, don't ask." Chapter 9 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 9 Gwynne had never recognized the contingency of a serious rival in the affections of the woman he had elected to mate, and had he heard of the late Lord Brathland's attentions, it would not have occurred to him that Mrs. Kaye could weigh a prospective dukedom against the reflected glories of his own career. He intended to be Prime Minister before he was 40, and older and soberer heads shared his confidence. It was true that Mrs. Kaye was an emphatic Conservative, scorning even the compromise of Liberal Unionism, and that so far he had been unable to convert her. But he did not take any woman's political convictions very seriously, knowing that they commonly owed their inspiration to social ambition, a desire for a career, or to marital comradeship. The latter he made no doubt would operate in his own case, as soon as the lady gave him the opportunity to demand it as his right. And his sharp political discussions with her were among the spiciest of his experiences. She rarely expressed herself in everyday language, and although it had crossed his mind that epigrammatic matrimony might grow oppressive, he had reminded himself that her speech was but a part of a too cultivated individuality, and would be unable to endure the strain of daily intercourse. Although he had in his composition little of the femininity that gives a certain type of man a sympathetic comprehension of women, his Celtic blood imparted a subtle understanding of their foibles, of which he was but half aware. More than once this subconscious penetration had induced a speedy recovery from misplaced affections, but the toils of Julia Kaye, who piqued, allured, repelled, dazzled, now and again snubbed every one else for his sake, bound him helpless. He was grateful for his mother's abetment, although it somewhat surprised him. But his mother was the woman of whom he had the least comprehension. So far, Mrs. Kaye had ignored his several proposals, but of this he thought nothing. He would have cared little for a woman to be had for the asking, and he rather welcomed any treatment that stirred the somewhat sluggish surfaces of his nature. He had determined, however, to force a definite answer from her during this visit, and although he was far too courteous a host to embarrass a guest, he knew that were Mrs. Kaye deliberately to grant him a private interview, he should be at liberty to press his suit. Immediately after the hour in the smoking-room that followed breakfast, he started in search of her, but although many of the women were scattered throughout the lower rooms, reading, writing, gossiping, he saw nothing of his inamorata. Flora Thangue happened to be standing alone, and he went up to her impulsively. "Do you know if Julia has gone to church?" he asked, without circumlocution. "She went to her room directly after breakfast. I fancy she is rather cut up over Lord Brathland's death," replied the astute Miss Thangue. "Of course, we all are, poor Bratty. He was rather a bounder, but it is natural to recall his virtues. Flora, go and tell her I want her to come for a walk. I can't go to her room myself, and I don't care to send a servant." Miss Thangue reflected. Probably this was the most favourable moment for a repulse that he could have chosen. She was sincerely fond of him, and distrusted Mrs. Kaye as much as she disliked her. "Very well," she said. "I will see what I can do." Mrs. Kaye admitted her promptly, and presented an unstained front, although her colour was lower than usual. She was a woman of too much natural and acquired poise to remain askew under any shock, but she had experienced an hour of mixed emotions in which a confused and wondering sense of defeat was paramount. It had left her a little aghast, for although she had met with the inevitable snubs in her upward course, she rarely permitted them to agitate her memory in these days when she had grown to believe herself one of the spoiled favourites of destiny, and her fibres were by no means sensitive. But this sudden blow was a reminder that fate had been capricious to spoiled darlings before. She had stood almost motionless before the window from the moment she had entered her room until Miss Thangue knocked at the door, and by that time she had repoised herself and set her heavy mouth in a hard line as she reflected upon her own will as a factor in any game with life. "Jack wants you to go for a walk," announced Miss Thangue, who saw no occasion for subtlety. "That means he intends to propose again," said Mrs. Kaye in her carefully modulated voice. "I don't know that I care about it. I have letters to write." "Why not get it over? You could compel him to believe, if you chose, that you have no intention of marrying him, and it would be rather a kindness. He has so much else to think about, and he certainly should have a free mind before the opening of Parliament. If you really did Jack any harm," she added deliberately, "Vicky would never forgive you, nor a good many others." "I wouldn't do him any harm for the world," said Mrs. Kaye, casting down her eyes and looking very young and innocent. "But I should hate to give him up. After all, there is no one half so interesting. Well, I'll go down and have it over." A few moments later she joined Gwynne at the foot of the staircase, and they went out to the woods. She looked her best in a smart walking frock of white tweed, and a red toque, for the tailor costume modifies where the elaborate accentuates. Her brilliant eyes melted as Brathland's name was mentioned, naturally at once. "What a dreadful, shocking thing!" she cried. "I do not realize it at all. Poor dear, we were such friends, and I saw him only a few hours before. Have you heard anything more?" "Ormond ran off to town directly after breakfast, as if he were afraid of being asked too many questions. I have an idea that he kept the cat in the bag. I saw my cousin Zeal yesterday, and thought he looked as if he had something besides his health on his mind." "Why?" asked Mrs. Kaye, startled. "What else could it be?" "Well, Bratty was rather a flasher," said Gwynne, innocently.
The dinner may not have been at the club at all, and there is a little chorus girl that engaged the fickle bratty's affections for a time, and proclaimed her desire for vengeance from the housetops when he transferred himself to a rival at the Adelphi. She is a Neapolitan, and that sort may carry a stiletto even in prosaic old London. Or perhaps poor Bratty was dispatched with the carving knife. No wonder he didn't want his family. But whatever it was, he has paid the penalty himself, poor chap, and no doubt the matter will be hushed up." "How disgusting! I don't want to think of human slums on this heavenly Sunday morning." "Nor to be proposed to, I suppose." "I don't mind, Jack dear." She looked girlish and very piquant. Jack took her hand. She did not withdraw it, and they walked silently in the shadowed quiet of the wood. His heart beat almost audibly. Never before had she given him such definite encouragement. He could think of nothing to say that would not sound banal to this woman of the ready tongue. But agitation unlocks wayward fancies, and sends them scurrying inopportunely across the very foreground of the mind. The vagrant hope that she would not accept him in an epigram restored his balance, and he turned to her with his habitual air of confidence, albeit his eyes and mouth were restless. "I want an answer to day," he said boldly, "and there is only one answer I will take. I have let you play with me, as that seemed to be your caprice, and I love caprice in a woman, but there is an end to everything, and I want to marry before Parliament meets." "And you never thought I would not marry you?" she asked in some wonder. "I have never faced the possibility of failure in my life, and you are as much to me as my career. I cannot imagine life without either." He suddenly put his hand under her chin and lifted her face. She was of tiny stature, and this disadvantage in the presence of man was not the least subtle of her charms. "Say yes quickly," he cried, and the strength of his will and passion vibrated to her through the medium he had established. But she pouted and drew back. "Perhaps I want a career of my own. You would swallow me whole." "You could become the most powerful woman in the Liberal party, have a salon, and all the rest of it." "I happen to be a Conservative." "What has that to do with it? Or politics with love, for that matter? Tell me that you love me. That is all I care about." "It is only during the engagement that love is all. Marriage is the great public school of life. The passions fall meekly into their proper place, beside the prosaic appetites, the objective demands, somewhat below the faculties that distinguish the higher kingdom." "Indeed? Well, I am sanguine enough to believe that we would prove the exception. I hardly dare think of it," he burst out. "For God's sake, keep your epigrams for other people, and be a woman pure and simple." She looked both as she permitted her full red mouth to tremble and his arms to take sudden possession of her. CHAPTER X of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. This recording is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 10 In the large liberty of an English country house, Isabel might have found the long morning tedious had she been of a more sociable habit. Lady Victoria, Mrs. Throfton, and Lady Cecilia Spence went to church, all three, as great ladies, having a dutiful eye to the edification of humbler folk. Flora Thangue spent the greater part of the morning writing letters for her hostess. The men fled to the golf links, and the rest of the women not engaged in vehement political discussion or bridge were striding across the country. Isabel, tempted by the charmingly fitted writing table in her room, although an indolent correspondent, wrote a long and amply descriptive letter to her sister, which her brother-in-law, being more than usually hard up at the moment of its arrival, transposed into fiction and illustrated delightfully for a local newspaper. Then she roamed about looking at the pictures, testing her European education by discovering for herself the Lellys, the Morets, the Hoppners, Keatles, Holbeins, Knellers, Dahls, and Romneys. She had a quick instinct for the best in all things, but cared less for pictures than for other treasures of the past: marbles, the architecture in old streets, hard brown schlosses on their lonely heights, the Gothic spaces of cathedrals, the high and fervent imaginations, immortal yet nameless, in the carvings on stones, the jewelled façades of Orvieto and Siena, the romantic grandeur of the Alhambra. She opened a door at the back of the central hall, and found herself in a pillared corridor with a door at either end. Both rooms were open, and as a blue cloud hung about the entrance to the left, she turned to what proved to be the library of ℅𝔶𝐻𝐿. It was a square, light apartment, with the orthodox number of books, but with so many desks and writing tables that it looked more like the business corner of the mansion. Here, indeed, as Isabel was to learn, Lady Victoria held daily conference with her housekeeper and stewards, interviewed the women of the tenantry, and those active and philanthropic ladies of every district that aspire to carry the burdens of others. Here Gwynne kept his blue books and thought out his speeches, but it was not a favourite room with the guests. Isabel had found many books scattered about the house, solid and flippant, old and new, but nothing by her host. She rightly assumed that his works would be disposed for posterity in the family library, and found them on a shelf above one of the large orderly tables. As a matter of fact, she had read but 2 of his books, and she selected another at random, and carried it to a comfortable chair by the window. The work was an exposition on conditions in one of the South African colonies, containing much criticism that had been defined by the conservative press as youthful impertinence, but surprisingly sound to the unprejudiced. What had impressed Isabel in his other books, and claimed her admiration anew, was his maturity of thought and style. She saw that this volume had been published when he was 24, written, doubtless, when he was a year or 2 younger. She felt a vague pity for a man that seemed to have had no youth. Since his graduation from Balliol, in a blaze of glory, he had worked unceasingly, for he appeared to have found little of ordinary recreation in travel. She wondered if he would take his youth in his bald-headed season, like the self-made American millionaire. His style, pure, lucid, virile, distinguished, might have been the outcome of midnight travail, or like his eloquence on the platform, a direct flight from the quickened brain. It certainly bore no resemblance to his amputated table-talk. But in a moment she dismissed her speculations, for she had discovered a quality, overlooked before, but arresting in the recent light of his cold arrogance and haughty self-confidence. Behind his strict regard for facts and the keen insight and large grasp of his subject, which, without his evident care for the graces, would have distinguished his work from the dry report of equally conscientious but less gifted men, was the lonely play of a really lofty imagination and a noble human sympathy. As she read on, this warm, full-blooded quality, tempered always by reason, grew more and more visible to her alert sense, and when the fires in his mind blazed forth into a revelation of a passionate love of beauty, both in nature and in human character, Isabel realized what such a man's power over his audience must be, when this second self, so effectually concealed, suddenly burst into being. "It is too bad a woman would have to live with the other," she thought, as she raised her eyes and saw Gwynne emerge from the woods with Mrs. Kaye. "I cannot say that I envy her. By Jove, they have an engaged look!" Isabel turned with a start, but greeted Lord Hexam with a smile. He was as yet her one satisfactory experience of the young English nobleman, whom, like most American girls, she had unconsciously foreshadowed in doublet and hose. Hexam was quite 6 feet, with a fine military carriage. He had been in the Guards, and had not left the army until after 2 years of active service. His blue eyes were both honest and intelligent, and he was generally clean-cut and highly bred. He drew up a chair beside Isabel, and reflected that she was even handsomer than he had thought, with the sunlight warming the ivory whiteness of her skin, although it contracted the mobile pupils of her eyes, and that little black moles, when rightly placed, were more attractive than he had thought possible. They gave a sort of daring, unconscious 18th century coquetry to what was otherwise a somewhat severe style of beauty. But he was a man for whom a woman's hair had a particular fascination, and while they were uttering commonplaces at random, his eyes wandered to the soft yet massive coils encircling Isabel's shapely head, and lingered there. "Pardon me," he said boyishly, "but I always thought, don't you know, that hair like that was only in novels and poems and that sort of thing. Is it all your own?" he asked with sudden suspicion. "You would think so if you had to carry it for a day. I should have had it cut off long ago if it had happened to be coarse hair. It is an inherited evil of which I am too vain to rid myself. The early Spanish women of my family all had hair that touched the ground when they stood up. I have an old sketch of a back view of 3 of them taken side by side. You see nothing but billows of fine silky hair. But I have put it out of sight, and it looks rather like an advertisement for a famous hair restorer. I'd give a lot to see yours down. It's wonderful, wonderful." "Well, I have promised a private view to some of the women. If Lady Victoria thinks it quite proper, perhaps I'll admit you." "I'll ask her for a card directly she comes home. Let it be this afternoon, just after tea." "I wonder if they really are engaged," said Isabel, who had been told that Englishmen never paid compliments, and was growing embarrassed under the round–eyed scrutiny. Gwynne and Mrs. Kaye had paused by a sundial. "Who? Oh, yes, I should think so, although there was some talk that poor Bratty—but no doubt that was mere rumour, or Mrs. Kaye wouldn't be on with Jack like that. By Jove, he is engaged. I never saw him look so—well, I hardly know what." "Do you approve of the match?" "If my consent is asked, I shall give them my blessing. He is the salt of the earth, although a bit lumpy now and then, and she is such a jolly little thing, full of genuine affection, just the wife for Jack." "You believe in her, then?" Isabel wondered, as many another has done, at the miasma that seems to rise and dim a man's perceptive faculties when he is called upon to estimate the worth of a fascinating woman. "Rather. Don't you?" "She struck me as being one of the few people without a redeeming virtue. To be sure, that has a distinction of its own." "Oh!" He wondered if so handsome a girl shared the common rancour of her age and sex against charming young widows. "And the worse–mannered," continued Isabel, who knew exactly what he thought, "and plebeian in her marrow. I wish my cousin had chosen Miss Thangue, or any one else." "But he couldn't marry Flora," said the literal young nobleman. "She hasn't a penny, and she is the friend of all our mothers. But I'm sorry you've such a bad opinion of Mrs. Kaye. She's tremendously popular with us. I'm not of her circle, retinue would be more like it, but I've always thought her the brightest little thing going, and I'm sure she wouldn't harm a fly." "I'm sure she would do nothing so little worth her while. Well, there is no need for your eyes to be opened, but I wish that my cousin's might be. I suppose that you have the same faith in him that so many others, himself included, seem to have." "Rather. You are a most critical person, haven't you?" "I think I have. In fact, I am sure of it. That is the reason I have been wishing he were an American." He laughed boyishly. "That is a good one. But we need him over here. You haven't the slightest idea how much. We get into a blue funk every time Zeal takes a cold on his chest. To quote Mrs. Kaye, a Liberal peer is as useful as a fifth wheel to a coach, and as ornamental as whitewash. Clever, ain't it?" "I think people are touchingly easy to satisfy. I have been treated to several of Mrs. Kaye's epigrams, and heard as many more quoted. It seems to me that nothing could be easier than the manufacture of that popular superfluity." "Perhaps, with time to think them out beforehand. Anyhow, it's rather jolly to hear things you can remember." "I should be the last to deny her cleverness," said Isabel dryly, and being by no means desirous that he should find her too acid, she dropped her eyes for a moment, then raised 2 dazzling wells of innocence. "I'm tired of the subject of my cousin and Mrs. Kaye," she murmured. "Are you as ambitious as Jack?" "No use." He stared helplessly down into the blue flood. "There is no escape from the peers for me. Although my father, I am happy to say, is as healthy as I am. But after the brain cells become brittle Well, one never knows. I, too, am a Liberal, and am getting in all the good work of which I am capable while there is yet time. I don't go as far as Jack, don't want to see the peers chucked. I have a strong reverence for traditions, and no taste whatever for democracy. That would be too long a step. And I think a man should be content to be useful, do the best he can, in his own class, and be loyal to that class whatever happens. Of course, I understand Jack's point of view, because I understand him so well, and know that he would be the most maimed and wretched man on earth in the Upper House. But personally, I think one should be prepared to accept inherited responsibilities." And then, as they were both young and mutually attracted, they found many subjects of common interest to keep them in the library until the gong summoned them to luncheon. Chapter 11 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. Is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 11 Flora Thangue, after luncheon, took Isabel out in a pony cart, and although too loyal to gossip intimately about her patrons, incidentally directed a searchlight into certain of their recesses. A light that was to prove useful to Isabel in her future intercourse with them, although it did not in the least prepare her for an experience that awaited her later in the day. Miss Thangue's mind was occupied at first with the obvious engagement of Gwynne and Mrs. Kaye. "That woman was born to upset calculations," she exclaimed. "Yonder is the castle of the Dukes of Arcot. We are going over to a party to morrow night. It really looks like a castle, with all those grey battlements and towers, doesn't it? We don't call every twopenny halfpenny a villa inhabited by a nobleman a castle, as they do in Germany and Austria. Well, that clever little panther, I'd like to pack her into one of her own epigrams and bury her alive. I know she was as good as engaged to Brathland. Now, having decided that, all things considered, Jack is the best match going, for everybody believes Lord Zeal to be worse than he is. Well, there is something appalling in a woman who can adjust herself as quickly as that, whose caprices, sentiments, passions, all natural impulses are completely controlled by her reason. I wish Vicky saw through her. She has so much influence over Jack, and such deadly powers of ridicule. But Vicky, like all spoiled women of the world, is as much the victim of the subtle flatterer as any man, and Julia Kaye has managed her beautifully. She considered Jack for a bit before she was sure of Brathland. Vicky's real reason for endorsing Julia Kaye, between us, is because she believes her to be one of that small and select band that can hold a man on all his various sides, and she wants to avoid the probability of an absorbing and possibly tragic liaison, like Parnell's, for instance, which might interfere with, perhaps ruin, Jack's career. That is all very well, as far as it goes, but I believe Julia Kaye to be so entirely selfish that when Jack finds her out he will sicken of life. I have had the best of opportunities to study women, and I have brought Jack up. I had the honour to be the highly idealized heroine of his calf-love, and have been more or less in his confidence ever since. In certain ways I understand him better than his mother does, for she has seen too much of the worst side of men, and is at heart too blasée to have much respect for or knowledge of their spiritual side. And if I have ever had any maternal spasms in my virtuous spinsterhood, they have been over Jack. "Can't you help us out?" she asked, turning suddenly to the stranger, to whom she was powerfully attracted. "Are you as indifferent as you look?" "I have no idea. But although I should not in the least object to be cast for a part in this domestic drama, I don't care for it at the price of too much Jack. To attempt to cut out Mrs. Kaye I should need a little genuine enthusiasm, and frankly, your beloved prodigy does not inspire it. I like Lord Hexam far better." "Oh, Jimmy! He's a fine fellow, but only a type." "He hasn't a rampant ego, if that's what you mean." "And for everyday purposes," she shrugged her shoulders, "I could endure, and even be deeply interested in Elton Gwynne if he happened to be my brother, and I could hook my finger in his destiny. But in any other capacity, no thank you." "Are you going to marry Jimmy?" "I did not even know he was not already married. Do you see nothing in a man but a husband over here? If I ever do marry, It will not be before I am 40." "That is rather long, if you see much of the world meanwhile. And Jimmy, although there is not much money in the family, about 20,000 a year, would be a very good match. He will be Earl of Hembolt, a fine old title." "You assume that such a plum may be pulled by the first comer." "Rather not. But you Americans have such a way with you. What is more to the point, I never saw him so bowled over." "Well," said Isabel, imperturbably, "I will think of it. This English country and these wonderful old houses, with their inimitable atmosphere, appeal to me very strongly. I have more the feeling of being at home here than I had even in Spain, where I have roots, and socially and picturesquely there is nothing to compare with the position of an English noblewoman." Flora turned her eyes frankly to the classic profile beside her. Isabel had removed her hat, and framed in the heavy coils of her hair, her features impressed the anxious observer as even more Roman than early American, although, had she but reflected, she would have remembered that the type of the Cæsars had its last stronghold in the United States of the 18th century. Isabel looked like a very young Roman matron, but her resemblance to the stately effigies in the galleries of Florence and Rome, strong in virtue or vice, was so striking that once more Flora longed for her support. A woman with such capabilities would be wasted in the rôle of a mere countess. But as the wife of an aspiring Liberal statesman! She devoutly wished that the American had arrived 6 months earlier, or that Brathland still lived. But she was a very tactful person, and was about to drop the subject, when Isabel slowly turned her eyes. They looked so much like steel that for the moment they seemed to have lost their blue. "I have made up my mind to do something to prevent this marriage," she announced. "I do not know what as yet. I shall be guided by events." And Flora devoutly kissed her, then gossiped pleasantly about the other guests and the people in the neighborhood. Isabel was curious to know something of the duchess she was to meet on the morrow. "Does she really look like a duchess?" she asked, so innocently that Flora laughed and forgot the Roman American profile and the fateful eyes that had given her an uncomfortable sensation a moment before. "Well, yes, she does rather. It is the fashion in these days not to be smart above all things, excessively democratic, animated, unaffected, clever. But our duchess here is rather old-fashioned, very lofty of head and expression. She has a look of floating from peak to peak, and although passée, is still a beauty. To be honest, she is hideously dull, but as good a creature as ever lived, and all that the ideal duchess should be, so high-minded that she has never suspected the larkiest of her friends." "Well, I am glad she looks the rôle. I have artistic cravings." They drove for an hour through the beautiful quiet green country, past many old stone villages that might have been the direct sequence of the cave era. An automobile skimmed past and the pony sat down on its haunches. Isabel had a glimpse of a delicate, high-bred face set like a panel in a parted curtain. "That is the duchess," said Miss Thangue. "She wouldn't wear goggles for the world, and only gets into an automobile occasionally to please the duke. There is nothing old-fashioned about him." "She looks as if her name ought to be Lucy," said Isabel, to whom the pure empty face had appeared like a vision from some former dull existence, and left behind it an echo of insupportable ennui. Chapter
12 of Ancestors, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 12. Isabel had looked forward all day to the promised talk with the somewhat formidable relative for whom, however, she had conceived one of those enthusiasms peculiar to her age and sex. Her wardrobe was barren of the costly afternoon gowns smart women affect, but she put on an organdie, billowy with many ruffles, that consorted with the season at least. Blue cornflowers were scattered over the white transparent surface, and she possessed no more becoming frock. Had she been on her way to a tryst with Lord Hexam, she would have thrust a rose in her hair, accentuated the smallness of her waist with a blue ribbon, the whiteness of her throat with a line of black velvet, but she had the instinct of dress, which teaches, among many things, that self–consciousness in external adornment provokes amusement in other women. She had not the least idea where to find Lady Victoria's boudoir, although a casual reference by Flora Thangue suggested that it was on the bedroom floor. She lost herself in the interminable corridors, and finally ran into Elton Gwynne. "Your mother expects me. Where is her boudoir?" she asked. He was at peace with the world, and answered, good–naturedly, "I'll pilot you. Her rooms are over on the other side." "You look as if you should be congratulated about something," she said, demurely. "There are all sorts of rumours flying about." She had half expected to be snubbed, but he was not in the humour to snub anybody. "You can congratulate me," he said, emphatically. "The most wonderful woman in the world has promised to marry me." "I hope you will be happy," said Isabel, conventionally. She resented his sudden drop from his pedestal, for he looked sentimental and somewhat sheepish. Still, her youth warmed to his, in spite of herself. And again he noticed with a passing surprise that her eyes were both lovely and intellectual. He was hardly aware that coincidentally his Julia's eyes met his mental vision with a glance somewhat too hard and brilliant, but he caught Isabel's hand and gave it a little shake. "Thank you!" he exclaimed. "That was said as if you jolly well meant it. There are my mother's rooms." He went off whistling, and Isabel raised her hand and looked at it meditatively. His own had been unexpectedly warm and magnetic. She had imagined that his grasp would be cold and loose. He had indicated a private corridor, and she entered it and approached a door ajar. There was no response to her knock, but as she was expected, and Lady Victoria no doubt was still dressing, she pushed open the door and entered. The room was empty, but Isabel was instantly impressed with its reflection of an individuality, although of a side that had attracted her least. Here was none of the old–time stiffness of Capheaton, and there was a conspicuous absence of dead masters and their pupils. It was not a large room. The walls were covered with a Japanese gold paper to within 4 feet of the floor, where it was met by a tapestry of Indian cashmeres, and from it was separated by a narrow shelf set thick with photographs in silver frames, and with odd and exquisite bibelots. On the walls were artists' sketches, and 2 or 3 canvases of the Impressionist and Secessionist schools, expressive of the ardent temperaments of their creators. In the place of honour was a painting of Salammbô in the folds of her python. There were several deep chairs and a mighty divan covered with gold–coloured cushions, and a tiger–skin, whose mate was on the floor. The gloom of the afternoon was excluded by heavy gold–coloured curtains, and the only, but quite sufficient light, filtered through an opalescent globe upheld by a twisted bronze female in the modern Munich school, that looked like nothing so much as Alice elongating in Wonderland. Isabel suddenly felt herself and her organdie absurdly out of place in this room with its enchantress atmosphere. She wished that Lady Victoria had made the appointment for the library, which was equally in tune with another side of her. She was even meditating a retreat, inexplicably embarrassed, when an inner door opened and Lady Victoria entered. She wore a tea–gown of a sort, black and yellow, open over the soft lace of a chemisette, although a dog–collar of tiny golden sequins clasped her throat. In her hair a golden butterfly trembled, and in that light she would have looked little older than her guest had it not been for the expression of her face. It was this expression that arrested Isabel even more than her toilette, as she moved towards the divan without a word of greeting. It looked as if it had been put on with the costume, both intended to express a mood of the wearer, which might have been that of a tigress whose ferocity was slowly awakening with the approach of the victim. The black eyes were heavy with the lust of conquest, the points of the mouth turned up more sharply than usual. There was an insatiable vanity in the commanding poise of her head. She was as little like the woman of the morning as the sun is like the midnight,
and Isabel experienced a positive terror of her. Feeling 16 and very foolish, she sank to the edge of a chair and muttered something about the charm of the room. Then, as Lady Victoria, who had arranged herself among the shining pillows, continued to stare at her with absolutely no change of expression, it dawned upon her that she had not been expected, but that someone else was. With too little presence of mind left to retire gracefully, and too much pride to appear to have ventured into the cave of Venus unasked, she managed to articulate her gratitude for the invitation of the morning. "Oh!" Lady Victoria's eyebrows expressed a flicker of intelligence. "I hope you have managed not to bore yourself." Isabel plunged into an account of her drive, to which Lady Victoria, who had lit a long Russian cigarette, paid no attention whatever. Her expression was still petrified, except that she might have had the scent of blood in her slightly dilating nostrils. Suddenly the slow flame in her eyes burned upward, and Isabel, her head fairly jerking about, saw that a man had entered and was advancing rapidly across the room, his heavy eyes wide with admiration. It was the Frenchman whom Lady Victoria had honoured with so much of her attention the evening before. He raised to his lips the pointed fingers negligently extended, and murmured something to which Lady Victoria replied in French as pure and fluent as his own, and in a low rich voice, with not an echo in it of her habitual abruptness or haughty languor. The Frenchman accepted a cigarette and a low chair opposite the divan, whose golden cushions seemed subtly to embrace the yielding flexible figure against them. Neither took the slightest notice of the third person beyond a muttered introduction and acknowledgment, and as the man embarked on a soft torrent of speech, bearing the burden of his beatitude in at last meeting the only Englishwoman whose fame in Paris was as great as among her native fogs, Isabel rose and retreated with what dignity she could summon. Then Lady Victoria, seeing that she was rid of her, and courteous under all her idiosyncrasies, rose with a long motion of repressed energy, and accompanied her to the door, her hand resting lightly against the crisp organdie belt. "Will you pour out the tea for me?" she asked sweetly. "I doubt if I go down." No small part of her dangerous fascination lay in her sincerity. She really liked Isabel, although it was characteristic of her that she did not in the least care at what conclusions that puzzled young woman might arrive in a more solitary meditation. When Isabel found herself in the long cool corridor, set thick with gentle landscapes, and hunting squires, and dames haughty and humble, she drew a long breath of relief, as if she had escaped from a jungle. But she felt oddly wounded in her self-love, young and silly. She had thought herself old in the last 3 years, tremendously modern. What did she know? The easy morals of students in France and Germany had repelled her at first, but she had ended by accepting them as a matter of course, and had rather plumed herself upon her accumulating grains and blends of human nature. She felt a rush of contempt for their crudity. What children they were, with their simple unmorality of artists, as ignorant of the real world as babes in a wood. When she reached her own room, she astonished herself by bursting into a passion of tears. It was some time before she understood what had induced it. It was not that the illusions of youth had received a hard blow, for many of them had disappeared long since in Paris, when she had supported an American girl of decent family, but too much liberty through the most desperate experience that a young woman, alone and friendless in a foreign city, well could have. The girl had died cursing all men and the folly of women, and after Isabel had buried her and the leading cause of her repentance, she returned to her lonely flat in a state of disillusion and disgust, which seemed to encase her by no means susceptible heart in a triple panoply. This state of mind had lasted for at least 3 months, and there was little of which she had not abstract knowledge, nor had she lived in a quarter of a century to learn for the first time of the license which the world permits to women so highly placed that they have come to believe themselves above all laws. But all her experience and abstract knowledge counted for nothing, and she had for the first time a sudden and complete appreciation of the evil of the world and of its odd association with even the higher virtues, of the fact that in the upper walks of life the balance was more nearly even than on planes where there existed scantier opportunities for development. There was no question that Victoria Gwynne was made on a magnificent plan, as capable of heroism, no doubt, as any of the salient women of history. She was an ornament in her world, useful, sympathetic, the author of much good, a devoted and inspiring mother; and yet there was no more question that this Frenchman was the last of a long line of favored adorers than that Victoria, with all her individualities, was but a type of her kind, a kind that was sufficiently distinct from the hundreds of wholly estimable women that were proud to know her, or accepted her as a matter of course. And even these good women, had they not the same passions, the same inclinations in the secrecies of their souls? What was the determining cause of their indisputable virtue? A happy marriage? Too many children? Timidity? Absence of temptation? Or were they merely orthodox through a more uneven balancing of their qualities, the animal in abeyance? For this very reason, were they not frequently narrow, unsympathetic, unuseful? Unless, indeed, they were of the few who, with the mighty temptations of the Victoria Gwynnes, were mightier still in their fidelity to some inner and cherished ideal. This lofty ideal of womanhood Isabel had unconsciously set up in her soul, and the sudden conviction of its imperfection was, after all, the reason of her sudden despair. For the soul, with its immemorial and often incommunicable knowledge, may have its moments of terror while her mind wanders. And she was disheartened at the sense of insignificance and mortification inspired by this contact with a side of life as real and consequent as motherhood or government, instead of feeling merely repelled, infinitely superior in her unstained maidenhood. She had no wish to emulate, but neither did she relish feeling provincial, a chit, an outsider. Her youthful vanity had its way in a mind too speculative, intelligent, observant, merely to be shocked. Her memory reverted to experiences that had made her feel as much older than the ordinary girl as she now felt at sea. What was she, Isabel Otis, after all? She felt a mere assortment of fluids, which might or might not crystallize into some such being as she had dimly apprehended, or into something quite commonplace, realized with a shock that her own deep personal experience had left her less definitely moulded than she had imagined. She rose impatiently, and bathed her eyes before ringing for the maid to lace her for dinner. It was long past tea time. "Perhaps I had better marry Lord Hexam and have 10 children," she thought. "That sort of existence has kept more women up to the correct standard than anything else except poverty." Chapter 13 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. This recording is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 13. "And is this really your first big party?" asked Hexam, wonderingly. "The first! The first! And I am 25. Just think of it! Of course I have been to students' balls and little parties in Rosewater, but a function, never before." "This is hardly a function. Parties even in the big political country houses are more or less informal." "Informal? The jewels fairly blind my provincial eyes. And this is a real castle." "Oh, yes, it is a castle," he said, laughing outright. "I suppose you have read up its record," he added teasingly. "You industrious and curious Americans know a lot more about us than we know about ourselves." "Of course I know the history of this castle. I haven't the least doubt you know every word of it yourself. I have already learned that the English are not nearly so vacant-minded as, in their curious pride, they would have one believe." She threw back her head, half closing her eyes in the ecstasy of her new experience. The dancing was in the picture gallery, an immense room, in which there were many dark paintings of the old Italian and Spanish schools, besides the presentments of innumerable arcots by the usual popular masters of the Dutch and English. The ceiling was of stone and vaulted, but set thick with electric lights, blazing down from their great height like the crystal stars of the tropics. It had seemed to Isabel that after entering the castle she had walked for 10 minutes before reaching this room, where as brilliant a company was disporting itself as she was likely to look upon in England. The Duke of Arcot was an energetic Conservative and a member of the present cabinet, but his social attentions were ever directed to the prominent and interesting, of whatever party or creed. As he found a particular zest in being surrounded by smart, bright, and pretty women, the parties at the castle and at Arcot House in London were seldom surpassed in either brilliancy or interest. And as his rent roll was abnormal, there was no sign of dilapidation within the grey walls and towers of the ancient castle, but much comfort and luxury against a background of countless treasures accumulated throughout the centuries. He had taken an immediate fancy to Isabel, and promised to show her the lower rooms as soon as she tired of dancing. Hexam watched her with an amused indulgence that in no wise tempered his mounting admiration. She was radiant. Her blue eyes were shining and almost black, her cheeks flooded with a delicate pink. She wore a gown of white tulle upon whose floating surface were a few dark blue lilies. The masses of her black hair were piled on her head in the fashion of her Californian grandmothers, and confined by a high Spanish comb of gold and tortoise shell. Her only other jewel was a long string of Baja California pearls that had glistened on warm white necks in many an old California ballroom before ever an American had crossed the threshold of Arcot Castle. They had been given by Concha Argüello when she assumed the gray habit of the Third Order of the Franciscan nuns, to the wife of her brother Santiago, and so had come down to Isabel. And to night this descendant of that powerful clan, unimaginable in her modern complexities to their simple minds, was receiving homage in the ballroom of one of the greatest houses in Europe. For there was no question, even in the minds of the young married women, who carried all before them in English society, that the American girl had created a furore among the men. Isabel had confided to the duke, who had lunched that day at Capheaton, and to Hexam, her haunting fear of being a wallflower, and both had vowed that she should have no lack of partners at her first English ball. But to Hexam's disgust, at least, their solicitude came to an untimely end, and he was able to secure but 2 waltzes and a square dance. The duke had spoken for the cotillion, which he had no intention of dancing. He was a most estimable person, but he never ignored an opportunity to talk with a new and interesting woman. Isabel could hardly have failed to be a belle that night, for her spirit was pitched to a height of joy and triumph that charged her whole being with a powerful magnetism. Possibly with a presentiment that it was to be an isolated experience, she abandoned herself recklessly to the mere delight of living, her will imperious for the fulness of one of the dearest of girlhood's ideals. She was one of those women, as she well knew, for tragic and dramatic contacts with life, but nature in compensation had granted her a certain wildness of spirit that sprang spontaneously to meet the pleasure, trifling or great, of the mere present, no matter for how long a period or how hard its wings had been smitten. So she danced and talked far more than was her wont, surpassing herself in every way, and no more interested in poor Hexam than in 20 others. He took her in to supper, however, and after 3 hours of dancing she was glad to rest and be sheltered by his determined bulk, planted squarely before her corner. She knew that she had a coronet very close to her footstool, and that this brilliant night might be but the prologue to a lifetime of the only society in the world worth while, but she was not conscious of any desire beyond the brimming cup of the moment. Moreover, she had never so thoroughly enjoyed being a girl, and love-making would have bored her grievously. The duke claimed her, and after a desultory tour of the great reception rooms, and an infinite number of little cabinets, containing some of the most valuable of the Japanese and Indian treasures. He led her to the library, a luxurious room conducive to rapid friendship. With that amiable desire, peculiar to the kindly Englishman, to gratify the ingenuous curiosity of the American, he produced a huge leather volume containing the various patents of nobility that marked the upward evolution of his house from a barony in some remote period of the world's history to the present dukedom, and the royal letters that had accompanied them. It was something he never would have dreamed of doing for a stranger of his own country, or of any state in Europe, but the English humour Americans that pleased them much as they would engaging children, and Isabel's eyes sparkled with so lively an intelligence that the duke fancied she had literary intentions and might one day find such information useful. He even showed her his complicated coat of arms, which included a bend sinister, for he had royal blood in his veins, and this slanting rod interested Isabel as deeply as the moat under the window. She was even more interested in the duke's attitude. It was evident that he felt no more vanity in his royal descent than deprecation of its irregular cause and enduring emblem. It was, and that was the end of it. But he had quite enough imagination to appreciate the effect of so picturesque an incident in family history upon the mind of the young republican. "The best we can do is to descend irreverently from Washington, Hamilton, or Jefferson," said Isabel. "Only we have not yet reached the stage where we dare to acknowledge it on our coat of arms. The illusions of the American youth must be preserved. Even the fact that one of our presidents was a son of Aaron Burr is still to be read only in the great volume of unwritten history. My father was a sort of walking edition of that work." "That is new to me." The duke was quite famous as a student of history, and took a personal interest in America, having been over twice in search of big game. He asked her many questions, but his interest in the general subject was as nothing to the enthusiasm she aroused by a chance allusion to the chicken ranch. The duke was agricultural above all things. He had a model estate bristling with scientific improvement. He was enchanted at Isabel's picture of her wire-enclosed runs, and yards containing industrious chickens of all ages, engaged, however innocently, in the pursuit of wealth. Isabel, when she chose, could invest any subject with glamour, and her account, delivered in tones notably accelerated, of the snow-white, red-crowned flocks, their aristocratic little white mansions, the luxurious nurseries for the chicks, and the astonishing and costly banquets with which they were daily regaled, was so lively that the duke vowed he would raise Leghorns forthwith. He asked her so many practical questions, taking copious notes, and inevitably embracing California ranch life in its entirety, in his thirst for knowledge, that Isabel had no more dancing that night, but she made an enduring impression upon the eminently practical mind of her host. It was quite 2 hours after supper, and Isabel was beginning to reflect with some humour upon the brevity of all illusions, when Hexam and Miss Thangue appeared simultaneously and announced that the Capheaton guests were leaving. Hexam looked sulky and suspicious. Flora was smiling. "For the first time!" she murmured. Isabel and the duke laughed outright, and then shook hands warmly. "When I go home we can correspond," she said to him, "and I will tell you all the new kinks. We are always improving." "The duke looked positively rejuvenated," said Hexam, spitefully, as they walked down the corridor. "Have you discovered the elixir of life in California, and promised him the prescription?" "No," said Isabel demurely. "I have merely been initiating him into the mysteries of raising Leghorns." Hexam looked stupefied, but Miss Thangue burst into a merry peal of laughter. "Isabel!" she exclaimed, "I begin to suspect you are a minx." And Isabel laughed too, in sheer excess of animal spirits and gratified vanity. She had excellent cause to remember the ebullition, for it was some time before she laughed again. The duchess, with her light sweet smile, her old-fashioned Book of Beauty style, a certain affectation of shabbiness in her black and silver gown, looked a more indispensable part of the picture than any of her guests, as she stood in the middle of the great drawing–room with a group of her more intimate friends. Among them was Lady Victoria, more normal of mood this evening, sufficiently gracious, superbly indifferent, although she had held her court as usual. She tapped Isabel lightly on the cheek with her fan. "You were quite the rage," she said. "I never should have forgiven you if you had not been." And Isabel had not the slightest doubt of her sincerity. The duchess, in the immensity of her castle, did not pretend to keep an eye on any one, and would have been the last to suspect that Miss Otis had inspired her husband with a sudden passion for chickens. She shook hands approvingly with the young American, and asked her to come over informally to luncheon on the morrow. "Is your head turning?" asked Miss Thangue, as they drove home. "You must reap the results of your success. It would be a pity not to. After a few weeks here with Vicky, you must go on a round of visits, and then have a season in London." "It would be glorious!" exclaimed Isabel, in whom problems were moribund. "I certainly believe I shall." She was in the second of the carriages to reach Capheaton, and Gwynne, who was still standing on the steps, helped her down, and asked her pleasantly if she had enjoyed herself. "I had such a good time I know I shan't sleep a wink for 24 hours. I believe I'll go to the library and get a book of yours I began on Sunday, only—" She hesitated. A talk with this enigmatical cousin would be a proper climax to the triumphs of the night. She raised her eyes, full of flattering appeal. "There are one or two points I did not quite understand. I have hesitated to go on." He, too, was wakeful, and rose to the bait promptly. "Suppose you give me an hour by the empty hearth, will you? Well, go on ahead, and I'll follow in a moment, after I see that the men have all they want in the smoking–room." In the depths of the most independent woman's soul is a lingering taint of servility to the lordly male, and in Isabel it warmed into subtle life under the flattering response of this illustrious specimen. She fairly sailed towards the library, wondering if any of the famous old–time California belles, Concha Argüello, Conchita Iturbe y Moncada, with their caballeros flinging gold and silver at their feet, Nina Randolph, and Chonita Hathaway, and Helena Belmont, with their pugnacious courts, had ever felt as exultant as she. That last moment, as she stepped lightly over the threshold of the library, was a sort of climax to the intoxication of youth. And then she stopped short, stifling a cry of terror. The library, except for the wandering moonshine, was unlit, but a ray fell directly across a shadowy figure in the depths of a chair, half–way down the room. It was a relaxed figure, the head fallen on the chest, the arms were hanging limply over the sides of the chair, the hands ghastly in the moonlight. At the rustle of skirts, the figure slowly raised its head, and the eyes of a man, haunted rather than haunting, looked out of a drawn and livid face. But the movement was not followed by speech, and Isabel stood, stiff with horror, convinced that she was in the presence of the Capheaton ghost. Of course, like all old manor–houses, it had one, and she was too imaginative not to accept with her nerves, if not with her intelligence, this ugly proof of a restless domain beyond the grave. But her petrification was mercifully brief. There was a quick step behind her, and then an exclamation of horror as Gwynne shot past her and caught the lugubrious visitant by the shoulder. "Good God, Zeal!" he cried, and his voice shook. "What is it, old man? You look—" The man in the chair rose slowly, and drew a long breath, which seemed to infuse him with life again. "I probably look much as I feel," he said, grimly. "I'm about to go on a journey, and if you can give me a few minutes—" He paused and looked with cold politeness at Isabel. She waited for no further formalities, but, shaken with the sure foreboding of calamity, turned and fled the room. CHAPTER XIV of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. This recording is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. CHAPTER XIV.
That night had also been one of triumph for Elton Gwynne. He had dined at the castle, and, his Julia having flitted to another country house, spent the greater part of the evening in the smoking room with half a score of the most eminent men in political England, and others whose recognition was not to be despised. As there were many guests at the castle, the dinner took place in the banquet hall, but at 6 or 8 round tables, and Gwynne had found himself distinguished above all the other young men present by being seated at that of the Duchess. The Prime Minister, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, 2 other members of the Cabinet, and an ambassador were his companions. All the women were of exalted station, but for this fact Gwynne cared nothing, being entirely free of that snobbery which so often agitates even the best born of the world; indeed, would have been resentful of the ripe age of the ladies, accumulated with their political values, had it not been for the tremendous compliment paid to his personal achievement. He could not sit beside her Grace in that nest of titles, but at the suggestion of the Duke he had been placed as nearly opposite her as the round table permitted, and he soon forgot the broken circle of immemorial bosoms in the manifest disapproval of the Conservative Premier towards himself, and in the attitude of the other men, which, whether hostile or friendly, evinced a recognition of the rising star and a tolerance of his ideas. There is always a glamour about a very young man who has given cumulative evidence of genius and compelled the attention of the world, always distrustful of youth. His enemies had long since, and he was but 30, admitted his gift for letters, fiercely as they might scoff at his conclusions; and his rewards for bravery in the field had aroused no adverse comment. But while his most persistent critic had never discovered him truthless and corruptible, his political sincerity had been called into question even by his colleagues, and almost unanimously by the opposition. His principles were by no means so rigidly outlined as those of the great Whig families, nor of the men who belonged to the Liberal party as a natural result of their more modest station and protesting spirit. He was strong on the fundamental principles of the party, and far more energetic in his advocacy of the rights and needs of the working man than any Liberal of his own class, but he rarely, if ever, alluded to the question of Home Rule, a question somnolent but by no means dead, and the omission savoured of Unionism, in spite of his avowed scorn of all compromises. These facts, taken in connection with the pride and arrogance of the young scion of the house of Strathland and Zeal, generated the suspicion that he had allied himself with the Liberal party for 2 reasons only: its weakness in first–class men, and his passion for self–advertising. No one disputed his pre–eminence in this branch of industrial art, for although he never descended to commonplace methods, and the interviewer, far from being sought, rather dreaded him than otherwise, there was no man in England who was such a mine for copy, nor of a perennially greener growth in the select front lawn of news. When he attacked the Government he was eminently quotable, and this endeared him to both reporters and editors. When he was interviewed, fearsome in manner as he was, he sent the worm away packed with ideas and phrases, but although he was almost continuously on the tongue, and the object of more acrimonious discussion than any young man in England, distrust of him had grown to such proportions that he had been dropped after one brief sojourn in the House, and to regain his seat had taken 2 years of the hardest and most brilliant fighting Great Britain had seen since the Conservative majority of 1874 permitted Disraeli to rest on his prickly laurels. But this memorable battle of one young man against a mighty phalanx of enemies and doubting friends had battered down the prejudices of his own party, and won a meed of applause from even those of stout Tory principles. The humbler class, upon whom the election largely depended, were captivated by his eloquence, his insidious manipulation of the best in their natures, filling them with a judicious mixture of ideals and self–approval, while the phenomenon he invariably presented on the platform of the gradual awakening into life of a warm–blooded, generous, magnetic, and earnest inner man,
so effectually concealed at other times within a repellent exterior, never failed to induce in them the belief that something responsive in their own personalities awakened that rare spirit from its stifled sleep. That the glamour of his birth and condescension to their plane had aught to do with the dazzling quality of his charm, they might have admitted had their minds been driven by the enemy into the regions of self–analysis, but in any case he was the theme of 2/3 of the pubs and reading–rooms in England. He had achieved a sweeping victory that loomed portentously as a forerunner of greater triumphs in the future. For the personal popularity he had achieved, the gift for leadership he had demonstrated, the self–control he showed at all times, and the fatally adhesive quality of his biting wit, had strengthened the Liberal party and caused the Conservative to wish that he had never been born. And flushed with self–love and the conquest of the woman of his desire, he had never talked better than on that night at Ardcote, nor less offensively, for his arrogance and assertiveness were tempered by the warm high tide of his emotions. It was a magnificent room, the banquet–hall at Ardcote, as large as that of many royal palaces, hung with old Gobelins, and frescoed by a pupil of Giotto. It was a fit setting for the triumphant hour of the most remarkable young man since the younger Pitt, a phrase which, if not notably suave, at least possessed an astonishing vigour, and was almost as familiar in American and Continental newspapers as in his own proud nation, a nation always so keen to possess the first in all departments of excellence, creating them out of a second–class material when the first is lacking, that the wonder was she had been so long accepting Elton Gwynne. Nothing, perhaps, but a noble desire for a really great man restrained her. Opposite Gwynne, the Duchess, sweet and tactful, if little more than an ornamental husk in which the juices of her race possibly recuperated to invigorate the future generations, was as fair and stately as her castle demanded, and if her gown was shabby, her jewels were not. On either side of her table, which occupied the central position in the great room, were some of the most beautiful women in England, the smartest, the most politically important, all, without exception, of an inherited status that brought them once a year, as a matter of course, within the sternly guarded portals of Ardcote. Gwynne did not know that Mrs. Kaye had knocked at these sacred portals in vain, for such gossip, if by chance he heard it, made no impression upon him whatever. But he was by no means insensible to the salient fact that he was one among the chosen of earth to–night, and that it was good to be the hero of such an assembly. For that he was the hero there was no manner of doubt, and when the dinner was over he spent but half an hour in the drawing–room, preferring the conversation of the heads of state, who so seldom gratified the vanity of a man of his years, but whom he had the power to interest, whether they approved of him or not. He had many friends among women, some conquered by the magic of notoriety, others, like Flora Thangue, sensible of his finer side, or tolerant of him through lifelong intimacy. And there were times when he was as alive to the pleasures of their society as any young sprig about town. But to–night their admiration was too illogical to administer to the self–love which in the last few days had palpitated with so exquisite a sense of fruition. Moreover, it gave him the keenest satisfaction to read in the manner of these older and long–tried men the grudging belief in his own sincerity. In reality, his motives for joining a party at war with every tradition of his house had been, primarily, as mixed as all motives that bring about great voluntary changes in a man's life. It was quite true that he was inordinately ambitious, that he had a distinct preference for the sensational method, as productive of speedier results, for he had no intention of waiting until middle age for the activities and honours he craved in his insatiable youth. And it was also true that he was even more of an aristocrat than many of his class, with whom a simpler attitude had become the fashion, even if it were not marrow–deep. But the ruling motive had been his passionate love of battle, a trait inherited perhaps from his pioneer ancestors, whose roots were in the soil. This desire to prove his mettle, and fill his life with the only excitement worthy of his gifts, would alone have made him turn from the broad ancestral paths, but, like a lawyer fascinated by his brief, he had long since been heart and soul with the party he had chosen, and, with the exercise of his faculties, become possessed of a mounting desire not only to be of genuine use to his country, but to lift the family name from the comparative obscurity where it had rested during the half of a century. The present head of the family had been an invalid in his early life, and Italy had withered whatever ambitions may have pricked him in his youth. When he finally found himself able to live the year round in England, he saw no fault in a nation so superior to any of his exile, and he had settled down to the life of a country squire, devoted to sport, and supremely satisfied with himself. His eldest son, an estimable young man who had worked at Christchurch as if he had been qualifying for a statesman or a don, died of typhoid fever before the birth of his boy. The present heir, brilliant, weak, cynical, absolutely selfish, had rioted to such an extent that he had fatally injured his health and incurred the detestation of his grandfather. Lord Strathland was not only a virtuous old gentleman, but was also inclined to be miserly. The subjects upon which they did not quarrel bitterly every time they met were those relating to Elton Gwynne, whom both loved, in so far as they loved any one but themselves. Deeply as they disapproved of his politics, they respected his independence and were inordinately proud of him. Zeal's daughters, who bored him inexpressibly, were parcelled out among relatives, and he led a roving life in search of a beneficent air for his weary lungs. All women had become hateful to him since he had been forced to sit in the ashes of repentance. But he had consented to enter upon a second marriage through the most disinterested sentiment of his life, his love of his cousin, whose haunting fear of being shelved in his youth had been poured into his ears many times. That he also enraged his grandfather, who wanted nothing so much as the assurance that his favourite should inherit the territorial honours of his house, may have given zest to his act of renunciation. Not that he had the least intention of giving his cousin a solid basis for despair for many years to come, for no mother ever nursed her babe more tenderly than he his weak but by no means exhausted chest. During his last interview with Elton in London, he had assured his anxious relative that he was taking the best care of himself, and that, in spite of bloodshot eyes and haggard cheeks, his disease was quiescent, although he had decided to start for Davos or some other popular climate before the advent of harsh weather. Davos is a word of hideous portent in English ears, but Gwynne had expelled it with all other cares from his mind, and on this night, when he returned from Arcot feeling a far greater man than any of his house had ever dreamed of being, and with a song in his heart, the awful face of his cousin, whom in the shock of the moment he thought stricken with death, gave him the first stab of terror and doubt that he had experienced in his triumphant life. Chapter 15 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. This recording is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 15 "Come upstairs," said Zeal. "We are liable to interruption here." "Have they put you up decently?" asked Gwynne, with his mind's surface. "The house is rather full." "I shall leave by the 7 o'clock train, and it must be 3 now. I have no intention of going to bed." "Is that wise? You look pretty seedy, old man. You haven't had a hemorrhage?" He almost choked as he brought the word out, and yet he was not in the least surprised when Zeal replied, tonelessly, "I had forgotten I even had a chest." For his mind was vibrating with a telepathic message which his wits attacked fiercely and without avail. As they entered his room, he pushed his cousin into an easy chair, and turned up the lamp on the writing table. Then he planted his feet on the hearth rug, with a blind instinct to die standing. "Fire away, for God's sake," he said. "Something has happened. You know you can count on me, whatever it is." Zeal, who was sitting stiffly forward, his hands gripping the arms of his chair, laughed dryly. You will be the chief sufferer. The others don't count." "Has my grandfather speculated once too often? Are we gone completely smash?" Gwynne was rapidly assuring himself that he was now prepared for the worst, that nothing should knock the props from under him again, that it was the sight of Zeal's face that had upset him. He was not one to collapse before the stiff blows of life. "It is likely. Anyhow, if he lives long enough, he'll make a mess of what is left." He raised his head slowly, and once more Gwynne, as he met those terrible haunted eyes, felt as Adam may have felt when he was being bundled towards the exit of Eden. He braced himself unconsciously, and after Zeal's next words did not relax his body, although his lips turned white and stiff. "I am going to kill myself some time to day," said Zeal, in a voice so emotionless that Gwynne wondered idly if all his capacity for expression had gone to his eyes. "I should have done it several hours earlier, but I felt that I owed you an explanation. You can pass it on to my grandfather when the time comes." He paused a moment, and then he too seemed to brace himself. "I killed Brathland," he said. Gwynne moistened his lips. "Poor old Zeal," he muttered. "It must be a horrid sensation." "To be a murderer, I can assure you it is." Gwynne's mind seemed to darken until only one luminous point confronted it, the visible tormented soul of his kinsman. He walked over to the table and mixed 2 tumblers of whiskey and soda, wondering why he had not thought of it before. They drank without haste, and then Gwynne took the chair opposite Zeal's. "Tell me all about it," he said. "Brathland and I had not been friends for some years. He was a bounder, and an ass in the bargain. I never, even when we were on speaking terms, made any particular effort to hide what I thought of him. It wasn't worth while. Of course, with every mother firing her girls at his head, and the flatterers and toadies from whom a prospective duke cannot escape if he would, he had an opinion of himself that would have made me the object of his particular rancour, even if I hadn't cut him out with 3 different women that couldn't marry either of us. When I got the verdict that I must pull up or go under, he chose that particular moment to take up with Stella Starr, the only woman I ever cared a pin for. Somehow he got wind of my condition, and knowing that I would prefer to retire as gracefully as possible, it struck him as the refinement of vengeance to make a laughing-stock of me when I was no longer in a condition to play the game out, to advertise me as a worn-out rake for whom the world of Stella Starrs had no further use. We never spoke again until Friday night." He paused, then mixed and drank another whiskey and soda, lit a cigarette, and resumed. "I had objected to his being let into the mine, which Vanneck's agent and private letters had persuaded the rest of us would make our fortunes. But I was helpless, for he was not only Vanneck's cousin, but his brother is out in Africa, and also interested in the mine. I therefore consented to attend the dinner at which the whole business was to be discussed, fully intending to treat him as I should any stranger to whom I had just been introduced. At first all went well enough. We had the private dining-room and smoking-room on the 2nd floor at the club. The dinner was excellent, and Brathland, although nearly opposite me, behaved as decently as he always did when sober. It was champagne that let loose the bounder in him, and that was one reason I always so thoroughly despised him. The man that is not a gentleman when he is drunk has no right to be alive at all. We were not long discussing the mine threadbare, for we did not know enough about it to enlarge into any picturesque details, and the agent, who had seen each of us separately, was not present. Raglin read a personal letter from Vanneck, and Brathland another from Dick. Then the subject being exhausted long before we reached the end of dinner, we drifted off to other topics, and went into the smoking-room with the coffee. It was at least 6 years since I had tasted anything stronger than whiskey and water, and what devil entered into me that night to drink a quart of champagne and liqueurs, and pour port and brandy on top, the devil himself only knows. Perhaps the old familiar sight of a lot of good fellows, most likely the vanity of forcing Brathland to believe that he beheld a rival as vigorous and dangerous as of old. I had gained 10 pounds, and was looking and feeling particularly fit. At all events the mess affected me as alcohol never had done in even my Salé days, and although my thoughts seemed to be moving in a crystal procession, I became slowly obsessed with the desire to kill Brathland, whose face, chalky white as it always was when he was drunk, and he always got drunk on less than any one else, filled me with a fury of disgust and hatred. My mind kept assuring this thing that straddled it that I had not the least intention of making an ass of myself, and that procession of thought, in order to support its confidence, entered into an argument with my conscience, which was in a corner and looked like a codfish standing on its tail and grinning impotently. A jig of words escaped from the mouth of the codfish, copybook maxims, Bible admonitions, the commandments, legal statutes, all in one hideous mess that annoyed me, so I slipped out, went up to my room, and pocketed a pistol. That logical procession of thought in my mind assured me that this unusual move at a friendly business dinner was merely in the way of self-protection, for Brathland had once been heard to say that he wished we were both cowboys on an American ranch, so that he could put a bullet into me without taking the consequences. He never had a brain above shilling shuckers. My thoughts, as they visibly combined and recombined in the crystal vault of my skull, asserted confidently that he had been reading such stuff lately, and that, 10 to 1, he had a pistol in his pocket. When I returned, Brathland was standing by the hearth, supporting himself by the chimney-piece. The rest were lying about in long chairs, smoking and drinking whiskey and sodas. They were all sober enough, and Brathland looked the more of a beast by contrast. I took a chair opposite him, and ordered my thoughts to arrange themselves in phrases that should pierce his mental hide and wither the very roots of his self-esteem. His vanity was the one big thing about him. But he took his doom into his own hands and built it up like a house of cards. "How does it feel to be drunk once more?" he asked, with his damnable sneer. "It makes you look less of a hypochondriac, anyhow. Granny Zeal, that's what the girls call you." "If they do, I've no doubt you taught them," I replied, in tones as low as his own. Several men were seated not far off, but neither of us hung out a storm signal. "I did," he said. "Not but that I had had revenge enough. I had made you ridiculous, you with your damned superior airs, like that infant phenomenon cousin of yours who is making the family ass of himself over Julia Kaye." Those were his last words. I pulled the pistol and fired straight into his abdomen. Knew I couldn't miss him there. God, what a commotion there was! He doubled up with a yell, just like him. The men fairly bounded out of their chairs. There were 2 waiters in the room, just come in with the Apollinaris. Raglin slammed the doors to, and, while Ormond and Hetherington laid Brathland out on a sofa, asked the servants if they would hold their tongues until it was known whether he would die or not. They assented readily enough, knowing how damned well worth their while it was. Then he went off for a surgeon, didn't dare telephone, went straight for a young fellow named Ballast he happened to know, and asked him if he would probe for a bullet and call it appendicitis for £1,000. Apparently there was no time wasted in argument, for he returned in half an hour with this man. The surgeon probed for the bullet, but without success. Then he bandaged Brathland, had him carried up to Raglin's room, and sent for a nurse that he could trust. We all gathered in the smoking room, shut the waiters in the dining room, and talked the matter over. By this time I was more hideously sober than I ever had been in my life. What they thought of me I neither knew nor cared, and it is doubtful if they knew themselves. Their one thought was to keep the matter from getting out and dragging the club into a scandal. And of course Raglin was equally keen on sheltering the family, whether Brathland lived or died. Anyhow, I fancy they would have stood by me, for if we have no other virtue we do stand by each other. Practically the only question was the amount to be paid in blackmail, for every trace of the affair had been removed. Even the smell of antiseptics and ether had gone. We finally called the waiters in and offered them 400 each for their silence, or, in the case of Brathland's death, the surgeon held out hopes, 1,000. They coolly replied they would take 1,000 apiece before noon on the following day, and 10,000 each in case of death. We, or rather Raglin and one or two others, jawed for an hour, but the wretches never yielded an inch. They had us on the hip, and were not likely to be put off by any amount of eloquence. Of course we caved in, and God knows what amount of future blackmail the club is in for. Then there was the 1,000 for the surgeon, and the nurse would expect 1,000 more. Of course I made myself responsible for the entire amount. Raglin insisted for a time upon going halves. Blood may be blood, but he had despised Bratty as much as I ever did. But, of course, I would not hear of it. The next afternoon the surgeon probed again, and Brathland died under the ether. The wound, after probing, looked sufficiently like an ordinary incision to deceive any one. Raglin and Harold Lorcote, who, of course, was told the truth, naturally had the body sealed up in lead before taking it north. The old duke and the women of the family are in a fair way to know nothing. He paused abruptly, and lifted his eyes once more to Gwynne's, bursting into a laugh that sounded like the crackling of fire under dry leaves. "Lovely story, ain't it?" But Gwynne made no reply. His mind, released, was working abnormally, and his face was as livid as his cousin's had been. Zeal rose. The narrative had excited him out of his apathy and physical exhaustion, the confession shaken the rigidity from his mind. He planted himself on the hearth-rug with an air that approached nonchalance. His thin, clever face had a burning spot on either cheek. His sunken eyes were no longer haunted, but brilliant and staring. His thin, high nose and fine hands twitched slightly, as if his nerves were enjoying a too sudden release. Heavenly sensation to be a murderer. What beastly names things have, and how we are obsessed by them. The word rings in my brain night and day. I haven't slept 3 hours since it happened, and I never had the remotest hope that he would live. It's the second time in my life I've been up against a cold, ugly fact that stands by itself in a region where rhetoric doesn't enter. I believe I could tolerate the situation if I'd done it in cold blood, if I'd thought it out, determined to gratify my hatred of the man, if, in short, the deed had been the offspring of my intelligence, for which I have always had a considerable respect. But to have been under the control of a thing, like any navvy, to be a criminal without the consent of my will, I don't know that that fact alone would make life insupportable, but there are other and sufficient reasons. I shall never get the hideous sight of Brathland as he doubled up, and his horrid, gurgling shriek, out of my mind this side of the grave. And I am practically cleaned out. You know how much I have left of my mother's property. It barely covers what I paid out to day. There isn't a penny for the girls. They will be dependent on Strathland, as I should be if I lived. A position for which I have as little relish as for that of a murderer on the loose. And should I ever be really safe? If this stinking quartet takes it into its head to levy annual blackmail, where is the money coming from? I won't have the others let in while I'm alive. If it did come to that, and of course it would, I'd get out anyhow, so I may as well go now, and save myself further horrors. Besides, with all our precautions, we may have overlooked some significant detail. There may have been an eavesdropper. The undertakers may have had their suspicions. For all I know, I may be arrested to-morrow. Well, Jack, what would you do in my place?" Gwynne shook himself and stood up. "I don't know. I have been feeling as if I had killed Bratty myself, but I cannot imagine myself committing suicide. Talk about ugly words. In the first place, I don't think that one crime is any reason for committing another, and in the second it is cowardly. You don't suppose that old standby slipped my mind, do you? Well, I am a coward. There you have my dispassionate opinion of myself. I don't see myself in the prisoner's dock, in the graceful act of dangling from the end of a rope, or, if the judge was inclined to have pity on the family, of dying in a prison hospital. Even if I trumped up the necessary fortitude, I should be a blacker villain than I am to bring disgrace upon my 5 poor girls, and the woman that has promised to marry me, to say nothing of Vicky and yourself. Nor, on the other hand, do I see myself skulking in some hole abroad, with the hue and cry after me. I have just as little appetite for the rôle of the haunted man in comparative security. Well, what would you do yourself?" Gwynne shuddered. His own eyes were hunted. "How, in God's name, can any man tell what he would do until he is in the same hole? I should like to think that I would speak out and take the consequences. There is little danger of your swinging, and as for imprisonment, one way or another you've got to answer for your crime, and it seems to me that the honest thing is to accept the penalty of the law you live under." "Well, it doesn't to me," said Zeal, coolly, and lighting another cigarette. "I asked the question merely out of curiosity, as the workings of your mind always interest me. But I have quite made up my own mind. The only reason I hesitated a moment, to be exact, it was half a day, was on your account. Of course, I know what my death will mean to you." "It was for that reason I was almost coward enough not to remonstrate." Gwynne scratched a match several times before he succeeded in getting a light. "Nevertheless, I meant it." "Don't doubt it. And I am sorry. It is about the only regret I shall take with me, that and some remorse on account of the girls. I suppose Strathland will throw them a bone each." "I will look out for them. But you are not bent on this horror?" he burst out. Wild plans of drugging his cousin, of locking him up, chased through his mind, and at the same time he was sick with the certainty of his own impotence. He knew his cousin, and he had the sensation that an illuminated scroll of fate dangled before his eyes. Zeal nodded. His excitement, his fears had left him. He felt something of the swaggering calm peculiar to the condemned in their final hour, that last great rally of the nerves to feed the fires of courage. He finished his cigarette and flung himself on the sofa. "Wake me at 7:20, will you?" he asked. "I have ordered the trap." Chapter 16 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 16 The young Marquis of Strathland and Zeal sat alone in the smoking room at Capheaton. The guests, with the exception of Flora Thangue and Isabel Otis, had departed 6 days ago, sunk in a melancholy so profound that his brain was mercifully inactive. If the history of the past week was dully insistent, the future was not. He had witnessed the descent of his grandfather and cousin into the vault of the chapel at Strathland Abbey 2 days before, and after the necessary interviews with stewards and family solicitors, had returned this afternoon to Capheaton with his mother. Lady Victoria, even her dauntless soul sick with grief and horrors, had gone to bed at once, and after a funereal dinner, where he had made no response whatever to the feeble efforts of the girls to illuminate the darkness in which he moved, had gone to the smoking room alone, wishing to think and plan, yet grateful that he could not. He had known nothing of the weakness of his grandfather's heart, and the old gentleman, as ruddy and debonair as ever, had just come in from the coverts when he arrived at the Abbey a few hours after Zeal's departure from Capheaton. Always vain of his health and appearance since his complete recovery, now many years ago, Lord Strathland had turned a haughty back upon the one physician that had dared to warn him. Not even his valet was permitted to suspect that he had been forced to pay to time any debt beyond bleaching care and an occasional twinge of gout. The care he had taken of himself in his delicate youth had given him a finer constitution than he would have been likely to enjoy had he been able to go the wild way of many of his family, and it was his familiar boast that he intended to live until 90. Elton's visit roused no curiosity in his complacent breast, for the favourite seldom announced his coming, and it was quite in order that he should run down for congratulations, and delight his affectionate if disapproving relative with personal details of the great fight. He had come with the intention of being the one to break the news of his cousin's death to his grandfather, should it be necessary, but he permitted himself to hope that Zeal would rise above his type. He had driven him to the station himself, dispensing with the groom as well, and pleaded with him to wait at least a month, to consider the matter more coolly and carefully than had hitherto been possible, begged him to return to Capheaton, offered to travel with him if he preferred to leave England. Whatever might threaten in the future, there could be no immediate danger of arrest, for if the shot had carried beyond the private rooms of the club, there would have been evidence of the fact at once, and if the undertakers had suspected the truth and delayed giving information, their purpose was blackmail and could be dealt with. And while he argued and pleaded, he wondered, as he had during the hours he watched beside his cousin sleeping, if, in spite of certain principles which he had believed to be immutable, he could have found any other solution himself. Honour has many arbitrary inflections, and Zeal's act being wholly abominable, there must seem, in his code, to be no place for him among men. To walk among them unscathed, punished only by a conscience that time would inevitably dull, and the loss of a small fortune that his promised wife would more than replace, while some passionate creature, without powerful friends or money for blackmail, went to the noose, was an outrage abroad in the secret regions of the spirit, even if it made no assault upon public standards. He deserved extinction, one way or another, and it would be almost as great an outrage were he to cover his family with his own disgrace. Certain men might, after such a lesson, live on to devote their lives to repentance and beneficent works, but not Zeal, and Gwynne had no great respect for a character made over after some terrifying explosion among its baser parts. And the question would always remain if the highest honour would not have commanded confession. He made a deliberate effort to put himself in Zeal's place, and after several failures accomplished the feat. He was willing to believe that his first impulse would have been to destroy himself, not so much through fear as through a blind sense of atonement, for when he endeavoured to argue that the crime belonged to the law and the public, he swore at himself for a prig. Either way was suicide, and if the more deliberate might damn a man's soul, no doubt he deserved nothing less, and at least he had done his duty by his family and his class. Gwynne had in the base of his character a puritanical stratum, by no means mined as yet, but with too many outcroppings to have been overlooked. But the very strength it gave him served to confuse the simplicity of the religious instinct, and duty, like the code of honour, endures many interpretations in complex minds. He was quite sure that ultimately he would have decided with his cold intelligence, that he was equally sure that if he had doggedly determined to conquer life, and be conquered by nothing, that the best part of his mental existence would have gone into the grave with his ideals. Although there was still some confusion in his mind, he kept it out of his words, and as he drove home from the station he was sanguine enough to hope that he had at least dissuaded Zeal from precipitancy, for his cousin, flippant, cynical, appeared to be quite his usual self, and as he nodded from the window of the train, bore little resemblance to the demoralized wretch of the night. Nevertheless, he hastened to his grandfather, for he knew how little the mood of the moment may presage that of an hour hence, although he was reasonably sure that if Zeal lived until the following morning, it would be some time before he brought himself to the sticking point again. He announced to his mother and his guests that it was his duty to spend 24 hours with his grandfather, promising to return in time for 2 hours' shooting on the morrow. He took for granted that Zeal had gone to London. What then was his foreboding horror when Lord Strathland, as they sat alone at luncheon (the unmarried aunts were visiting), remarked with acerbity: "Zeal arrived on the train before yours, went straight to his room, giving orders he was not to be called until dinner. Has not honoured me with so much as an intimation that he was in the house. Where are you going?" Gwynne had half risen. He sat down hastily. "I was afraid he might be ill," he replied coolly, "but doubtless he merely had a bad night and wants sleep." In a flash he had understood. It was like Zeal's cynicism to die as close to the family vault as possible. No meal had ever seemed as long as that last luncheon with his grandfather, who promptly dismissed the subject of his detested heir, and asked 100 questions about the campaign. A fierce sense of protecting the two men he loved best enabled Gwynne to answer as collectedly as if he had not been possessed with the sickening idea that the very bones had gone out of him. When luncheon was over, he accompanied his grandfather to the library, then after smoking a third of a cigar, left him to his nap, frankly stating that he thought he had better look up Zeal, who had been rather seedy of late. He would risk being unwelcome. He walked slowly up the stair and along the corridor to his cousin's suite. He was in no hurry to reach it, but neither could he wait for the possible discovery of the servants at the dinner hour. He knocked at the door of the sitting room. There was no answer. He turned the handle. The door was locked. Then he pounded and called. He was about to fling himself against the door when he heard a quick step in the corridor, and before he could retreat, Lord Strathland was beside him. There was no defect in the old gentleman's eyesight, nor in his perceptions. Zeal's abrupt arrival without servant or luggage, and his more than usual rudeness, had charged him with vague suspicions as well as annoyance. When Gwynne, in spite of his self–control, had turned livid upon hearing that Zeal was in the Abbey, and had risen as if to fly to his rescue, a dark if undefined foreboding had entered his grandfather's mind. But Lord Strathland respected the reserve of his guests, no matter how nearly related, and, dismissing the subject, had forgotten his apprehension until Gwynne revived it by his untimely pilgrimage. Then Lord Strathland thought the time had come to hear the truth. "Well," he demanded sharply, "what is it? What's up? Why doesn't Zeal open? I saw him in Piccadilly on Saturday, and he stared at me as if he had never seen me before. I thought at the moment it was some of his damned impertinence, but concluded that he had something on his mind. He looked more dead than alive." Gwynne's back was to the light, and he controlled his voice, although his heart was thumping. "Well, he has been, poor chap, awfully seedy. I'm really worried. He may have anticipated a final hemorrhage, and crawled home to die." He cherished the hope that Zeal had been at pains to procure an untraceable drug. "Ah, well, I hope that is it, if the poor fellow is dead. He looked as if he had more than ill health on his mind. I thought he had pulled up, but no doubt he went to pieces over some wretched woman again. Come, let us get in. I don't want the servants to know anything of this at present." They threw themselves against the door. The old gentleman was heavy, and Gwynne sound and wiry in spite of his delicate appearance. The door was stout, but its hinges were old, and after several attempts they drove it in. Lord Strathland's face was pale and he was panting, but he led the way rapidly through the sitting–room into the bedroom. Zeal had undressed, extended himself on the bed, and covered his body with an eider–down quilt. Lord Strathland jerked it off, and both saw what they had expected to see, for a faint odour of burnt powder lingered in the rooms. Lord Strathland's face was ghastly, almost blue. He had anticipated death, not with the imagination of the young, but dully, through the atrophied faculties of his age, and the shock could hardly have been greater had he found his grandson without warning. "What does this mean?" he demanded thickly. "You know, and I will know." Gwynne took him firmly by the arm and turned him about. "Not here," he said. "Come to the library. I will tell you. But I am no more fit to talk just now than you are to listen." His grandfather submitted, and Gwynne dropped his arm and rearranged the quilt over his cousin's body. At the same moment Lord Strathland's eyes lit on a sealed letter addressed to himself. Before Gwynne could interfere, he had broken the seal. It ran: "My Lord, I murdered Brathland, in cold blood, saving the fact that I was drunk. My entire private fortune has gone for purposes of blackmail. Even that might not have saved me eventually from the hangman. We have grown so damned democratic. All things considered, I am sure you will agree that it is quite proper I should make the exit of a gentleman while there is yet time. Jack will give you further particulars, should you care to listen to them. Zeal." He too had known nothing of the condition of his grandfather's heart, and it had amused him to plan a last shock to the perennial optimism and complacency of the person he disliked most on earth. The smile was still on his frozen lips, that expressed the amused anticipation of his brain. Death, to do him justice, he had met with none of the cowardice he had vaunted, and consistently with his arid cynical soul. "Don't read it, don't!" Gwynne had exclaimed in agony, and forgetting the awful figure on the bed in his alarm at the sight of his grandfather's face. "If you must know the truth, let me tell it in my own way." But Lord Strathland read, and fell at his feet like a bundle of old clothes. Chapter 17 of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. Recording is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 17. Gwynne wondered if he should ever shake off the pall-like memories of the past week. The testimony before the coroner, in which every word had to be weighed as carefully as if life instead of the honour of the worthless dead were at stake. The reporters from the less dignified of the British newspapers, and the American correspondents, two of whom dodged the vigilance of the servants, entered the Abbey by a window, and took snapshots of the lower rooms and of the coffins in the death chamber. The painful scenes with the women of the family, who had descended in a body. The wearisome interview with the family solicitor, in the course of which he had learned that he was heir to little more than the entailed properties, which must be let in order to ensure an income for his 3 unmarried aunts, Zeal's 5 girls, and himself. The hideous reiteration of "your lordship" by the obsequious servants, that reproduced in his mind the slow, deep tones of the passing bell tolled in the village for his grandfather and his cousin. A letter from Julia Kaye had fluttered in like a dove of promise, but he had never been able to recall anything in the 6 pages of graceful sympathy but her allusions to the dead as the Marquis and the Earl. He told himself angrily that his brain must have weakened to notice a solecism at such a time, but it is in moments of abnormal mental strain that trifles have their innings. And during the beautiful service in the chapel he caught himself wondering if any woman of his own class could have made such a slip. Always deaf to gossip, he had no suspicion that his Julia had been laughed at more than once for her inability to grasp all the unwritten laws of a world which she had entered too late. With an ear in which a title lingered like a full voluptuous note of music, she was blunt to a certain of the democratic canons of modern society. Although it gave her the keenest pleasure to address the highest bulwarks of the peerage off-handedly as Duke and Duchess, there had been moments of confusion when she had lapsed naturally into Your Grace, and it would have seemed like a lost opportunity to have alluded to a titled foreigner without his von or de, even where there was a more positive title to use as often as she pleased. It was the one weak spot in a singularly acute and accomplished mind. But of all this Gwynne knew nothing, and he was dully wondering if a great love could be affected by trifles, and if his brain and character were of less immutable material than he had believed, his mental vision still straying through the insupportable gloom of the past week, when he heard a light footfall beyond the door. He sprang to his feet, cursing his nerves, and was by no means reassured upon seeing the long figure of a woman, dressed entirely in white, a candle in her hand, approaching him down the dark corridor. He had never given a moment's thought in his active life to psychic phenomena, but he was in a state of mind when nothing would have surprised him, and he had turned cold to his finger-tips when a familiar voice reassured him. "I am not Lady Macbeth," said Isabel, with a tremor in her own voice, as she entered and blew out the candle, "but I felt like her as I braved the terrors of all those dark corridors and that staircase in my wild desire to talk to a living person. I had arrived at that stage where all your ancestors gibbered at the foot of my bed.
Flora has been sleeping with me, but your mother wanted her to-night, and I am deserted." "What a lot of babies you are!" Gwynne was delighted to wreak his self-contempt on some one else, but glad of the interruption and unexpectedly mellowed by the sight of a pretty woman after the red noses and sable plumage of the past week. It was true that he had seen Isabel at dinner, but like Flora she had worn a black gown out of respect to the family woe, and he hated the sight of black. Now she wore a gown of soft white wool, fastened at the throat and waist with a blue ribbon, and even her profile, whose severity he had disapproved, having a masculine weakness for pugs, was softened by the absence of the coils of braids that commonly framed it. Her hair hung in one tremendous plait to the heels of her slippers. "I see that you have no more sleep in you than I have," he said. "Let us make a night of it." It had rained all day, and he was suddenly alive to a sense of physical discomfort. He rang and ordered a servant to make a fire and bring the tea-service. "How did you know I was here?" he asked Isabel, when they were alone again. "I felt that you were, but I went first to your room and tapped. I was quite capable of waking you up. Thank heaven I summoned the courage to come down. This is delightful." The fire was crackling in the grate, the water boiling in the big silver kettle. Isabel made his tea almost black, but diluted her own, lest she should be left alone before she, too, was ready for sleep. "You have had a beastly time these last days," he said, for he was genuinely hospitable. "I am sorry you did not happen to come a month earlier. Have you seen anything of Hexam? He was going on to Arcot." "He rode over, or walked over, every day. We should have fallen a prey to melancholy without him, although you may believe me when I assure you that we thought more of you than we did of ourselves. I am your blood relation, so I have a right to feel dreadfully sympathetic. May I have a cigarette?" "What a brick you are to smoke! I don't mind being sympathized with for a change. I have had to do so much sympathizing with others in the last week that I have not had time to pity myself. Even my mother went to pieces, for she was fond of Zeal, poor old chap, and her conscience scorched her because she was always rather nasty to my grandfather. She likes and dislikes tremendously, you know, although to most people she is merely indifferent. But when she dislikes—" He blew the ashes from the tip of his cigarette with a slight whistling sound. Flora Thangue had extracted all the particulars of the death and suicide from Lady Victoria, who knew nothing, however, of the tragic cause of both, and imparted them to Isabel, whose mind, in consequence, was free of morbid curiosity. She had also read the newspapers. The speculations and veiled hints of the sensational sheets had not interested her, but she had pondered deeply over leaders in the more dignified organs, which had abounded in comment upon the changed conditions in the meteoric career of the young man who was no longer Elton Gwynne, but a peer of the realm. "Do you mind it so awfully much?" she asked, after a short silence, during which they had both smoked absently and gazed at the fire. "What?" Gwynne turned with cold surprise of his eyes upon her. "Losing 2 of the 4 people I cared most for on earth?" "Of course not. Being suddenly made a peer and having to begin all over. You never will be called Elton Gwynne again, and you will have as much trouble educating the public up to your new name as if you were emerging from obscurity for the first time." The words, brutally direct, rolled away the last clouds of his lethargy. He vividly realized that he had been sulking before the closed shutters of his understanding, accepting the new conditions with but the dulled surface of his brain. Now his naked soul stared at her out of his white face and tortured eyes, and she looked away. She had not believed that he could be racked with feeling of any sort, and it was as if she heard him cry, "Oh God! Oh God!" although his lips were silent. but she did not change the subject. "I suppose you haven't seen the newspapers," she said. "I cut out all the editorials and paragraphs I thought would interest you. One of the big dailies, I forget which, said that the interruption of your career was a greater political tragedy than Parnell's or Lord Randolph Churchill's." "Do they say that?" asked Gwynne, eagerly. "Well, God knows, it is a tragedy for me." "Don't you like being a peer the least little bit? I am too feminine, possibly too American, not to see a certain picturesqueness in a title, especially in such a pretty one as yours. And there is no doubt that you are a more imposing figure in the eyes of the world to day than you were a week ago. Are you really indifferent to that side of it?" "Am I? One does such a lot of self-posing and self-imposition. There are few things in this world that gratify a man's vanity more than being a peer of Great Britain, and, no doubt, had I happened to be born without what you might call a fighting ambition and certain abilities, I should, barring natural grief, feel that I was one of the favourites of destiny, that is to say, if I had a commensurate income. The fact that I must let the Abbey and Capheaton, and after portioning off all the unmarried women of the family, shall have barely enough left to keep up my flat in Charles Street, may have something to do with my absence of enthusiasm. But yes, I am sure of myself," he burst out. "I am the most miserable man on earth to night, and the reason is not that I have lost two good friends, but because my career is ruined, broken off in the middle." "You could become a militant Liberal peer." "Paradoxes don't happen to appeal to me, and the only chance for a genuine fighter is the House of Commons. Besides, it is impossible for a man to be a peer and remain a true Liberal. Power and inherited influence and exalted social position have a deadly insinuation. I don't believe any man is strong enough to withstand them. There is never an hour that a peer is not reminded of his difference from the mass of humanity, and human nature is too weak to resist complacency in the end, long before the end. And complacency is the premature old age of the brain and character. If this tragedy had not occurred, even if my grandfather had lived on for 15 years more, as there was every reason to believe he would, I might have gone on that much longer before discovering weak points in my character. Now God knows what I shall develop." "Have you made any plans?" "Plans? I hadn't faced the situation until you spoke." "You will have weak spots, like other people, of course. You would be a horrid prig if you hadn't. But you surely must know if your Liberalism is sincere, ingrained. There is no question that you are a hopeless aristocrat in essentials. But so have been certain of America's greatest patriots, Washington and Hamilton, for instance. I do not see that it matters. One can hold to what seems to me the first principles of advanced civilization, that hereditary monarchy is an insult to self-respecting and enlightened men, without wishing to associate with those that offend grammar and good taste. Education, intellect, breeding would create an aristocracy among anarchists on a desert island, supposing any possessed them. And in time it would become as intolerant of liberties as if it harked back to the Battle of Hastings. There is no plant that grows so rapidly in the human garden as self-superiority, and it is ridiculous only when watered by nothing more excusable than the arbitrary social conditions that exist in the United States. I don't see that the qualities you have inherited should interfere with your ability to see the justice and rationality of self-government." "They do not." She seemed to beat his thoughts into their old coherent and logical forms. "Whatever may have been the various motives that impelled me into the Liberal party in the beginning, there is no question that I have become even more extreme and single-minded than I have let the world know. Perhaps it is my American blood, although I never thought of that before. At all events, had the time been ripe, I should have devoted all the gift for leadership I now possess, and all the power I could build up, to overturning monarchy in this country, and establishing a republic. There, I never confessed as much to a living soul, but I think you have bewitched me, for I have never been less, or more, myself." "With yourself as president?" "Sooner or later, the sooner the better. But I waste no time in dreams, my fair cousin, although I have something of a tendency that way. It was enough that I had a great and useful career before me, and might have gone into history as the prime factor of the great change." "Well, that is over," said Isabel conclusively. "There is only one thing left you, and that is to come over and be an American." "What?" He stared, and then laughed. "Ah! You will have all the fighting you want over there. You will have to work 20 times harder than you ever did here, for your accent, your personality, the 30 years you have lived out of the country you were born in, all will be against you. You will have to be naturalized in spite of your birth. I happen to know of a similar case in my father's practice, and that will take 5 years. In those 5 years you will encounter all the difficulties that strew the way of the foreigner who would gain the confidence of the shrewd American people. They are most characteristic in the small towns and farming districts. You will win because you were born to win, but you will learn for the first time what it is to stand and fight absolutely alone. For if they learn of your exalted birth, they will but distrust you the more, and you will taste the sweets of real success for the first time in your life. In spite of your youth and enthusiasm, there is in you a vein of inevitable cynicism, for you have had far too much experience of the flatterer and the toady. You are too honest not to confess that if you had been born John Smith, there would have been no editorial comments of any sort upon the tragic end of your relatives, and the great world would have taken as little notice of your abilities until you had compelled its unwilling attention by many more years of hard work. America will take you for exactly what you are, and no more. But you will have to become more American than the Americans, although you may continue to say "ain't it" and "it's me" and drop your final G's, because those are the hallmarks of the half-educated in the United States, and will rather help you than otherwise. Of course you will assume charge of your own ranch, for that will not only give you plenty to do, but it will be the quickest way of becoming one of the people. And after you have been out in all weathers for a year or two, turned a dark brown down to your chest, ridden a loping horse on a Mexican saddle, talked politics on street corners and in saloons, left your muddy or dusty wagon once a week at the Rosewater hitching rail while you transact business in a linen duster or yellow oilskin overalls and rubber boots, you will feel so American, Californian to be exact, that the mere memory of this formal, cut-and-dried old world will fill you with ennui. There was a glint of laughter in Gwynne's eyes, but they were widely open and very bright. "I see, you are determined to make a convert of me. You began the night of your arrival. I suspect you of having come over on a crusade." "That was the moment of inspiration, that first night. I won't deny that I have thought a great deal about it since, of little else since I read those editorials." He leaned back and regarded the sole of his shoe as if it were a familiar. "That is a large order," he said in a moment. "Colossal! There might be worse solutions. And the life of a cowboy for a while, at least." "Don't delude yourself. You would not be the least bit of a cowboy. You wouldn't even look picturesque. If you did, you might be sorry. You would just be a plain Northern California rancher. Of course you would have all the riding you wanted, but there are no round-ups worth speaking of on a ranch the size of Lumalitas. And probably you would continue to let sections of it to men that wanted to raise cattle or horses on a small scale. You had better devote yourself to the dairy and to raising hay and grain, and turn about 500 acres into a chicken ranch. Nothing pays like that." He threw back his head and laughed as heartily as if death and disaster had never been. "From the English hustings and the greatest parliamentary body the world has ever known
to chickens and butter in California, from Capheaton to Rosewater, oilskin overalls and a linen duster. Oh, Lord! Oh, Lord! But give me a comprehensive idea of the place, in your own inimitable unvarnished diction. That will keep the ghost off, at all events.
Chapter 18 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. This recording is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 18. Julia Kaye was one of those women designed by nature for the rôle of a Valérie Marneffe, or of that astute Parisian's bourgeoise and more romantic daughter, Emma Bovary. But tossed, in the gambol of the fates, into a setting of respectable opulence, where her instincts for prey were trimmed of their crudities, and the vehemence of her passion subdued by the opportunity to gratify all other whims and desires. Her father, born in the sooty alley of a manufacturing town in the north of England, had run away to sea in his boyhood, deserted in the port of New York, starved, stolen, peddled, washed dishes in cheap restaurants, shoveled snow, tramped to Chicago, starved and peddled and shoveled again, finally found a position with a firm of wholesale druggists. He attended a night school, proved himself a lad of uncommon sharpness, and in less than a year was first packing and then dispensing drugs. 5 years later he was drawing a large salary, and at the age of 30 he had opened a retail drug store of his own. It was during his earlier period of comparative leisure and peace of mind that he began to test the inventive faculty that had pricked him in small but significant ways during his boyhood. His first inventions were of a minor importance, although they increased his income and were permanently remunerative, and when he turned the torch of his genius upon the fatal antipathies of vermin, his success was so deservedly rewarded that he was a millionaire in less than 3 years. He returned to England, and, avoiding the alley of inglorious memory, courted and won the daughter of a manufacturer, his ambition driving him to compel social recognition in his native city. It soared no higher, but his wife, now no longer one of a large family, but with the income of a generous millionaire at her disposal, was open to higher promptings, and he to conversion. They moved to London and laid their plans with some skill. But although London can stand a good deal in the cause of resupply and novelty, the violence of Mrs. Tippet's accent, and the terrible solecisms of a gentleman whose education had begun in a Lancashire alley, and finished in the business purlieus of Chicago, who had acquired the American vice of brag in its acutest form, and who, when in his cups, shouted and spat and swore, were more than the most enterprising among them had been called upon to endure. The social ambitions of the Tippets were so definitely quenched that the indignant millionaire threatened to return to Chicago. But Mrs. Tippet moved him firmly to Brighton, where, in the course of time, she toned him down. They made their way slowly into society of a sort, and attracted the attention of the public. There was no law to prevent them from dining at the fashionable hotels, where Paris gowns could not pass unobserved, and their turnouts were irreproachable. Mrs. Tippet, an astute woman, by this time had realized that hers was not the destiny of the social star, and she concentrated her hopes and ambitions upon her one child, an uncommonly clever little girl. This child grew up in a luxury that would have stifled even her precocious mind, had it not been for the rigid laws of the schoolroom. Her governesses and tutors were selected with a sharp eye to the number of titles in their reference books, but dismissed promptly if they were unworthy of their hire. Later the little Julia was sent to a distinguished school near Paris, where, with an eye to her future well-being, remarkable in one so young, she divided her affectionate affluence among the few whose exalted station made them worth the while of a maiden with an indefinite future. These friends did not prove as useful as she had hoped. At home there were her parents to terrify theirs, and although she visited at several châteaux, and more than one title was laid at her gilded feet, she made up her mind to read her name in Burke. She took her parents for a tour round the world with a view to polishing off their lingering idiosyncrasies, and her chance came in India, where she buried them both. They succumbed to cholera, and the kindly wife of the Viceroy, to whom she had had the forethought to secure a letter, sent for her to come to Simla and remain as her guest until she found courage and a chaperon for the return to England. Here she met Captain the Honourable Augustus Kaye, heir to the ancient barony, chivalrous, impressionable, and hard up. They were married with the blessings of old friends and new, and, to do her full justice, she made him a good wife according to her lights. She was quite insanely in love with him at first, for he looked like one of Ouida's guardsmen, and his pedigree was so strong and so varied with romantic historic episode that she was fully a week committing it to memory. When he left the army, and they had returned to England via Paris, she had the wardrobe and establishment of a princess, the right to dine at the Queen's table, and not a relative in London. She was immoderately happy, and during the 5 years of her wedded life she exhausted the first strength of her affections, buried her feminine caprice, and whatever of impulse youth may have clung to as its right. When Gussie Kaye died, the predominant feeling in her bosom was rage at his inconsiderateness in leaving the world before his father, and nothing behind him but a courtesy prefix which she could not even use on her cards. She opened her soul to searching, and decided that 5 years of love were quite enough for any woman, and that her attentions hereafter should be directed towards the highest worldly success obtainable with brains, talents, and wealth. To be merely a rich woman in the right set did not come within measurable distance of her ambition's apex, and she determined to gratify her passionate self-love by becoming a personality. She had long since simulated the repose of the high-born Englishwoman, until, like all imitators, she far surpassed her models, and her manners were marked not so much by the caste of Vere de Vere as by an almost negative stolidity. This at least provided her with an unruffled front for trying occasions. Others besides the Arcots were insensible of her offerings, which in the United States of America would have been admiringly characterized as nerve. This manner became solidified after her popular husband's death, and if it was generally referred to as aplomb or poise, allowances must be made for the poverty of the average vocabulary. It is not difficult for a clever, handsome, correct, and wealthy woman to reach and hold a distinctive position even in London, that world's headquarters of individualities. In addition to a judiciously lavish hospitality, it is only necessary to personalize intelligently, and this Mrs. Kaye did with an industry that would have carried her to greatness had she been granted a spark of the divine fire. She cultivated the great and the fashionable in art, letters, and the drama, mixed them tactfully with her titles, attended the banquets of the ruling class in Bohemia, attired flatteringly in her best, and founded a society for the study of Leonardo da Vinci. She became intimate with several royal ladies, who were charmed with her endless power to amuse them and her magnificent patronage of their charities, and she formed close relations with other dames but a degree less exalted, and generally more discriminating. She cultivated a witty habit of speech, the society of cabinet ministers, and her chef was a celebrity. Her gowns would have been notable in New York, and she was wise enough to avoid eccentricity and openly to regard all forms of sensationalism with a haughty disdain. Her attitude to men was equally well advised. detrimentals and ineligibles never so much as came up for inspection. She had a far-reaching sense of selection and a proper notion of the value of time. Therefore the many that had the run of her luxurious mansion contributed personally to her prestige, and she flattered herself that her particular band was little less distinguished than the royal household. And they invariably found her witty, entertaining, or like Madame Récamier, ready to listen avec séduction. Her knowledge of politics was practically unbounded. In such moments as she happened to be alone with any of her swains, she became distractingly personal, inviting, gently repelling, afforded dazzling glimpses of possibilities awaiting time and the man, so accomplishing the double purpose of agreeably titillating her own depths, and wearing the halo of a well-behaved Circe. Altogether, her success was what it always must be when brains and ambition, money and a cold heart are allied. But it was small wonder if the head of the daughter of the house of Tippett was a trifle turned, and certain of her perceptions were blunted. Although ofttimes large with complacency, she by no means lost sight of her original purpose to wed a coronet, and if she endured 4 years of widowhood, it was merely because she knew that she could afford to wait for transcendence. This she had finally run to earth in Lord Brathland, imminent heir to a dukedom, and personally more agreeable to her than any man in London. That he was notoriously inconstant, but added zest to the chase, and it was, perhaps, the illusion she at times achieved of a certain resemblance to the ladies of his preference, that finally overcame his intense aversion from respectability. He had offered himself to her on the day of his undoing. This was the woman with whom Elton Gwynne was infatuated at the most critical moment of his career. Of her profound abysses he suspected nothing. She reigned in his imagination as the unique woman in whom intellect and passion, tenderness and all the social graces united in an exquisite harmony. There had been a time when, dazzled by the brilliancy of his ascending star, and Brathland being but a name to her, she had considered marriage with a man who assuredly would be the next leader of a Liberal House, and was no less certain of being Prime Minister. She was under no delusion that she could one day induce him to accept a peerage, but she was reasonably sure that Zeal would not marry again, and there were times when the heir looked so ill that she tightened her bonds about the heir presumptive, while assuring him that she was too much in love with liberty to think of marriage. Even when Zeal came back from Norway or Sorrento looking almost well, she never permitted Gwynne to escape, to see so much as a corner of her ego that might disturb the image of herself she had created in his mind. And when she met Brathland and her senses swam with the subtle scent of strawberry leaves, she saw no reason for losing the stimulating society and flattering attentions of the brightest star in the political firmament. Therefore, when he was ready to hand, in the crushing hour of her riven ambitions, and his own of serenest effulgence, she promptly reflected that the distance between a marquisate and a dukedom was quickly traversed by a powerful statesman. Meanwhile, although Elton Gwynne would no doubt be a hideous trial as a husband, his wife's position, supported by $1 million in the funds and another in Chicago, would be one of the most brilliant in England. And she, too, had seen Lord Zeal in Piccadilly on Saturday. Chapter 19 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox is in the public domain. By Lynne Thompson. Chapter 19. The sudden elevation of her Jack to a marquisate, beside whose roots, gripping the foundation of Britain's aristocracy, and ramifying the length and breadth of its society, the lost dukedom was a mere mushroom, created for a favourite of the last George, and notorious for its mésalliances, did not cost Mrs. Kaye a moment's loss of poise. She merely wondered that she had ever questioned her star. People that disliked her found a subtle suggestion of arrogance in her manner, and the slight significant smile on her large firm lips was a trifle more stereotyped. Those that she favoured with the abundance of her offerings remembered afterwards that she had never been so brilliant as during the month that followed the announcement of her betrothal, and attributed the fact to the electrified springs of affection. Gwynne and she had been invited to the same houses for the rest of the autumn, but he cancelled his engagements while begging her to fulfil hers, as he should be too busy to entertain her were she so sweet as to insist upon coming to Capheaton. This she had not the least intention of doing, for she not only yearned for the additional tribute due to her, but she always avoided long sojourns in Lady Victoria's vicinity, knowing her as a woman of caprice, who often dropped people as abruptly as she took them up. Susceptible to the charm of novelty, so far Mrs. Kaye had wholly pleased her, but the clever Julia gauged the depths of her future mother-in-law's credulity, and kept her distance. With all her reason for self-gratulation, in the depths of her cynical soul she was quite aware of her natural inferiority to the women she emulated in all but their licence. That prerogative, with the wisdom that had marked her upward course, she had flagrantly avoided, knowing that the world is complaisant only to those that fire its snobbishness, never to those that fan the flame; and while she bitterly envied these women, she never forgot the market value of her own unimpeachable virtue. She could not in any case have been the slave of her passions, but her serenity was sometimes ruffled as she reflected that, in spite of eminence achieved, her caution in this and in other respects branded her in her secret soul as second-rate. But if she tactfully did not insist upon flying to Capheaton, she wrote such charming letters, happily free of solecisms, that Gwynne wondered at his failure to sound the depths of her charm. But he refrained from meeting her, and the reason was that he was slowly working towards a momentous decision, and wished to arm himself at all points before braving her possible disapproval. When he was his cool, normal, collected self again, he gave way to his impatience to see the woman he had every reason to believe was deeply in love with him. He telegraphed her a peremptory appeal to go up to her house in London, and she was too wise to refuse. It was now October, and London quite bearable. She telegraphed to her servants to strip her house of its summer shroud, and returned early on the day of his choice. It is hardly necessary to state that Mrs. Kaye lived in Park Lane. She had cultivated half–tones with a notable success, but to symbolize her new estate was a temptation it had not occurred to her to resist. Shortly after her return from India she had bought a large house in the façade of London, and furnished it with a luxury that satisfied one of the deepest cravings of her being, while her admirable sense of balance saved her from the peculiar extravagances of the cocotte. She had seen Lady Victoria's expressive boudoir at Capheaton, and its mate in Curzon Street, and relieved the envy they inspired in a caustic epigram that happily did not reach the insolent beauty's ear. "These old coquettes," she had lisped, with an amused uplift of one eyebrow, "they surround themselves with the atmosphere of the demi-monde, and forget that a wrinkle is as fatal as a chaperon." The pictures in her own house were as correct as they were costly, and she had no boudoir. She invariably received her guests in the drawing–room, an immense and unique apartment, with a frieze of dusky copies of old masters, all of a size, and all framed in gilt as dim with time. From them depended a tapestry of crimson silk brocade of unchequered surface. By a cunning arrangement of furniture, the great room was broken up into a semblance of smaller ones, each with its group of comfortable chairs, its tea–table, or bookcase, or cabinet of bibelots, or open hearth, and all exhaled the inviting atmosphere of occupation. Mrs. Kaye, rested and more self–possessed than if the hastening lover had been the late Lord Brathland, but agreeably stirred nevertheless, awaited the new peer in a charming corner before a screen of dull gold, the last reviews on a table beside her, the afternoon sun shining in on her healthy unworn face. When he entered and advanced impetuously across the room, she decided that he certainly was a dear, even if he lacked the fascination of Brathland and his kind, and his halo was almost visible. She therefore yielded enchantingly when he enveloped her, smothered her, stormed her lips, and even pulled her hair. She finally got him over to the little sofa. She had advanced to meet him, but remained in his arm, the very picture of tender, voluptuous young womanhood. Indeed, she was well pleased, and found her Jack, with that light blazing in his eyes, quite handsome, and fascinating in his own boyish, imperious, self–confident way. It was half an hour before she rang for tea, and then she looked so pretty and domestic on the other side of the little table, with its delicate and costly service, that Gwynne was obliged to pause and summon all his resolution before proceeding to another subject that possessed him as fully as herself. But he succeeded, for not even passion could turn him from his course, and she gave him his opening. "Poor Lord Strathland!" she exclaimed, with a tear in her throat. "He was always so jolly and amusing, quite the most cheerful person I ever met, and before your cousin became—lost in his health, we were great friends. Indeed, he never quite forgot me. But it was for you I was so horribly cut up. I cried for 2 nights." "Did you? But I was positive you did not make those tears in your first letter with your hair–brush." He laughed like a happy schoolboy, while she protested with a roughish expression that made her look like a very young girl. "It need not prevent our immediate marriage," he said. "What do you say to the last of this month?" "I could get ready. Only girls, who never have any clothes, poor things, get trousseaux in these days. I had set my heart upon spending the honeymoon at the Abbey, but it would be rather indecent yet awhile. Don't you think so?" He had not an atom of tact, and rushed upon his doom. "We shall have to cut the Abbey," he said firmly. "I start for California 3 weeks from to–day." "Indeed!" she said stiffly. "I should have thought you would have consulted me. Not but that I shall be enchanted to visit California, but—well, you are rather lordly, you know." "My dear girl, I have been too harassed to consider the amenities, and when a man is rearranging his whole life, he must isolate himself or run the risk of clouds in his judgment." He paused. She disguised her mortification, and answered kindly: "I can understand that in this sudden demand for readjustment you have had many bad moments. It was far too soon for you to go up to the peers. But with your marvellous energies, your genius—there is no other word for it—you can soon astonish the world anew, with a patent for defossilization. At all events, the peers will enter upon a new life, as a sort of Macedon cave, swept out and illuminated by the most energetic and aspiring of knights–errant." Gwynne laughed dryly. "The rôle does not appeal to me, nor any other in the same setting. I have done a month of the hardest thinking of my life. Everything that went before looks like child's play. I have arrived at the definite conclusion that my career in England has come to a full stop, and I have made up my mind to create another, out of whole cloth, in the United States." She stared at him, her face not yet unset, but her eyes expanding with incredulous apprehension. "You mean to desert England?" she asked quietly. "Forever. Absolutely. It is all or nothing. I cannot become an American citizen until 5 years after entering the country, and I do not wish to lose any valuable time. Having made up my mind, I have ceased to wonder if I shall like it. That is now beside the question. I shall drop my title as a matter of course, and hope that I shall pass undiscovered as John Gwynne. In short, I shall begin life all over again, as if I were a criminal in disguise instead of the sport of circumstances. I have ceased to regret the inevitable, and begun to be stimulated by the thought of a struggle to which all that I have had here was a mere game, and I am sure that you, with your brains and energy, will enjoy the fight as much as I. I am not going into the wilderness. We shall be only 2 hours from San Francisco, which I am told is the only city in America that in the least suggests Europe. It should be very attractive. On the ranch you shall have every comfort and luxury. You must be sick of London, anyhow. You have conquered everything here." He paused and regarded her in some trepidation. In spite of his self–confidence, He had had his moments of doubt, and although he had anticipated tears and remonstrance, he was unprepared for the more subtle weapon of amusement flickering through absolute calm. He suddenly wished that she were younger. He had never given a thought to her age before, but he remembered that she had lived for 2 years longer than himself, and it made him feel even less than 30. "My dear boy," she said wonderingly, "I never heard anything so romantic and impossible. Of course it is the American cousin with whom you have been shut up all these weeks that has been putting such preposterous ideas into your head. I always said that nature just missed making you a poet. But if you wish to work out your manifest destiny, to be immortalized in history, you will remind yourself that England is the one place on earth where an Anglo-Saxon can cut a really great figure, not only because he has the proper background of traditions, but because he has an audience trained to recognize a man's greatness during his lifetime. If you go in for those unspeakable American politics, you will never be given credit for anything higher than your medium. In other words, should you develop into a statesman on American lines, you would never be recognized for anything but a successful politician. Even if you survived in their hurly-burly of history, you would be judged by contemporary standards, infused with a certain contempt because you were not American-born. I have thought it all out. The obstacles to greatness, even more than to success, have whetted my appetite for the struggle. I must fight, fight, fight. I must exercise my powers of usefulness to some good end. And now, when I am young and ardent, I should go mad sitting around doing nothing. I have no temper for attacking the passive resistance of inertia. I want to fight out in the open. If I fail, I will take my beating like a man. But I have not the least intention of failing. I am acutely aware of the powers within me, and I can use them anywhere." "Then why not in the Upper House?" she asked quickly. "For the reasons I have given you, and because I should fear the results on my character. You know what it means to be a peer of Great Britain. Flattery without accomplishment is demoralizing, would be to me at all events. It is wine to me when I am achieving, but it would drug me in idleness. Are you so wedded to London?" "London is the raison d'être of life. Has it occurred to you," she asked gently, "that I might refuse to go to America?" "I was afraid the idea would be something of a shock, but I was sure you would see the matter in my light." "It is not wanting in power, but it seems that I am. I have never aspired to the rôle of Amelia Sedley. I have in fact rather a pronounced individuality, and yet you have taken upon yourself to dispose of my future as if I were a slip of 18, delighted at the prospect of a husband." "Indeed you are wrong," he cried, distressed to have bruised so beloved an ego. "But I repeat it was a question I was forced to decide alone. Nor would it have been fair to ask you to assume any part of so great a responsibility. Do you suppose I did not think of that? Do you suppose I have ever lost sight of your happiness? Let me think for both and you shall not regret it." She could have smiled outright at this evidence of the ingenuousness of man, but her breast was raging with a fury of disappointment and consternation. She kept her eyes down lest they should betray her, but suddenly she had an inspiration. She controlled herself with a masterly effort, flooded her eyes with tenderness, raised them, and said softly: "I do love London, love it with what I call a passion, before we met, and I cannot believe that this extraordinary resolution of yours has had time to mature. Promise me, at least, that you will not apply for letters of citizenship for at least a year after your arrival." "I shall apply the day after I arrive in Rosewater." He steeled himself, for he had had his experience of woman's wiles, and his faith in masculine supremacy as a habit did not waver. "I only regret that the time of probation must be so long. I am on fire to throw myself into the arena. However, there will be opportunities to make myself known and felt. I have decided to study law meanwhile, and the law, it seems, is a career in itself in America." And then he watched her eyes, fascinated. They slowly hardened until, with the sun slanting into them, they looked like bronze. She was too intent upon studying his own to hide them, and upon arriving at a final conclusion. She reached it in a moment, for to her habit of rapid thought, and her understanding of the workings of the masculine mind, she owed no little of her supremacy among the clever women of London. "I see that your decision is irrevocable," she said. "You are yourself. No one could make or unmake you, and God forbid that I should try. But, and I forbear to lead up to it artistically, I dissever myself from your chariot wheels. I am not afraid of being crushed, for no doubt you would always remember to be polite, if not considerate. I am not sure that you would even permit me to become unrecognizable with dust. But I am no longer plastic. I am 32, and I am as much I as you are you. I shall watch you from afar with great interest, and I sincerely hope, for both your sakes, that Miss Otis will succeed in marrying you. I cannot fancy anything more suitable." He had turned white, but he looked at her steadily. He felt as if the round globe was slipping from under him, and vaguely wondered if she had gone about alluding to him as the Marquis. Then he sprang to his feet, lifted her forcibly from her chair, deposited her on the sofa, and taking her in his arms, defied her to dismiss him, to live without him. As the body, so yielding before, declined even to become rigid in resistance, he poured out such a flood of pleading, that, believing passion had conquered reason, she flung her arms about his neck, and offered to marry him on the morrow, if he would promise to remain in England. But there was a crystal quality in Gwynne's intellect that no passion could obscure. He merely renewed his pleadings, and then she slipped out of his embrace and rose to her feet. "We are wasting time," she said. "I always drive before dinner, and I cannot go out in a tea gown." She paused a moment to summon from her resources the words that would humiliate him most, and slake the desire for vengeance that shrieked within her. She had never hated any one so bitterly before, not even in her youth, when snubs were frequent. For the third time she watched a coronet slip through her strong, determined, impotent fingers. She could forgive her husband and Brathland their untimely deaths, but for this young man, passionately in love with her, who tossed the dazzling prize aside as an actor might a property crown, she felt such a rage of hatred that for almost a moment she thought of giving her inherited self the exquisite satisfaction of scratching his eyes out. But it was too late in her day to be wholly natural, and indeed she preferred the weapons the world and her ambitions had given her. As he rose and stared at her doubtingly, she said, without a high or a sharp note, in her clear, lisping voice: "I think it wise to put an end to all this by telling you that I was engaged to Lord Brathland when he died. I was more in love with him than I ever shall be with any one again. You caught me in the violence of the rebound, for I was confused with grief, and distraction was welcome. You are always sufficiently amusing. I have not the least idea it would ever have come off, for, to tell you the truth, my friend, you are too hopelessly the enfant gâté for a woman who is neither young enough nor old enough to crave youth on any terms. As a husband, I fear, not to put too fine a point on it, you would be a bore. At the risk of being thought a snob, to which I am quite indifferent, I will add that as plain John Gwynne you seem to have shrunk in size as to have become as insignificant as most men are, no doubt, when you catch a glimpse of their unmanufactured side. However," with the air of a great lady dismissing an object of patronage, "I wish you good fortune, and sincerely hope that we shall one day read of John Gwynne, senator, and recall for a moment the brilliant Elton Gwynne, so long forgotten in this busy London of ours." During quite half of her discourse Gwynne had felt his soul writhe under a rain of hot metal, gibber towards some abyss where it could hide its humiliation and its scars for ever. His brain seemed vacant, and his very nostrils turned white, but like many clever people goaded to words by a furious sense of failure, she overshot her mark, and before she finished his pride had made a terrified rebound and taken complete possession of him. He still felt stripped, lashed, a presumptuous youth before a scornful woman in the ripeness of her maturity, but it was imperative for his future self–respect that he should reassert his manhood and retire in good order. He let her finish, and then, as she stood with a still impatience, he lifted his eyes and drew himself up. His face was devoid of expression. His eyes did not glitter. He might have been listening with voluntary politeness to the speech of majesty laying a corner–stone. "You are quite right," he said. "You have given me the drubbing I deserve, and I am grateful to you. It was the only thing I needed to snap my last tie with England and brace me for the struggle in America. It emboldens me to ask another favour, that you will regard what I have told you of my plans as confidential. I shall give out that I am going to travel for a time. As I believe I mentioned, I do not wish to be recognized in the United States, and that by the time I have made my new name my old one will be forgotten, is one of the sure points upon which I have reckoned. Have I your promise?" "My oath," she said flippantly; and although she was not generous enough to admire, and still felt as if the world itself were a corpse, every inherited instinct in her united in a visible respect for a poise that was a gift of the centuries, not a deftly manufactured mask. She rang the bell and extended her hand. Gwynne shook it politely, and a moment later was walking down Park Lane in that singular state of elation that in mercurial natures succeeds one of the brutal blows of life, when all the forces of the spirit have leaped to the rescue. End of Chapter 19. End of Part 1. Part 2, Chapter 1 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 1. For Isabel Otis, the genius loci had a more powerful and enduring magnetism than any man or woman she had ever known. She had felt the consolation of it, although without analysis, in her lonely girlhood by the great Rosewater marsh; definitely in Tyrol, Perugia, Toledo, in Munich, where she had lingered too long, in 100 tiny, high–perched, and low–set villages of Austria and Italy, of which the tourist had never heard, at ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, at 𝑃rague-Sávilce, and deeply in England. But no place had ever called her, disturbed her, excited her into furious criticism, mockingly maintained its hold upon the very roots of her being, like the city of her birth. Her childhood's memories of it clustered about the old house on Russian Hill, where the most cordial neighbours were goats; the beach by the Cliff–House on a stormy day; long rides up and down the almost perpendicular hills of the city in the swift cable–cars, and certain candy–stores on Polk and Kearney streets. At long intervals there was a children's party at one of the fine houses on the ledge below her home, or out in the Western Addition, where an always migratory people were rivalling the splendours of Nob Hill, as that craggy height had long since humbled South Park and Rincon Hill into their abundant dust. She also cherished many charming memories of her mother, with dinner or ball–gown so prudently looped under her raincoat that it gave her slender figure the proportions of the old–fashioned hoop–skirt, always laughing as she kissed the little girls good–night before braving the 2 flights of steps to the carriage at the foot of the cliff. 2 years before her death Mrs. Otis was glad to bury her mortification and misery in Rosewater. After that, Isabel had never so much as a glimpse of San Francisco until she was 16, when her father was induced to visit his adopted daughter, and take his youngest martyr with him. Isabel had planned for this visit throughout 6 long months, and arrived in the city of her heart, radiant in a frock every breadth of which was new. Heretofore her wardrobe had risen like an apologetic phoenix from the moth–eaten remnants of her mother's old finery, and such uncompromising trust in the benevolence of fate as a girl rarely knows twice in a lifetime. There were 3 days of enchanted prowling about the old house on Russian Hill, where, as the tenant, in the rocking–chair by the bedroom window, did not invite her to enter, she consoled herself with the views and the memories.
and of an even more normal delight in the shopping streets and gay restaurants of a real city. After that, the visit existed in her mind with the confused outlines of a nightmare. Her adopted sister's peevish complaints at being obliged to remain in the foggy windy city all summer, the crying baby, the whirlwinds of dust and shivering nights, she might have dismissed as unworthy the spirit of 16, and dreamed herself happy. But Mr. Otis, who had been sober for 7 months, selected this occasion for a fall which resounded from Market Street to Telegraph Hill, and rejuvenated the long line of saloons that had graced Montgomery Street since the days when Jim Otis had been one of the wildest spirits in the wildest city on earth. That was back in the 60s, when his lapses were as far apart as they were unrivalled in consumption, span, and pyrotechny. By the late 80s he had disappeared into the north, and the careless city knew him no more. During the 70s and early 80s there had been a period of reform incident upon his marriage with a pretty and high-spirited girl, and one of the city's estimable attempts to clean out its political stables. His brilliant and desperate encounter with Boss Buckley was historic, but its failure, and the indifference of the grey, contented majority of the city's underworld, soured him and struck a fatal blow at the never vital roots of personal ambition. When he began to water the roots at his old haunts, the finish of his career and of his splendid inheritance passed into the region of problems that time solves so easily. When she resolved his problem, he was glad to subside into one of his cottages in Rosewater. Here he reformed and collapsed, reformed and collapsed. But, with fewer temptations and a remnant of his legal brilliancy, he supported his family after a fashion, and fed his pride to the day of his death with the fact that his wife, unlike the forgotten half of many another comet, had never been obliged to do her own work. During that last visit to San Francisco, Isabel, guided by her amused brother-in-law, routed him out of no less than 14 saloons, and spent night after night walking the streets with him to conquer the restlessness that otherwise would find a prolonged surcease beyond her influence. When she finally steered him back to Rosewater, he fell into an exuberant fit of repentance, during which he was so charming and so legal that Isabel forgave him, laid by her bitterness and mortification, and hoped. But although no repentance could maintain a grip upon that slippery, flabby substance which he still called his character, at least he never went to San Francisco again. Occasionally he permitted Isabel to spend a week with her sister, while he pledged himself to good behavior during her absence, and kept his word. He always kept his word, and he took care to withhold it except when he was sure of himself. Isabel decided that as everything was relative, it was better to have a dipsomaniac as her life portion than a drinking machine of more steady and industrious habits. Finally his patient clients left him. He sold the cottage in Rosewater, all that remained of his inheritance, to pay its mortgages, and moved with Isabel out to the ranch house, preserved with a few hundred acres by the more canny and less thirsty Hiram. When the elder brother died, James would have returned forthwith to the sources of supply, but by this time Isabel had the upper hand, and although he disappeared for days at a time, he was always forced to return to the ranch when the small monthly sum allowed him by the terms of his brother's will was exhausted. No one in Rosewater would give him credit. As he invariably left a note behind promising to "be quiet about it," Isabel ceased to haunt his footsteps. His appetite was far beyond his control or hers, and as he kept his word and spent his time in the back parlor of a saloon, and had no longer the digestive capacity to achieve his former distinction, she merely sat at home and waited. Fortunately he did not live long enough after his brother hopelessly to embitter his daughter's youth. Liberty came to her when she had ceased to hate with young intolerance and begun to pity, and before too much longing for freedom and its insidious suggestions had poisoned her nature. Indeed, when she had seen her father buried with much pomp in the cemetery behind Rosewater, and returned to the permanent peace of her home, she missed her cares and responsibilities, so long and systematically borne and mourned, not as a child for its parent, but as an adoptive mother suddenly bereft. Nevertheless, she was bent upon enjoying her freedom to the utmost, and rebelled against the obduracy of her uncle's executors, who disapproved of her pilgrimage to Europe unattended by a matron of Rosewater. Hiram Otis, who trusted no man, had appointed 4 executors, and had not Judge Leslie been one of them, the other 3 might have delayed the settling of the estate beyond the legal term. But at the end of a year Isabel was absolute mistress of her property and herself. One of the happiest moments of her life was when she sat before her lawyer's table in San Francisco and watched the pen strokes that cancelled the mortgage of the house on Russian Hill. The house and its acre, encumbered by the inevitable mortgage, had been all that remained of Mr. Otis's personal inheritance when she left San Francisco forever. James Otis had promised his dying wife that he would never sell the place, which she bequeathed to Isabel. And when his last client left him and he could no longer pay the interest, Hiram, who was morosely devoted to his niece, met the yearly obligation. He would not redeem the mortgage unless he were permitted to buy the property. But to this James Otis, clinging to his solitary virtue, would not consent. And Hiram, although he intended to leave all he possessed to Isabel, could not bring himself to part with any sum in 4 figures. Before leaving for Europe, Isabel had leased the house to a young newspaper man whose wife had an income of her own, and not only an artistic appreciation of the view, but a more practical esteem for a site so far removed from the all night life below. Immediately after Isabel's return, Mrs. Glait had asked permission to sublet the house, remarking cynically that time had inured her to the desultory phenomena of journalism, but never to the stable prospect of her husband's death struggle with footpads, or her children falling down the cliff of this wild bit of nature in the heart of a city. Isabel took back her old home with another spasm of delight, and vowed that not until she was a pauper would she part with it again. 5 or 6 days of every week must be spent on the chicken ranch, which had grown to such proportions that she was now one of the persons that counted in her flourishing community. But in time she would live more and more in her lofty home, become a notable figure in San Francisco, drawing with both hands from its varied best. And meanwhile, once a week, she could sit for hours and look down upon the city, which, even in rainy weather, was a wild and beautiful sight from her eyrie. Mrs. Otis had been a niece of the Mrs. Montgomery who had reigned on Rincon Hill 20 years ago, and a cousin of the Helena Belmont who had been the greatest belle the city had seen since that earlier time when Nina Randolph, Guadalupe Hathaway, Mrs. Hunt McLean, and the 3 Macs had made history for themselves in spite of the momentous era of which they were so unheeding a part. Mary Belmont would have been no mean heiress herself, had not her father been too adventurous a spirit on the stock market during the Belcher bonanza excitement of 1872. For a time it looked as if Gordon Belmont would be a far richer man than his famous brother, Colonel Jack, always contented with a modest $1,000,000. But in 10 mad days there was a decline of $60 million in the aggregate value of stocks on the San Francisco market. And 6 months later, when he died of sheer exhaustion, he had nothing to leave his only child but the house on Russian Hill, and a small income generously supplemented by her uncle and guardian until her marriage. She was 13 at her father's death, and as her mother had preceded him, she spent the following 5 years in a New York boarding school. Then she returned home, and after a year's gaiety married James Otis. Colonel Belmont surrendered her small property. Skillfully turned over, it would have multiplied indefinitely, but James Otis and his wife knew far more about spending money than making it, and to day nothing was left to commemorate the meteoric and eminently typical career of Gordon Belmont but the ancient structure whose nucleus he had taken over just after his marriage as a "bad debt." His wife, too, had insisted upon living in it, for reasons subsequently understood by her daughter and Mrs. Glate, and complacently enlarged it with all the hideous improvements of the day. That part of Russian Hill conspicuous from the city is little more than a great cliff rising abruptly from the extreme north end of the graded ledge on the summit of Nob Hill, which, in its turn, almost overhangs the steep and populous ascent from the valley. In early days none but the goat could cling to those rough hills that all but stood on end, and the brush was so thick and the title so uncertain that their future distinction was undreamed of. Then came a determined period of grading which embraced the heights in due course, titles were settled, and many that foresaw the ultimate possession of that great valley known as "South of Market Street," but which in its haughty youth embraced South Park and Rincon Hill, by the tenacious sons of Erin and Germania, moved to the uplands while lots could still be bought for a song. The Jack Belmonts, the Yorbas, the Polks, and others of the first aristocracy to follow the Spanish, made Nob Hill fashionable before a new class of millionaires sprang up in a night, and indulged its fresh young fancy with monstrous wooden structures holding a large portion of converted capital. Mrs. Yorba, who led society in the '80s, when it was as exclusive as a small German principality, was disposed to snub all parvenus, but the young people made their way. When Mary Belmont returned from school, and, chaperoned by a widowed relative, gave at least a dance a month until she married, and many a one after, the heirs of all grades thought nothing of leaving their carriages at the foot of the hill to climb the precarious stair, groping blindly more often than not through the rains of winter or the fogs of summer. To day Isabel's neighbours wisely made no such demands upon the pampered, but in that incomparably older time the young people would have climbed to the stars for the sake of the lavish hospitality of the gay indulgent young hostess. And if some of the youths rolled down the hill when the lights went out, that was hardly a matter to excite indignant comment in a city where drink was so admittedly the curse that it was philosophically accepted with such other standing evils as fogs, trade winds, smallpox, mud holes, dust storms, and unmentionable politics. When Mary Belmont became the wife of James Otis, one of the greatest ranchers in California, in which state, unlike other fervent patriots of that area, he had been born, and a brilliant figure in one of the most notable legal groups of any time, she long held her position as a social favorite. But children came and died too quickly for her health and fragile beauty, and the storms of life beset her. She continued to live in her inconvenient eyrie, not only in the waning hope of ultimately separating her husband from the convivial beings on the lower plane, but because she felt an intense pride in owning a home 2 generations old in that young community. She was determined that it should remain in the family and be occupied by at least one of her children. So the ugly brown wooden structure, with its bay windows, its central tower, its mansard roof added for the servants, had, contrary to all tradition, actually joined 3 generations of San Franciscos in one unbroken chain. It owed its proud position, no doubt, to the fact that when the Otis fortunes collapsed there was but one child left to inherit it and to be supported meanwhile. Isabel intended in time to give the house a new façade, and had gloated over such of the Burnham plans as had been reproduced by the city press. These lovely plans were designed to make the city as classic and imposing as nature had dreamed of when she piled up that rugged amphitheatre out of chaos, and Isabel had long since resolved that, if she could not be the first to plant a bit of ancient Athens upon a brown and ragged bluff, the high tide of her fortunes should coincide with the awakening of the city to the sense of its architectural guilt. She banished much of the tasteless furniture of the old time, and refitted with a stately comfort that expressed one side of her nature. She too clung to traditions, and to the long mirrors in their tarnished gilt frames, with the little shelf below, the multitude of family portraits engraved on wood, and surrounded by a wide white margin and tiny gilt frame. That they might strike no discordant note, she made use of a lesson learned in London. where she had spent a month with Lady Victoria, and had the walls and wood of the living room painted white, covered the windows and furniture with a plain stuff of dark but neutral blue. In the dining room were a few paintings of her New England and Spanish ancestors, and she disturbed them only to replace the wall paper with leather, at the same time sending the black walnut furniture to the auction room. Being the one practical member of her family, and the product of an earthquake country, she repaired the uncertain foundations of her house before removing the walls that had cut up the lower floor into the conventional number of rooms and hallways. The house, of no great depth, was so close to the hillside, still rising above it, that more than one enterprising cook had made use of the natural ledges before the windows. Besides the kitchen department and pantries, there were now but 3 rooms on the lower floor: the dining room, a small reception room in the tower, and an immense living room, broken by the white pillars that supported the stories above. Mrs. Belmont and Mrs. Otis, in the time–honoured American fashion, had made a day nest of their bedroom, but Isabel was far too modern for that lingering provincialism, and lived luxuriously in the big room downstairs, when she was not in the porch. She had reserved her mother's old alcoved bedroom with its mahogany 4-poster for her own use, but the rest of the second–story rooms she had fitted for her English cousins, that they too might have headquarters in town. Neither appeared to be in any haste to visit the city of their ancestors. Gwynne had left England in October, now nearly a year ago, but having discovered from his solicitor that he could apply for letters of citizenship as late as the end of the 3rd year after landing, had announced to Isabel his intention to travel slowly about the country before settling down in its remotest part, which, from all accounts, was sufficiently unlike the rest to provincialize his point of view until he saw something first of the East, South, and Middle West. He had written to her several times, but only on business. She had returned in January, after a round of visits in England, and had put his house in order at once. The lease had expired, and Mr. Colton had engaged a temporary superintendent, but Gwynne sent Isabel his power of attorney, and she was temporarily in possession. She wrote to him from time to time that all was well, or to send him an account of her expenditures, but felt no promptings towards a friendly correspondence with one who showed as little disposition to encourage it. From Victoria she had not heard directly since she bade her good–bye in Curzon Street, but Flora Thangue had written that her ladyship's superb health had, to her ill–concealed fury, given way, following an attack of influenza, and she would not be able to leave her doctor for an indefinite time. A few months later she wrote that dear Vicky was outwardly herself again, but in reality very nervous, the result, no doubt, of her illness, and of the prolonged stress of business. However, she had finally succeeded in letting the Abbey and Capheaton to advantage, and it was on the cards that she would reach California before the end of the year. Isabel hoped that, unfed by her son's exacting presence, the maternal fires burned low. She had a clearly defined intention to be a factor in the new career of Elton Gwynne, and no desire for the capricious interference of his mother. End of Chapter 1. Part 2, Chapter 2 of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 2. As Isabel stood in her little porch that brilliant September morning, she dismissed her occasional regret that she had not remained in England for a London season. Not only had she put the time to better use on her ranch, but no doubt her agent would have relet this house, and delayed the fulfilment of one of those dreams upon which she unconsciously fed her soul. The shrieking trade winds and the dense white fogs were hibernating somewhere out in the Pacific. All the city, in the great irregular amphitheatre below, was sharply outlined in the yellow light. Isabel wondered if the sun renewed its stores from the golden veins to north and south. On the wide broken ledge just beneath her pinnacle was the concrete evidence of an architectural orgy, to be seen nowhere else on earth.
wooden mansions with the pure outlines of the Renaissance, a Gothic palace with bow windows, also of wood, a big brownstone house in the style of New York, piles of shingles and stones, here and there a touch of Romanesque, later French, and Italian. The majority of those plutocratic and perishable masses of no style in particular, unless it were that of Mansard combined with the criminalities of him who invented the bow window and the irrelevant tower. On the slopes were a few old houses in gardens, some with cottage roofs, others square, brown, dusty, melancholy. But the majority were of the house in a row type, radiating in all directions from the boarding-house blocks on the lower slopes. Then down on the plain came the big compact masses of stone and concrete, brick and steel, devoted to business and housing of the itinerant. The lofty domes of the City Hall and a newspaper building, a few church spires, and the great white stone hotel on a crest not far from Isabel's, were the sole pretenders to architectural beauty within her ken. Far away she could make out the mission church, once called after St. Francis of Assisi, now named Dolores, for the vanished lake. It was the last reminder of the work of the Spanish fathers, and looked indescribably ancient in the midst of that busy and densely populated district. At night Isabel watched the lights of the electric cars flashing about that old monument of an almost forgotten conquest, like the angry haunted eyes of the padres that had labored in the wilderness for naught. But although this old church and the Presidio, which still retained its quadrangle, and a few of the original adobe houses, appealed deeply to Isabel on account of the romance of Rezanov and Concha Argüello that distinguished her family, her more personal sympathies were with the streets just below her hilltop, packed as they were with memories, tragic, humorous, gay, pathetic, of a people that had made the city great. Even the dilapidated houses, with their 60 steps or more toppling above the cut that had widened and levelled the street, had been very hospitable in their time, and Isabel knew that her mother and grandmother had toiled up those perpendicular flights in satin slippers and ballooning skirts on many a rainy night. Mrs. Otis had told her little girls stories of all those old houses, fine and simple, more particularly of the fortunate mansions on Nob Hill's brief level. Isabel longed for the time when she should enter them and pick up the threads dropped from her mother's nerveless fingers. The Belmont house was closed, the still restless Helena occupying a palace in Rome at the moment. The Polk house had been sold to the energetic son of one of the plodding old money-makers that had fought shy of stock gambling and railroads. Nicholas Hofer belonged to the latest type the prolific city had bred, the son of a millionaire, but a keen man of business whom the wildness of the city had never tempted, highly educated, honorable, and an ardent reformer. Magdalena Yorba, Mrs. Trennahan, like most of her old neighbors, still dwelt in the ancestral mansion, although she had given it a stucco façade and shaved off the bow windows. In each Isabel was sure of welcome, and she longed particularly to wander through the old Polk house, where one of her Spanish great-aunts had reigned for a time. Like all San Franciscos of family, she took more pride in her young old city than a Roman in his Rome. Its 42 square miles had seen so many changes, its story was so romantic and unique, that its age was not to be measured by the standards of time. Her grandfather had stood on this hill after his Sunday climb, and looked over and down a ragged wilderness to the city bursting out of its shell. A wretched huddle of shacks and tents by the water's edge, the bay no doubt was crowded with ships from every corner of the world, many of them deserted, unmanned, forced to lie idle until the return of the hungry disappointed gold-seekers. That was less than 60 years ago. In the first 10 years of its rapid growth the city had burned 7 times, millions blazing out in an hour. To-day San Francisco was replete not only with life but with wealth, talents, and every variety of enterprise. It was as full of fads and cults and artistic groups as London itself. It had sent forth authors, artists, mummers, singers, and millionaires by the score. Many of the art treasures of the world had been brought here and hidden from the vulgar in those awful impermanent palatial mansions. Some of the finest libraries of the world were here. It had its bibliomaniacs, its collectors, its précieux. And yet what a lonely city it was, stranded on the edge of the still half-vacant western section of the United States, with all the Pacific before it. Save for the rim of towns across the bay, which were little more than a part of itself, it watched the Orient alone, and was far too gay and careless, too self-absorbed and insolent, to keep its jaws on the alert. Tact it was much too high-handed to cultivate. It welcomed the hungry Oriental for so long as he was useful, and when he outstayed his welcome, incontinently kicked him out. San Francisco's intensity of independence, as well as of civic pride, was due in part, no doubt, to the isolation which compelled it to be self-centered, and to its unconscious dislike of the elder breeds beyond the Rocky Mountains, but largely to the old adventurous reckless gambling spirit and the habit of sleeping on its pistol. These first causes had developed individuality to such proportions that the hair of a Californian bristled when he was alluded to as a Westerner, or even as a mere American. And with time the patriotism of the San Francisco waxed rather than waned. It was no longer the fashion to take one's money to New York merely because of the higher cost of living that made a millionaire feel his oats, and of the allure of the older and more difficult society to his women. San Franciscans still fled from the winds and fogs of summer to their beloved Europe, and country house life gained ground very slowly, but deserters were few. And of late the rich men had shown their faith not only by investing the greater part of their capital in the city until improved real estate was become a current phrase, but the best of them, including Hofer and the mayor who had preceded the present figurehead and his omnivorous boss, were engaged in a desperate battle with the highly organized gang of political ruffians that owned and pillaged and dishonored the city in a manner with which nothing in the history of municipal corruption could compare save the old Tweed ring of New York. For at least 10 years previous to 1901, San Francisco had enjoyed a period of not only decent but honorable government. There was no graft in high places, the city was out of debt, it held up its head with the cleanest municipal governments in the land. But, as ever, the disinterested grew somnolent with content, and gave no heed to the burrowing of the hungry, recuperated and wiser rats in that prolific underworld whence never a high-minded citizen emerges. The few that saw and warned were disregarded, and circumstances, proper in themselves, swelled the ranks of the petty politicians with thousands of greedy and insurgent laborers. San Francisco awoke one morning to find herself in the dragnet of a machine to which old Boss Buckley and the illustrious Tammany doffed their hats. But the majority still gave little heed, too content in their various blessings and the gay light spirit the climate gave them, to foresee the time when their pleasant city would be utterly debauched, and life among arrogant thieves, prostitutes, and socialists have become as impracticable as it already was in Chinatown or on Barbary Coast. A group of the more thoughtful and patriotic citizens, assisted by the one militant editor the city boasted, were doing all that was humanly possible to prevent the re-election of the mayor, who had already represented the worst element twice, and to break the power of the boss. Isabel, in her lonely ranch house, when her chickens were asleep, followed the fight with a passionate interest, and was tempted to come forth from her seclusion and meet at least the representative men of her city. But she was not yet ready to take up her own share of the burden, and was far too modest to imagine that she could be useful until she had become a person of importance in San Francisco. Nevertheless, as she looked down to-day on the sharp outlines of the city under the hard blue sky, almost glittering in their golden bath, she was impatient to become a part of its life, or, at least, to discuss its interests with some one.
Rosewater, which of late years had become virtuous to excess, and almost blind and deaf with local pride, took no interest in San Francisco whatever, except as a market for eggs. When driven to the wall it confessed the superiority of the metropolis in the matter of shops and theatres, but its politics it invariably dismissed with adjectives more forcible than elegant. It was at this point in Isabel's meditations that her eye happened to rove along the plank wall to the rickety old flight of steps that led from Taylor Street up Russian Hill. There was something vaguely familiar about a tall, thin, well-groomed, but by no means graceful figure rapidly ascending the steps. In a moment her mind lost its tensity of projection, and she was almost flying down her own long stair. Gwynne broke into a run as he saw her. She wondered if he intended to kiss her, but he merely shook her hand for a full minute. "I never in my life was so glad to see anybody," he exclaimed, with the joyousness of a schoolboy come home for his first holiday. "It was such luck to hear that you were in San Francisco." "But why didn't you telegraph? In a way I am disappointed, glad as I am to see you. I intended to meet you at Oakland and take you directly up to Lumalitas, where everything was to have been in gala array. And how did you know I was in town?" "While I was taking my lonely breakfast this morning I arrived late yesterday afternoon and glancing over one of your newspapers, my eye caught your name. I learned that the charming and beautiful young mistress of the old Belmont house on Russian Hill, who had excited so much interest of late, had come down as usual for Sunday." "No!" Isabel flushed for the first time within Gwynne's knowledge of her. "That is the very only time I have been the subject of a newspaper paragraph, outside of Rosewater, which doesn't count. And I am as delighted as I have no doubt you were the first time you saw your name in print," she added defiantly. There was nothing cynical in Gwynne's smile. "I understand," he said, and then, as he ceased to smile, the light died out of his face and Isabel noticed that it was older and thinner. It had lost more than a little of its aloof serenity, and his crest was visibly lowered. But on the whole he was improved, for he had cut his hair, his lilting locks having been too conspicuous a feature in the cartoons of Punch and Vanity Fair. But there was something subtly forlorn about him, and Isabel's maternal promptings, once too active, but long moribund, suddenly awakened. They mounted the steep flight of steps to the house slowly, exchanging ejaculatory remarks. When they reached the porch she motioned to a long wicker chair. "It is only 10," she said. "Luncheon will not be ready until 1, and my California hospitality demands that your entertainment shall begin at once. Make yourself comfortable while I brew you a cup of Spanish chocolate. I have actually one of the molinillos of our ancestors." When she returned with the frothy and fragrant beverage he was standing with his hands in his pockets, staring down at the city. He turned swiftly at the sound of her step on the wood, but something was rushing to the back of his eyes, and once more Isabel had the singular impression of hearing his spirit cry, "Oh God! Oh God!" But his lips were hard pressed, and his eyes became suddenly contemptuous, then smiling. "This is jolly of you," he said. "I have a weakness for chocolate, cultivated during the winter I was in Munich with my tutor. I never cared for beer, don't like anything bitter. Do you remember the Café Luitpold, and all those little tables in the garden of the Residenz?" He paused and narrowed his eyes. Isabel had turned white. "I must hear that story," he said, quietly. "You are my only friend out here. In a way you have altered the whole course of my life. I shall always have a sense of relationship with you quite different from anything I have ever known. So there must be perfect confidence and openness between us. I told you frankly the unpleasant finish of my episode with Mrs. Kaye. I hate mystery. I saw you go white once before, when I tried to make you talk about Munich, and the romantic Flora was full of surmises. Confession is good for the soul, anyhow. I want the atmosphere cleared, not out of curiosity. I don't care tuppence about other people's affairs. But I don't know you. I must know you.
I'm always conscious of a wall about you, and in this damned God–forsaken country I must have one friend," he burst out. Isabel had quite recovered herself. "I will tell you everything, but not now. We must be in the mood. This moment I'm interested in nothing but yourself. Sit down. What has happened to you in all these months? Something not altogether pleasant. Have you had any adventures? Have you been recognized?" He had finished his chocolate, and he clasped his hands behind his head and leaned back in his chair, giving the railing a slight kick. "No," he said grimly, "I have not been recognized. At first I avoided all the big hotels lest I might be. Then, growing more secure, and disliking the inferior ones, I became quite reckless. The second time I visited New York I went to the Waldorf Astoria, and the third time to the St. Regis. In the smoking rooms of all the hotels and trains I talked with any one whom I found disposed to conversation. Not that I was, but I was perambulating the country for an object and determined to accomplish it. As you had told me to improve my manners, I did my best, and have no reason to believe that, if not effusive, I'm almost cynically approachable. In New York I was at times repelled with a haughty stare or a negative frigidity, which no duke I know could compass. But in Boston they were more friendly, and farther west so expansive that I was frequently invited to houses before I had presented my modest card. Very often I had long talks with newspaper men, and made no attempt to conceal the fact that I was a Britisher. Once or twice that fact was commented on, but taken as a matter of course. There are a good many Britishers in the United States. My identity was never suspected. I never saw a newspaper paragraph about myself." He laughed, but looked at her between lids so narrowed that she could not see the expression of his eyes. She nodded, smiling, and she could make her smile very sweet and encouraging. "The time came when I felt like a shipwrecked mariner, stranded, abandoned, forgotten. Finally, take all the circumstances into consideration and make due allowance, I felt that I would risk everything to see my name in print once more. I arrived in Chicago late one night. There had been a breakdown that doubled the time of the beastly trip. I went to its first hotel and registered myself as Elton Gwynne. The night clerk, with the haughty indifference of the stage duke or the New Yorker who fancies himself, called a bell boy and turned his back on me. I remained in Chicago 3 days. Not a reporter sent up his card, not a line appeared in a newspaper. It was the most chastening experience of my life. No doubt it did me good. My ego has actually felt lighter." He smiled, but he added in a moment, "It left a scar, nevertheless." "Never mind," said Isabel consolingly. "All that will read delightfully in your biography. What on this difficult globe is not difficult, first, last, and always? The only thing for you to do is to snap your fingers at everything, as we do out here, and see nothing in the future but success. How do you like the land of your birth?" "I hate it," he said intensely. "Washington is a crude, unwieldy village. New York is like one of those nightmares a certain class of writers project and label 'Earth in the year 2000.' Chicago is the entrails of the universe. The small interior towns and villages of the Eastern States are open mausoleums for people so old and so dried up that their end will not be death but desiccation. There is nothing picturesque in those old towns, for they were dead before they were civilized. Some of the cities and villages of the South are certainly attractive to look at, and have a background of a sort, but they are as lifeless as their negroes. The cities of the West are hives, and when you have seen one you have seen them all. Its smaller communities are horrors, pure and simple. Much of the country is magnificent. The Adirondacks, the Hudson River, Yellowstone, those great prairies and deserts, atone for a good deal. The past 3 weeks I have spent in Southern California. It seemed to me, below Santa Barbara at least, little more than a reclaimed desert, and with nothing of the wonderful atmospheric effects of the great interior deserts. Nothing but dirt and a hideous low shrub caked with prehistoric dust. Precious little of it reclaimed at that. I am glad that ranch is in good hands. I never want to see the place again. That eternally grinning sky! That dead atmosphere! It blunted my nerves for a time, but the reaction is all the worse. However," he stood up and leaned over the railing, "I did not expect the earthly paradise. I am not going to treat you to a continued diatribe." "But you must like California—love it!" cried Isabel in alarm. "Of course you have hated everything, natural enough, but not California. It is your state, your home, your future. You must begin by liking it, at least." "Very well, Mentor. I shall do my best. One might certainly indulge in an illusion or two up here," I thought as I walked, climbed, through the city, guided a part of the way by a messenger boy, who ejaculated at intervals, "Say, mister," and described Nob Hill as the millionaire bunch, that I had seldom seen so many ugly buildings together. But from this perch of yours it looks quite beautiful. Still, I long for the country. Can we go to the ranch this afternoon?" "Why not?" Isabel stifled a sigh. She had intended to ride all round the city on the electric cars, but she felt as if she had an adopted homesick child on her hands, and he was a responsibility that she had deliberately assumed. Moreover, she felt deeply sorry for him. "You can express all your luggage but a portmanteau, and we will go in my launch. It is down on the bay side of the hill. We must start at 4 to catch the tide. You have no idea how cosy and pretty your ranch house looks, and I have sent out my uncle's law and farm library. I have arranged everything with Judge Leslie, and you enter his office at once. He is the first lawyer in Northern California. I wrote you that it would be impossible to conceal the truth from him, as his firm has done all the legal business of the estate for the last 30 years, and he knows your mother has only one son. But he is the more interested. No one else knows but Mr. Colton and his son Tom, your Rosewater bankers and agents. Your secret is safe with them. Gwynne is not an uncommon name in California, although some of its letters have been dropped. Lumalitas has been leased for so many years that your name has ceased to be associated with it in the public mind, and the deeds are so deeply buried in the archives of St. Peter, the county seat, that the most curious would hardly attempt to unearth them. Of course most townspeople all through the state take in a San Francisco paper, and your name has doubtless appeared now and again in the telegrams, but they are not the sort to take the least interest in the career of a young Englishman. Those that do, at all events, are few and far between. Judge Leslie is deeply interested. So is Tom Colton, the only son of the bank, so to speak. He is a Democrat, by the way, but I don't suppose you have made up your mind." "I have quite made up my mind. In practice one party seems about as bad as the other, but at least the Democratic ideals more nearly correspond with my own. Besides, the Democratic party is the underdog, and that always appeals to me, to say nothing of the fact that it is weak in strong men, that all its salient leaders are what you so elegantly term blatherskites. If I go in for American politics, I must fight so hard that I cannot help becoming absorbed body and soul, with only the present and the future, no past. Let us take a walk over these hills." Chapter 3 of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 2. "Do you run this thing yourself?" asked Gwynne, as they boarded the launch, which was at anchor by the end of the sea wall at the foot of Russian Hill. "Rather. How do you expect me to make a fortune in this paradise of the labor union if I don't do things myself? I have a hard time being economical, and I suspect that where I save once I spend twice, but I try not to think about it. Theories make life so palatable. This old launch belonged to Uncle Hiram. I had it repaired, and take my eggs to the hatcheries and my produce to Rosewater 3 times a week. There I deal direct with the San Francisco buyers, and in this launch. It serves me very well as an office.
Then I come down in it every week. The railroad is exorbitant, and the boats are too slow. It may be that gasoline and repairs cost more than a railroad fare once a week, but I have abstained from making a comparison. The trip is so delightful." The launch was about 20 feet long, with a small cabin and a fresh coat of brown paint. It shot lightly over the smooth water, and Gwynne sat on top of the cabin above Isabel, swinging his long legs, and looked with some envy at the hundreds of yachts that skimmed the bay. They appeared and vanished about the corners of the islands and promontories, like birds swooping after prey. The islands and all the mainland had lost their greens long since, but the burnt grasses shone in the sun like hammered gold, were tan and brown and fawn on the shadowed eastern slopes. The chain of mountains beyond the towns across the bay and facing San Francisco glittered like bronze, but the lofty volcanic peak of Monte Diablo, farther still, was a pale and misty blue. North of the Golden Gate, and high above the mountains of Marin County, Mount Tamalpais was so intense and hard a blue, and was cut against the fleckless sky with so sharp an outline, that it produced in Gwynne a vague sense of unreality and uneasiness. The Marconi poles on the summit looked like the masts of a mammoth ship, and every window of the tavern close by them shone like a plate of brass. They steered for the southern point of Angel Island, and Gwynne looked about him with much interest. The mainland of the great northern cove, and the eastern side of the islands, were thick with trees, oaks, buckeye, willows, madroño, and almost as thickly set, although sometimes half hidden, were the villas, light and airy of architecture, gaily painted, with broad verandas and overhanging vines. At the foot of Belvedere and the little town of Tiburon were houseboats in which people lived for 8 months of the year. And everywhere people, people, people. They swarmed in the yachts, on the houseboats, on the driveways, the verandas. Gwynne twisted about and looked at San Francisco. The palaces were on the heights, and in the western addition out towards the Presidio and the Golden Gate. But hundreds of tiny dwellings clung to the precipitous sides of Telegraph Hill and Russian Hill, as if their foundations were talons. And each had its bit of garden or its balcony full of flowers. Telegraph Hill, the great bluff where the city turned almost at a right angle from north to south, was given over largely to Mexicans and Italians, and was uncommonly vivid. And the streets were full of people. The city had turned itself inside out. Everywhere were bright gowns and parasols, whizzing cars packed to the rails. And the wealthy class by no means monopolized the bay with their yachts and luxurious launches. There were fishing smacks filled with whole families of Italians and Chinese. In fact, every tongue floated over the water in the course of a brilliant Sunday afternoon. And at the docks there were steamers, sailing vessels, from all the ports of the world, a forest of spars and funnels. Odd little Italian craft, and even a Chinese junk. A man of war was coming down from Mare Island. Gwynne had seen a big Australian liner flying the Union Jack enter the Golden Gate as the launch rounded Angel Island. It made him homesick, and he was not sorry to lose sight of it. They passed steamboats crowded with holiday seekers coming home from a day's outing in Sausalito, San Rafael, Mill Valley, sporting parks. The majority noisy and vulgar, but a mass of color. It was a scene of surpassing variety, life, gaiety, prosperity, importance. Gwynne, as the light electrical breeze began to prick his veins, experienced a sensation of pride in the country where his lines were cast, in those ancestors of his that had memorably helped to develop its vast resources. A tremendous concession, for he had barely acknowledged these ancestors before. A slight meed of resignation descended upon him. He smiled down upon Isabel, who was frowning at the sun and sighing for her forgotten veil. She had a tender regard for her complexion. Gwynne thought her very pretty in her smart crash suit and sailor hat, not nearly so severe and fateful in appearance as when she had adjusted herself to the formalities of Capheaton. Although he remembered that he had heard much discussion of her beauty, and had not been unappreciative himself. But he liked her far better here in California. Her eyes were more alert, her voice was less monotonous, and those little black moles looked particularly fascinating on the ivory white of her skin, fairly luminous in the sunlight. He fancied they would drift into matrimony, and that she appeared to be as indifferent and passionless as she was handsome and clever, but the better suited his present mood. His love for Mrs. Kaye had died a sudden and violent death, but it had left him callous, somewhat contemptuous of the charms of woman. He doubted if his heart would ever beat high in his breast again, but in the course of events he should need a partner, and Isabel seemed to him fashioned to be the helpmate of a busy and ambitious statesman. But all he said was, "You have a little freckle on your nose. I saw it come." Isabel shrugged her shoulders and sniffed. He lost interest in her for the moment, for he distrusted a woman without vanity. He knew girls too little to suspect that the most businesslike were often smitten with a desire to pose, and were as likely to forget the pose of to day in the naturalness of to morrow. Secretly, Isabel was grievously afflicted at the thought of the freckle, and did not speak for some time, recalling the anecdotes of her early girlhood, when she and Annabel Leslie experimented in secret with various beauty recipes cut from the newspapers. She smiled as she recalled that Annabel, who had pretty golden hair, and washed it with lye to acquire a reddish tinge, had been forced to retire for a month. And a semi-tragic experience of her own, smothered from crown to toe in a blanket taking a hot air bath for the benefit of her complexion, the spirit lamp in a wash basin under the chair, exploded, and there was one interminable moment of panic, and several days of discomfort. She quite forgot her companion in these lighter reminiscences of a period that seemed far more than 10 years agone. Gwynne had discovered at Capheaton that one of his cousin's charms was her absence of effort in conversation and a corresponding indifference to effort in others. They did not exchange a syllable as they sped up the wider expanse of the bay east of the islands, and he watched the hills and mountains close on his left, with their bright little towns and sombre depths of forest. Many of the rounded cones of the foothills were bare, and so was the rocky crest of Tamalpais, but the old redwoods still held triumphant possession of several of the slopes and all of the canyons. Here and there factories and warehouses marred the almost primeval beauty of the scene, but to day at least there was no smoke to cobweb the radiant sky. Even the Chinese shrimp pickers were lounging on the beach before their little shack village. They passed the last of the towns. Towers and sharp roofs rose above the mass of cultivated trees in some private park, the trees a motley collection of pines and palms, eucalyptus and oak, madroño, laurel, locust and acacia. The gardens were full of children and birds. On the roads, horses in old-fashioned buggies danced at automobiles whizzing by. In the yachts even the men had laid aside their keen, anxious look, as peculiar to the young San Franciscan of business as to the New Yorker or Westerner, and were bent upon absolute relaxation for the day. One millionaire was alone in his big luxurious launch, a broad grin on his homely ingenuous countenance, and even his mouth open to inhale the clean and sparkling air. His hands were clasped on his curves. "He inherited," said Isabel in reply to Gwynne's comment that he did not look as if he ever expended his energies in the piling of dollars. "And he doesn't want any more. But they all look well enough. It is not only the climate, but the cooking." They left San Francisco Bay, and Isabel steered more carefully. The channel in the Bay of San Pablo is narrow, and the current treacherous. When they reached the drawbridge, they were not only alone on the wide silvery expanse of water, but there was scarcely a country house to break the wild loneliness of mountain and cañon. After they entered Rosewater Creek the mountains, with their broken and multiplying ridges, were more imposing still, and before long another range began to taper northward on the opposite shore. They were in the great tidal marsh now, green, where all the rest of the world was burnt and dry.
At times the creek was as wide as an ordinary river, at others so contracted that one could gather grass on either side. Isabel told Gwynne to "watch out for other boats," for the creek wound and twisted and doubled like a mammoth brown snake into an infinite perspective, broken here and there by sailing boats that had the effect of skimming the land. It was a scene reminiscent of Holland, but far more beautiful, with the wild primeval character of the landscape and the grandeur of the mountains. Isabel indicated an island well out in the marsh. It was crowned with a white house shaded by many trees. Men in duck trousers and coatless were lounging in the shade. "That is a country club," she said. "Tom Colton will put you up, but if you are still disinclined to sociabilities you can shoot all the ducks you want on my place." "Shoot what?" "Best duck shooting in the world is out here. Canvasback, teal, English widgeon. Fancy your not knowing that. It begins on the 15th of October. I have not rented my marsh lands this year, and intend to shoot ducks for the market. You can help me, and we'll go halves." Gwynne's eyes were sparkling. He had expected to kill his bear and deer, but any variety of sport new or old gave him joy. Isabel pointed to many little shanties on the edge of the marsh. "The more enthusiastic sit in those and wait for the tide to come back. I avoid being left high and dry, for if the ducks go elsewhere it is rather a bore." The mountains on the left diminished in height, turned off abruptly to the northwest, following the coastline. Those on the right took form in the pink mist that enveloped them, for the sun had set. All the lower sky was pink, melting imperceptibly into the still pale blue of day. Far to the north other mountains seemed suddenly to heave from the level, villages appeared, with great stretches of farming land between. Then the glow faded into the gray of twilight, and the vast landscape took on a sudden aspect of desolation, as of a country stranded, forgotten, with a heap of stones here and there to mark some ancient civilization. "There is Rosewater, over there where the lights are coming out, and here we are," said Isabel. Gwynne turned with a start, and found that Isabel had run her launch up to a little pier. Behind it was a cluster of low hills set with narrow fields and tiny white houses. In the foreground was a large house of 2 stories and no architecture whatever, although the roof was mercifully flat. It was painted white and surrounded by a broad veranda. The garden was full of bare rose bushes and blooming chrysanthemums, but save for 2 mournful eucalypti and a naked acacia, there was not a tree in sight. Just behind there were many outbuildings, stark and white. "Is this where you live?" asked Gwynne, wonderingly. He had vaguely pictured her in a romantic setting, a bit of California epitomized. "It was like Uncle Hiram to sell off the prettiest parts, but I don't bother about anything I can't help, and I have a lovely view opposite. Where is that boy?" She raised her voice and called, "Chuma! Chuma!" and in a moment a Japanese boy came running down to the pier. "The 2 men spend Sunday in Rosewater, but I have trained my Jap to do a little of everything," said Isabel, as they walked up to the house. "He is one of the willing sort, most are not. Chuma is my cook and butler and chambermaid." "Do you mean that you live here without another woman?" "Why not? No girl would stay in this lonely place. I should have to send her into Rosewater every night and get a second girl to keep her company. Mac, who was with Uncle Hiram before I was born, sleeps in the house. It was a hotel 40 years ago, by the way, and is still known as Old Inn. That was in the days of picturesque ruffianism, and there are terrible stories about the house, but no ghosts." It had been decided that Gwynne should dine with Isabel and spend the night at the hotel in Rosewater. Isabel had telephoned to her patient Jap, and there was a log fire in the parlor, now transformed into a comfortable living room. Gwynne looked about him with considerable curiosity, while Isabel was upstairs dressing. The walls were ceiled with redwood and hung with the photographs she had accumulated in her travels, a motley collection of many climes, from the snows of the Alps to the patios of Seville. All, she had informed him, with a personal association. She was no photograph fiend. Several artist's sketches arrested her guest's attention, and he wondered what her life in Paris had been. He fancied that her 3 years abroad were full of curious chapters, most of them untold, but although she mystified him he could not associate her with license of any sort. There was even a hint of austerity about her, as if she drew strength from her Puritan forefathers. It was patent, however, that she felt herself entitled to physical comforts after the labours of her day. There were half a dozen easy chairs and a big divan covered with cushions. The carpet and cushions were red, but although the room was delightfully comfortable and homelike, it might have been a bachelor's, so entirely were lacking all the little devices of femininity. The only ornaments in the room were an odd assortment of Tyrolese pipes and Indian baskets. On a shelf above the divan, however, were many books, and Gwynne ran his eye over them. They included masterpieces of the modern Russian, German, French, and Italian schools, only 3 or 4 volumes of English criticism. A set of shelves opposite was filled with the standard English and American histories, essays, and novels, many of them old and bound in calf. The upper shelf was devoted entirely to the Russian novelists, and the bindings were new. When Isabel came down, looking very pretty in a blue evening frock, simple enough to make her guest feel at ease in his travelling clothes, but carefully selected with an eye to effect, she sent him up to her room to make his own simple toilet. "I suppose I should furnish a spare room," she remarked, "but if I did I should have Paula, my adopted sister, and her family here whenever they happened to want to come, which would be always when I didn't want them. But you won't mind." Gwynne made a wry face as he sat down before the dressing table that he might reflect his visage while he brushed his hair. Nevertheless he cast about a curious and apologetic eye, in the belief that a woman's bedroom must reveal some secret of her personality. This bedroom was so simple and girlish that it gave him a vague sense of pleasure. The windows and dressing table were covered with white muslin, and there was a canopy of the same above the little brass bedstead. The flounces were so full and fluffy that he held his knees back nervously lest he should disturb a puff. There was no other furniture in the room but 2 rocking chairs, and the only colour was in the blue Japanese rugs scattered over the white matting, and in 2 immense bows above the dressing table and bed. He decided, as he ran down the stairs to the warm room below, that she understood both taste and comfort, and looked forward to his own lonely ranch house with more equanimity than when he had paid the bill. Chapter 4 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. This recording is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 4. There were 2 miles between Rosewater and Old Inn, but although Isabel rode briskly and was sensible as ever of the keen buoyant quality of the morning air that so often filled her with a pagan indifference to the human side of life, her thoughts were with the pleasant evening by her fireside, the supper in the low raftered room, which once had been the office of the hotel, a supper of fried chicken, transparent asparagus, and soda biscuit, which Gwynne had disposed of with a schoolboy's enthusiasm. The 101 impersonal topics they had discussed in a cloud of smoke before the logs, until Abe, the second hired man, who was to drive Gwynne into Rosewater, had opened the kitchen door 3 times and coughed. Not since Isabel's return to California had she sat at the fireside and talked to anybody, nor indeed, with the exception of her father in his lucid intervals, and her uncle in his rare moments of expansion, had she ever talked with any one that covered the large range of her own interests. Gwynne had snapped the lock on his unquiet spirit, but in that comfortable domestic environment, half lying in an easy chair, with his gaze travelling indolently between the fire and the animated face of his cousin, he had talked of her favourite books, and told her much of lands she had never visited. He had transferred himself to the buggy with a grumble of disgust, and begged her to come for him early in the morning. He refused to pay his first visit to his ranch without her, and she had promised that Abe should go early for his saddle horse and meet her at the hotel. Pleasurable as the evening had been, Isabel was not in a sentimental frame of mind.
She was stirred at the prospect of a companion, and wondered that she had been content in her solitude so long. Solitude and complete liberty might be indispensable elements in her ideal of mortal existence, but desultory companionship might be as necessary to intensify them. It was nearly a year since her return, and outside of the bank parlour and Judge Leslie's office she had held naught but business converse with any man, nor with any woman. Although Rosewater society offered her nothing, and she was glad to live out of town, still she liked her old school friends, and had expected them to call on her. But weeks had passed, and not one of them had paid her the mere civilities. She met them sometimes on Saturday afternoons, when all the world of Rosewater shopped on Main Street, and they invariably greeted her with effusion, and assured her that they were going out soon. Finally, busy and absorbed as she was, she fell a prey to curiosity. She knew that the young men had always rather feared her, and she had a forbidding reputation in the way of bookishness, and as most of them had either left Rosewater or married in the 4 years of her absence, she had expected nothing from them. But the girls, the young married women who had been comrades at the high school, did they resent her 3 years abroad in the sense of superiority implied? It was patent from their manner that they resented nothing. Did they disapprove of her becoming so energetic a business woman? It was true that the girls of California's country towns, except when forced by poverty to work, were the laziest mortals on earth, but nothing could exceed their good nature and entire indifference. Isabel might have started a race track or opened a livery stable, and they would have vaguely admired, and been thankful that themselves were as God made them. Her friend Annabel Colton was in the South with an ailing child, and Mrs. Leslie was with her, or the problem would have been quickly solved. One morning she met the beauty of Rosewater on Main Street, Miss Dolly Boutts, a girl who had been half grown when she left, but one of her own rapturous admirers. Main Street was crowded, but Miss Boutts rushed up and kissed her, protesting that she had been trying for 2 months to get out to see her. Isabel guided her firmly to an ice cream table in the candy store, and while Miss Boutts, who was a superb specimen of animal beauty, with a corresponding appetite, disposed of 2 saucers of the delectable and a plate of cakes, Isabel dived to the heart of the mystery. She began by dilating upon her pleasure in being home again, and then congratulated her handsome friend, with a touch of sarcasm, upon the overwhelming gaieties of Rosewater. Miss Boutts stared. "Gaieties?" said she. "What else? I never knew people so absorbed, although I fail to see why I should be wholly excluded. Or have the fashions changed, and I was expected to call first?" Miss Boutts, who was not particularly quick of apprehension, here threw back her head and gave a musical laugh, which was out of tune with her drawling nasal voice and abundant slang. "You innocent!" she cried. "Where have you been? I suppose you have been imagining us at dances and dinners and teas and things. Why, we have only danced twice in 2 whole years. It's cards, my dear. We are card mad, the whole bunch of us, old and young, women and girls. Mrs. Leslie and Annabel Colton are about the only exceptions, at least in our set. But I fancy the whole town has got it. We play morning, noon, and night, literally. Those who have no servants, and that question gets worse instead of better, don't make their beds for days, and their husbands get dinner at any old hour. Those who have a servant or 2 belong to 6 clubs at least. I belong to every one of them, and 2 meet in the morning." It had been Isabel's turn to stare. The older people had always played bézique or whist, but rather somnolently of an evening. She wondered if the old gambling spirit had broken out again, and asked if they were playing poker or monte. Miss Boutts looked at her with positive scorn. "You girls that go to Europe and stay there too long get fearfully behind things. Poker! Monte! We play bridge and 500." Then her genuine affection for Isabel overcame her contempt. "We have spoken often of asking you to join the clubs," she added sweetly, "but there isn't a vacancy at present." "I couldn't think of it. Chickens and cards don't rhyme. What do you play for? Money?" "No!" The scorn returned to her voice. "We are still too provincial for that. San Francisco is ahead of us there. We don't even have real big prizes, just a dinky little spoon sitting up on the mantelpiece to excite us as if it was a tiara. I've won a whole bunch of them. They're better than nothing, and mean a lot of fun. I'm as proud as Punch of them." "And the men?" asked Isabel. "Do they play too?" Miss Boutts replied that they were too busy in the daytime, but were asked once a week to a bang-up affair. Their other evenings they spent at the lodges, or any old place, added Miss Boutts, who had no brothers, and a very busy father. When Isabel asked her if she had not the natural yearning of her age and sex for beaux, she shrugged her shoulders and replied: "Rather, but where are you going to find them here? Pa won't live in the city, and all the young men run away. Once in a while I visit in San Francisco, and we go down to all the new plays, so I suppose I'll meet my fate in time. Meanwhile, as there's nothing doing in that line here, cards are a mighty fine substitute for beaux, and no mistake." Isabel had been glad to be rid of her, and of her other old friends, who did call in due course. Anabel had not returned, and was the worst of correspondents, so it had fallen out that she had held no real converse with youth until Gwynne's advent, and she accepted it with delight, and shook her head with triumph in being able to interest him, or in joy of the sparkling air, she hardly knew which. As Gwynne left his room the Japanese chambermaid, who had been about to knock, informed him that Miss Otis awaited him below. He ran downstairs and found her still on her horse. Abe held another horse by the bridle. "It's 9 o'clock," began Isabel, but Gwynne interrupted her, rarely apologetic. "I hardly slept. There was such an infernal racket, a theatrical troupe." "There generally is. How do you like your horse?" Gwynne examined the horse, and was good enough to remark that it was a credit to California. Then he added: "It did not occur to me last night. My luggage is expressed to the ranch, and I haven't my riding togs." Then he reddened at Isabel's gay laugh and Abe's suppressed smile. "Oh, well," said Isabel, as she sprang from her horse, "the Bloods will be too busy to notice as we ride down Main Street, and after that it won't matter." She went with him into the dining room of the hotel, a room scrupulously clean, but with no attempt at decoration beyond the various advertisements of beer on the white walls. There was a long table down the middle of the room, and a great many small ones. Most of the latter were empty, although two beside the door were covered with steaks and eggs, and coffee and rolls. One man, who had evidently finished, had swung his chair about, tipped it against the wall, and was addressing a political monologue to his toothpick. Gwynne led Isabel to a table in a corner by a window, and indicated the company occupying more than half of the long table. "Busted" was the word they used, and I cannot think of a better one to describe them. I talked with the men in the bar, and later wandered into the parlor where the women were, some tearful, others indignant. One had an infant, and there were several small children running about, although it was midnight. The soubrette was chewing gum, and anathematizing Rosewater as the jayest town on the slope, and others were calling for the blood of the manager, who had absconded with the receipts of an unprofitable week. They interested me, as all your weird specimens do, and I found them a surprisingly decent lot, considering that it is the cheapest sort of a vaudeville troupe. That poor little woman with the red eyes and the party-colored hair is the mother of the infant. I saw one of the children carrying it about the hall as I left my room. She wears spangled tights, she told me with a lively regret at the prospect of pawning them, and shoots balls from the head of that young man that looks like a parson. And the soubrette, all my ideals are shattered. Look at her." The soubrette had a lank young body neatly attired in a store suit and shirt waist. Her face was sallow and her black hair as lank as her body, but her eyes were keen and bright, and she was indisputably respectable. She was drinking her coffee with both elbows on the table, and listening with a sort of indifferent sympathy to an elderly, untidy woman who was sniffling. "Drop it!" she shot out finally. "'Tain't worth it. The landlord's given us a free breakfast, anyhow, and it's more'n most of 'em does. We'll get back to 'Frisco somehow, and we'll run into Jake first thing. I'll give him a slice of my mind right in the thickest of the tenderloin." "You just shut up and be thankful you ain't got no kids." "She is positively discouraging," said Gwynne, as he attacked his excellent breakfast. "I thought that the frozen surface of the American woman thawed on the stratum soubrette." The class is not always remarkable for its asceticism," said Isabel, dryly. "I often lunch here, and see many varieties. The leading lady is generally a large, voluptuous person with a head like a haystack seen through the wrong end of an opera glass, and some of the soubrettes are all hats and eyes and wriggling grace. The men are what we call tough, which is not exactly what you mean by toff. Occasionally, however, there are the most respectable family parties, including the children, whom they won't be parted from. We have 3 places of amusement, including quite a fine opera house, so they do very well as a rule. Was it your sympathy that kept you awake?" "I am not an ass, but they were in and out of one another's rooms all night, and of course the baby cried. Then my room was over the bar. Well, what will you? Such is life. I am sorry you cannot eat another breakfast. This seems to be the land of good cooking. If I did not scorn to be unoriginal, I should dilate upon the pie and doughnuts I had for breakfast on the other side of your continent." He seemed still light of heart at the sudden end to his wanderings and isolation, and they forgot the troupe, and chatted about his ranch. He had much to ask, and his sponsor more to tell. The theatrical party appeared to finish their breakfast simultaneously. 3, including the soubrette, reached under the table, dislodged the morsel of gum they had mechanically attached to the underside of the board, closed on it with a snap, and filed out. Most of them looked quite cheerful. Several bowed to Gwynne. The soubrette gave him a haughty, suspicious nod. "She looked at me like that last night," said Gwynne, complainingly. "What designs does she attribute to me? I never treated any one with more respect." "They're all like that when they are respectable. Their fierce Americanism resents any hint of patronage. Later on they invite it. You will find these waitresses the class, as a rule, is thoroughly decent much the same in manner." 2 girls, white clad, their extended arms loaded with dishes, were stalking about the room, anemic, disdainful. A portly woman, whom Isabel knew to be the mother of a brood, was far more anxious to please. She came up to the table in the corner and asked Gwynne affably if his coffee was "all right," and if he was a stranger in these parts. He was under Isabel's amused eye, but he acquitted himself with credit, and when he rose from the table she thanked him indifferently for his tip, but her eyes glowed softly. It was rarely thought worth while to tip a mere waitress. Chapter 5 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 5 As they rode slowly down the hill towards Main Street, Gwynne examined his cousin from head to foot. But, he prided himself, out of the corner of his eye. She wore a dust-colored habit with divided skirt, and a soft felt hat and gloves of the same shade. Her horse was a very light chestnut, and he was obliged to confess that the effect was harmonious, although this Western style of riding by no means pleased his fastidious taste. Isabel shot him an amused glance. "You don't approve of women riding astride," she said. "We invented it, although it is now the fashion in many other parts of America. Necessity is the mother of most fashions. Wait till you see our mountain roads. They are a disgrace to civilization, so broken and narrow that even in summer it is dangerous for a woman to ride a side saddle, and in winter impossible. I have forgotten how, and that is the reason I never rode in England. Here is the center of your existence for several years to come. Main Street is to this section of the country what Wall Street is to the United States." They had entered a street that turned abruptly in from the country a block below them, and rose gently for several hundred yards, when it straggled unevenly along a higher level, to melt into the older residence district, and then out into the open country again. There was nothing quite like this Main Street in California. At its southern end was a long double hitching rail, as old as the state, already flanked by several dusty wagons and big strong horses. The long unbroken block had as many and as various stores as are generally spread over the entire area of a town. Jammed against one another like cabins opening out of a steamer's gangway, and yet of no mean size, were banks and saloons.
stores for chicken feed, groceries, fruit, candy, jewelry, clothing, hats, fancy goods, stationery, and 5 drug stores with tiled floors. Many of the windows made a brave display that would not have disgraced San Francisco. The entire west pavement was roofed, making a promenade like a ship's deck against rain or the severities of summer, and from this roof depended an extraordinary number of signs, often eccentric of color and design. Above the buildings of the opposite side of the street rose the spars of several fishing boats. The creek finished at Rosewater. Gwynne glanced about him with an interest that nothing else Californian save the Mission and San Francisco had inspired. Here was a bit of a civilization of a building era that was almost old, everything being relative. At all events, it was old-fashioned. It was thoroughly countrified, and yet suggestive of the concentrated activities of a city. Isabel, after leaving the hotel, had made a detour, giving him a brief glimpse of the town. On higher streets (Rosewater lay on a cluster of gentle hills), between Main Street and the residence district, he had noticed several modern buildings of brick or stone, offices, churches, schoolhouses, a solid little opera house of colonial design, a fine city hall, and one of those forlorn Carnegie libraries in a state of arrested development for want of funds, but with an imposing façade and the name of the "donor" conspicuously advertised. All this had interested him little, although he had thought the town on its slopes looked very pretty and quiet. But this, the word "pioneer" suddenly came to him, and he looked up and down with a keenness of interest that was almost like a reviving memory. This beyond question was a remnant of the old thing, and here no doubt the great-grandfather whose first name he had forgotten had been a familiar sight. His fortune and enterprise had helped to lay the very foundations of this landmark of a wild and stirring time. Then they rode past a square park high on a terrace, walled up with stone most modernly, the green shaded with pines and palms, acacia and oaks, and the dream passed. At the same moment he became aware that his partner was talking. "Rosewater is the financial and trading center of an immense farming district. There are 4 banks, as solid as the best in the world. 3 are as old as American California. The farmers come in daily for feed and supplies, the chicken ranchers with their produce for the San Francisco buyers, and eggs for the great hatcheries. Many, like myself, find the last less trouble and expense than bothering with incubators. Something like $4,000 change hands daily in Rosewater, and it has less than 5,000 inhabitants." Having parted with her information, she relapsed into silence, and, the town lying behind them, he transferred his attention to her. She looked severe, remote again, and he wondered if she would grow quite hard and businesslike in time. In the hotel office, as he paid his bill, he had overheard one man say to another that she was as good as the best and no man could get ahead of her. In this sexless get-up and with her features set she looked hardly a woman. She certainly had capacities for good fellowship, and yesterday she had been almost tender. He had just decided that he would as soon marry a portrait of George Washington, when, in response to a light call behind them, Isabel wheeled about with the pink in her cheeks and eyes wide with pleasure. She galloped back to an approaching buggy, in which there was an extremely pretty, golden-haired young woman, and she and Isabel simultaneously alighted and flew into each other's arms. Gwynne also descended, prepared to raise his hat when his existence was recognized. For some moments the girls talked a rapid duet. Then Isabel turned suddenly and beckoned. "This is my oldest friend, Annabel, Mrs. Tom Colton," she said apologetically. "She only returned last night, just caught sight of us and followed." Gwynne's disapproval vanished as he shook hands with the blooming young matron and met her bright laughing eyes. She was a small imposing creature and received him in quite the grand manner. Her accent of America was as slight as Isabel's, and she used no slang. There was about her something of the primness that characterizes American women in the smaller towns. But her simple linen frock had been cut by a master, and she looked so warm, so womanly, so hospitable, as she welcomed Gwynne to Rosewater, that he liked her more spontaneously than he had liked anybody since he crossed the Atlantic, and was almost enthusiastic as he rode on with Isabel. "Anabel is a perfect dear," said his companion, whose eyes and cheeks were still glowing, and who looked like a mere girl. "I am much fonder of her than I am of Paula, although we haven't a thing in common. She was domestic and wild about children before she was done with dolls. Of course she married at once. When we were at the high school together she regarded my ambition to be first as a standing joke, and has never read anything heavier than a classic novel in her life. Why I am so fond of her I can't say, unless it is that she is absolutely genuine, and that counts more in the long run than anything else. Besides, she was my first friend when I came here as a little girl. Her mother, Mrs. Leslie, belongs to one of the old San Francisco families, and had always known my mother. I love her as much as ever, but I am bound to confess that I have missed her little. I suppose complete happiness comes when you miss nobody." They rode on in silence, for the heat was increasing and the dust lay thick on the road and swirled about their heads. There had been no rain since March, and the sea that sent its daily fogs and breezes to cool San Francisco and the towns about the bay was 40 miles from Rosewater. "Never mind," said Isabel, as Gwynne mopped his brow for the third time and ostentatiously rubbed his face. "The nights are cool, and the hot weather will soon moderate down into the mellowness of October. When the rains come well, it is a toss up which is worse, the dust or the mud." "Heaven knows what we have swallowed," muttered Gwynne, who had served on sanitary boards and heard much talk of germs. But Isabel only laughed and told him to go back to Anabel, who had a nostrum for every ill. A moment later the road led up a hillside, and at the summit she caught his bridle and reined in. "I brought you this roundabout way on purpose," she said. "Is it not what the poet would call a fair domain?" Below them was a vast flat expanse bounded opposite by a mountain chain that rose abruptly from the level, breaking into much irregularity of surface above, but all its hollows blurred with woods. Beyond a dip rose far in the distance a huge crouching formidable mass, St. Helena, named after a Russian princess, the wife of the last of the Russian governors of Northern California. On the plain were golden fields, orchards, compact masses of the eucalyptus tree planted as shelters for the cattle in times of storm or unbearable heat. Many cattle were roaming about. On the grazing land in the far distance towards the town of St. Peter, a mere white cluster in the north at the base of the range, were the horses. Over the mountains lay a shimmering haze, blue or pink. It was difficult to define whether the colors flowed through each other or subtly united. "It is all yours," added Isabel, emerging from the rôle of the mere cicerone. "Are you not proud of it?" Gwynne did in truth dilate, but hastily assured himself that it was at the beauty of his estate, not at its paltry 19,000 acres. Had he not shot over many an estate as large? Had not his grandfather come into 4 times that number? True, most of them had not been entailed, and this at least was his own. He quite realized it for the first time. Even as a source of income he had barely given it a thought. Even after Isabel's descriptions he had never exerted himself to picture it. As a resource in his crisis it was all very well, but not worth while shaping into concrete form until he could avoid it no longer. But now, as he gazed down and over the great beautiful expanse, for even the mountainside and much beyond was his, he felt a sudden passionate gratitude to that Otis whose first name he had forgotten. Pride fairly invaded his chest. Then, as he realized that it was visibly swelling under Isabel's intense gaze, he blushed, laughed confusedly, turned away his head. But his annoyance was routed by a speechless amazement, for Isabel suddenly flung both arms round his neck and gave him a hearty kiss. "There!" she exclaimed. "I never really liked you before, though I never denied you were interesting enough. Men are nothing but overgrown boys, only some are nice and some are not. You are. I'll really adopt you now, instead of merely doing my bounden duty. Now look at those mountains in the south." More disturbed than he would have believed possible at the young warmth and magnetism of her embrace, although it was disconcertingly evident that she would have kissed a small boy in precisely the same manner, he composed his features to indifference and followed the motion of her whip. In the dim perspective of the south she indicated Tamalpais and Monte Diablo opposite, vague dim blue masses behind San Francisco. "Monte Diablo and St. Helena are both old volcanoes," she continued. "I never say dead volcanoes after the history and performances of Vesuvius and Pelée. I wish one of our volcanoes would liven up. We might have fewer earthquakes. Although, to be sure, ours are supposed to be caused by faulting, in so far as they know anything about it." "Do you think nothing but earthquakes out here?" "You have made at least 3 casual allusions since we met 24 hours ago, and in Southern California they are a part of every tradition." "If you had been brought up on earthquakes, they would never be far from your own mind. There is a theory that the reason for Californians taking everything as it comes with a happy-go-lucky philosophy lies in the electrical air and the 8 months of sunshine, but I believe it is due even more to the earthquakes. If we can stand those, we can stand anything. It is in tune with the old gambling spirit that still colors the country, no doubt has kept it alive. We never know what is going to happen next, and we don't care. Vive la bagatelle! We have more to be thankful for than the rest of the world, anyhow. Well, let us go down to the house." The house, with its outbuildings, stood below them on a high knoll, 3 sides surrounded by a grove of white oaks, the other open to the mountains, although the front veranda was shaded by several spreading trees far apart. The large soft leaves and the pendent moss of the oaks were gray with dust, but the shade was cool and delicious. Down in the valley an old comrade here and there helped to tell the story of the time when all these miles of valley and mountain were unbroken forest, known only to the red man, and that was not a century ago. The house was frankly ugly, like all the farmhouses of its era, although vastly to be preferred to the artistic structures succeeding them. As the couple gave up their horses to a stately Jap, who had been engaged by Isabel as butler, chambermaid, valet, and footman, and entered the large living room, Gwynne generously gave voice to his approval. There were books to the ceiling, easy chairs, the photographs of friends that had decorated his rooms in London and Capheaton. His eyes contracted as he saw a pile of London newspapers on the table, and he turned away hastily and remarked that he was glad the fittings were red, as it would be more companionable in winter. The rest of the year he should live out of doors. The veranda, which surrounded the house, was quite wide enough to live on, and below it was a border of garden full of old-fashioned flowers. The bedrooms, gaily furbished with chintz and matting, were upstairs. "I didn't think it worth while to furnish a dining room," said Isabel as they returned to the lower floor. "It has always been the custom to eat at the end of the living room, when they didn't eat in the kitchen. And what more dreary than to take your meals in a big country dining room by yourself? All the rooms here are large." She took him into the kitchen and introduced him to his cook, a stout Mexican woman, who received him with excessive dignity and wore nothing but a single calico garment open to the chest. Then they mounted their horses again, and Isabel escorted him down to the great hay barns, the dairy, and cattle sheds, introducing him to his hired men, who looked him over frankly, but, somewhat to his surprise, addressed him as "sir." He commented upon the unexpected deference as they rode back to the house. "Oh, these country folk are naturally polite," said Isabel dryly. "They are not yet entirely corrupted by the yellow press. although independent enough, as you will discover. Tact will manage any one. I have been managing people all my life, and have prepared this force to like you. Now, I must be off. I am to lunch with Annabel." "You are not going to leave me?" cried Gwynne, in dismay. "The tragic moment must come sooner or later," she said, gaily. "And you have forgotten your mail. It is somewhere under all those newspapers. I'll ride out in a day or two and see how you are getting on." She gave him a cavalier little nod, touched her horse with the whip, and a moment later was lost in a cloud of dust. Gwynne, angry and disappointed, looked after her a moment, then shrugged his shoulders and went in to his mail. Chapter 6 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 6. Mrs. Tom Colton lived on one of the higher slopes of Rosewater, in a charming little double house, all brown shingles and big chimneys. Opposite was the paternal mansion on a high terrace, a modern Renaissance structure, painted white and shaded with gigantic palms and acacias. There was a porte cochere, but no balcony. All the residences of this quarter were modern and artistic, even the cottages. It was only on the lower slopes, close to the nucleus of the town, that the many old-fashioned structures were but occasionally thrown out of tune by a pile of shingles and stone. But all had gardens, and there were several squares whence the streets radiated with as puzzling an irregularity as London's own, but set thick with shade-trees, tropical and boreal. On the high rim of the hills enclosing the town were many small farms, and all were white with the leghorn that laid the golden eggs. These looked like a light fall of snow on the sunburned hills, and were as refreshing as the garden trees upon which the hose played night and morning. As Isabel left her horse at a livery stable and walked up the wide clean boulevard towards her friend's house, she met no one on the glaring pavements, although here and there a buggy was hitched, and a patient horse stood with his forefeet on the line of grass beside the concrete, his head under a tree, and his eyes fixed expectantly upon the door of the house. Indeed, one might walk here at almost any hour of the day, and rarely meet another. All the energies were concentrated in Main Street, although it was the town's standing grievance that it was not the county seat, with a court-house, that should make the pretensions of St. Peter ridiculous. No small part of those energies in the business district were devoted to humbling the rival, in the matter of commerce. St. Peter retaliated with the accent of a fierce contempt. "Chickenville! The Eggopolis!" quoth the local wits. And who shall say that the darts did not quiver and sting, although the more flourishing community never lowered its self-satisfied front? Even the rich banker families were not at the trouble to put on airs. They did not possess a handsome turnout between them, and as for dress, there were few that did more than keep themselves cool in summer and warm in winter. It was true that Mr. Boutts possessed a runabout automobile in which he bumped his family to San Francisco occasionally, but he was of the newer gentry, and owed his social pre–eminence to his wife and pretty daughter, and to his conversion from the Congregational to the Episcopal Church. Isabel, of course, was a conspicuous member of the ancient aristocracy, by virtue of her forefathers having owned half the county, when the smoke still rose from the wigwam. And although Mrs. James Otis had maintained a haughty aloofness on her husband's ranch in summer, and later in a Rosewater cottage, her neighbors thought none the less of her for that, and Isabel, after school hours, played with their children. Later, even the transgressions of her father, and her unchaperoned trip to Europe, left her position secure. An Otis was an Otis. Noblesse oblige. Aristocracies are aristocracies, the world over. Mrs. Tom saw Isabel coming and opened the door herself; then, as lunch would not be ready for an hour, led her up to the large sunny bedroom, where her 3 children, pretty, fragile creatures in spite of their tan, sweet–fed and spoiled, were playing on the floor. Isabel tossed and kissed them, presenting them with a box of toys she had bought in Main Street. Then she sat down with Annabel in the window to have a long talk. But she quickly discovered that Annabel talked with one wing of her brain, so to speak, and her roving gaze beamed constantly at the noisy brood on the floor. Complacency, maternity, happiness, radiated from all her sweet, womanly little person. But in half an hour Isabel was casting about for an excuse to leave directly after luncheon, although she had promised to spend the day. As Annabel babbled on, while embroidering a little frock, relating anecdotes of her marvellous children, commenting upon the increasing extortions of the labor class, the iniquities of servants, the mounting of prices in California, and the shocking mania for cards that possessed Rosewater in common with the rest of the world, there stole over Isabel a feeling of intolerable ennui. She had felt it often enough in her sister's uneven domestic atmosphere, and now and again in more regulated interiors, but never had the wings of her spirit beaten so furiously as in this happy home of the most beloved of her friends. The wave ebbed when the nurse came and carried off the protesting trio, and as she sat with Annabel in the beautiful little dining room, panelled and furnished with redwood, highly polished, the table set with silver and crystal, the dainty meal beyond criticism, and served by a noiseless Chinaman, she was able to feel grateful that Annabel was as happy in her way as herself in her own, and praised everything with such warmth that the placid little lady waxed radiant. Mrs. Tom was very golden-haired and blue-eyed and pink and white, but none was further removed from insipidity than she. Her features were strong, particularly her mouth and chin, and she had a repose of manner, a squareness of shoulder, and a serenity of expression, that gave her an almost solid appearance. It was patent that she was making a success of her life, and Isabel kissed her at parting with a hearty good will. But only the excessive dignity inherited from her Spanish ancestors arrested a war-whoop as she almost ran down the hill. She had been detained until 5 o'clock in spite of ingenious excuses, and when she mounted her horse she galloped for the country at such a rate of speed that the drowsy town turned over. When she reached a long and lonely stretch of road she indulged herself in snatches of Spanish songs, and when she was at home she did not go to bed till near midnight, so happy was she in the contemplation of her solitude. Chapter 7 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. This recording is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 7 Gwynne found few letters awaiting him. He had not encouraged correspondence, and only his mother, Flora Thangue, and his solicitors knew his address. It had been announced and reiterated in London that he was making a tour of the world. During the first month of his absence Lady Victoria had sent him a large bundle of clippings from newspapers, some acid in comment upon his obvious intention of neglecting his duties as a peer of the realm, his fruitless exposure of a chagrin at the elevation in which he would find more and more consolation as time went on. A few were sympathetic. Others went so far as to indicate a programme in which he might serve his country with modesty, if not with the scintillations of the free-lance, and reminded him that peers had risen to the post of prime minister ere this, of viceroy, lord lieutenant, governor-general, and ambassador. Then, apparently, they dismissed him. The fiscal question was acute. Dissolution threatened. There were bright particular stars still in both parties, and the press and public had enough to do with sitting in judgment upon their respective rays. In the 2 letters from his mother, written at Homburg, there was no news beyond the letting of the properties and a bulletin of her health, which promised an imminent fitness for travel. His solicitors wrote that the income from the 2 estates was ample to keep the numerous women of the family in comfort, and leave a surplus which should be paid to his mother according to his directions. This, with the Southern ranch and the San Francisco property, should yield her an income of £2,500 a year.
The confidential member of the firm hinted that if his lordship found means of increasing her ladyship's income in that land of gold and plenty, it would be wise to do so, as her ladyship knew less than nothing of economy, and was even more deeply in debt than usual. He missed Flora's gay letter of gossip, and looked with narrowing lids at the pile of newspapers. None had been sent him before, and he had left not a subscription behind him. But it was evident that his mother and Flora were under the mistaken impression that he would welcome this greeting in his new home. They had accumulated for a month. He recognized the type of the leading dailies, and could guess the names of the numerous illustrated weeklies. Suddenly he took them in his arms and walked quickly over to the stove, his eye roving in search of a match–box. But even as he stooped he rose again, and, blushing for his weakness, carried them back to the table, tore them open with nervous haste. He skimmed the great pages of the dailies from start to finish, telling himself that he must have a breath from home, news from authoritative sources, stated in excellent English. Sickened with the knowledge that he was but searching eagerly for a word of himself, sickening more when he found none. Then he fell upon the weeklies, his eye glancing indifferently from the paragraphs and presentments of the Royal and the Engaged, but scanning every personality. He had had one rival, and there was much of him. Before he had finished the third his struggling pride conquered. He gathered the heap and flung it into a corner, then caught up his hat and struck out for the loneliest part of the ranch. He writhed in the throes of disappointment, jealousy, disgust of self. He attempted consolation by picturing all the other ambitious men he knew exhibiting a similar weakness and vanity when there was no eye to see. His imagination did not rise to marvellous feats, and what if it did not? He had never aspired to be in the same class with other men. The bitter tide receded only to give place to apprehension. His temperament was mercurial, balanced by a certain languor in the earlier stages of emotion, and there had been little to depress his spirits during those 30 years when all the fairies had danced attendance on him. Even defeat had but intoxicated his fighting instinct and given another excuse for flattery and encouragement. During the 11 months since he had left England, he had experienced neither encouragement nor flattery. He could not recall having made a profound impression upon any of his casual acquaintances. He certainly had created no sensation. It was true that his rôle had been that of the listener, the student, but he had so long accepted himself as a personality, as the most remarkable of England's younger productions, that he had been deeply mortified, more than once, at the cavalier treatment of middle–aged business men, with no time to waste upon a young Britisher of no possible use to them. To–day he boldly faced the haunting doubt if he were really a great man, if his success in England, as well as his phenomenal self–confidence, had not been merely the result of an inordinate ambition fed by fortuitous circumstances. He recalled that from childhood his grandfather and his mother had practically decreed that the bright, lovable, mischievous boy was to be a great man; that as he grew older the entire family connection joined the conspiracy. It is easy enough to believe in yourself when the world believes in you, and easy enough to make the world take you at your own valuation when you have a powerful backing, a reasonable amount of cleverness, a sublime audacity, the power of speech, and a happy series of accidents. Were all great men 2/3 accidental or manufactured? He felt inclined to believe it, but while it soothed his torn and throbbing pride, it by no means lessened his apprehension. Was he not a great man even so? He felt anything but a great man at the moment. He recalled that he had indulged in few lapses into complacency since his departure incognito from England, and that he had deliberately held self–analysis at bay by incessant travel and a compulsory interest in subjects that did not appeal to him in the least. It was this absence of interest after close upon a year in the country that appalled him as much as his inner visioning. He hated the country. He hated its politics, both parties impartially. He hated all the questions that absorbed the American mind, from graft to negroes. He had sat in the Congressional galleries in Washington, attended political meetings wherever he could obtain admittance, studied the press in even the smaller towns, travelled through the South, and relieved himself of whatever abstract sympathy he may have cherished for the colored race, visited the sweatshops of New York, the meat–packing establishments of Chicago, the factories of New England, every phase of the great civilization he knew of, and while he found much to admire and condemn, both left him evenly indifferent. With all his soul he longed for England. She might have her selfishness and her snobberies, lingering taints in her political system, but she stood at the apex of civilization, and her very faults were interesting, far removed from the brazen crudities of the New World's struggle for wealth and power. And although the blood of reformers was in his veins, and in his secret soul, he was an idealist to the point of knight–errantry. The desire for reform had ebbed out of him during his American exile, and he knew the fate of a good many American reformers. There were several in high places at present, cheerfully trimmed down from the statesman to the political ideal. Julia Kaye, clever woman, had put the matter into an epigram. The American statesman was a superior politician. And how was he, out of tune with every phase of the country, to find the ghost of an opportunity to lead it? He was no actor. If he had a merit, it was sincerity, a contempt for subterfuge, as beneath both his powers and the lofty position to which he had been born. Moreover, he was honest, an equally aristocratic failing and drawback. He recalled a conversation he had held in the smoking compartment of a Pullman with a sharp young politician who had become voluble after Gwynne had stood him 2 highballs. "It's graft or quit," he had announced. "All this cleaning up in insurance and what not, all this talk of curbing the trusts and the rest of it, don't fool yours truly one little bit. It's just the ins trying to get ahead of the outs. It's not the honestest or the best man that gets there in God's own country, but the smartest, every time. Those that are crying the loudest against the grafters are just waiting for a chance to graft good and hard themselves. I am, and I don't care who knows it. Only I don't waste any strength kicking. The Labour Party works itself up over trusts and capitalists, and most of the capitalists come out of that factory, and are the first to grind those left behind them under both heels. They know what I know, and what you'll know before you get through, that the only fun in life is to be got out of power and money." The face, as sharp as a razor but by no means dishonest, rose before Gwynne. He had been a very decent little chap, and in the 2 days they had travelled together he had displayed a photograph of his wife and kids, to whom he seemed even sentimentally devoted. Although Gwynne had parted from the man with satisfaction, it was impossible to despise him utterly. Since then he had met many of his kind, more or less honest, able, pettily ambitious, fairly educated, unlearned on every subject except politics and the general business of the country, and all equally unsympathetic. He made no pretence to judge the country on its social or intellectual side, for he had been forced to avoid all groups that might have enlightened him, although he found no difficulty in assuming that well–bred and intellectual people were much the same the world over, and was willing to give the United States the benefit of every doubt. But its obvious side was the one that concerned him and his career. In order to succeed, and without success life would mean less than nothing to him. Must he in a measure conform to conditions that were the result of a century of complexities? He recurred to the dry biographical sketches he had received from certain of his travelling companions of the most distinguished and successful men in American politics to day. Their ideals and their zeal for reform had played between horizon and zenith like a flaming sword, so compelling the attention of all that would pause to look that the diminishing effulgence had been even more conspicuous. And now, although the sword was occasionally brandished for form's sake, and was even sharper than before, having learned to cut both ways, It had the rust of tin, not of blood, on it, and deceived no one. But it had served its purpose, if to be sure it had been needed at all, and its owners were past masters of success. Had he in him the makings of the mere trimmer and politician, in addition to the miserable vanity that had riven him to day? And would some measure of great success won on those lines stir the dormant greatness in him? If there were any greatness to stir. This was the fearful doubt, after all, that beset him. He almost saw with his outer vision his ideals lying in a tumbled heap, and he felt himself on the point of crying aloud that to feel once more that sense of power which had exalted him above mere mortals, and given him an ecstasy of spirit that no other passion could ever excite, he would sacrifice everything, everything. He paused abruptly and looked about him. He was half–way up the mountain. The great valley that looked as if it might embrace the state itself lay before him. North and south the scenery was magnificent, ethereal in the distance, melting everywhere into one of those lovely mists that seem to have extracted the spiritual essence of all the colours. But the very beauty of his new domain added to the sense of unreality, of uneasiness, that had so often possessed him since he had crossed the borders of the state. And it was all on such a colossal scale. There could never be anything friendly, anything possessing, in a land destined for a race of primeval giants. He felt so passionate a longing for the sweet embracing historied landscapes of England that the very violence of the nostalgia drove him homeward with the half–formed intention of taking the first train for New York and the first steamer out of it. Moreover, he was suddenly obsessed with the belief that if he had greatness in him, England alone held its magnet. But it was a long walk to his house, and he reached it late in the afternoon, very tired and very hungry. When he entered his comfortable living–room, redolent with flowers, he received something like a shock of peace, and after he had taken a cold bath, he cursed himself roundly for permitting the mixed blood in his veins to contrive at times the temperament of an artist or of some women. As he sat down to a more than palatable supper, he felt thankful that he had had it out with himself so early in the engagement, and thought it odd if the Anglo–Saxon in him could not drive roughshod over his weaker outcroppings. CHAPTER VIII.